is a factor itself. The ability to start and stop, with that explosive nature that he has and try to break somebody's leverage. So the tackling, the angles, you want to make sure that point is really hammered home.
Quinn also says the Eagles defensive lineman Jalen Carter is multifaceted.
There's lots of players that have enough initial quickness to, jump the ball and, as a rusher. But when you have the ability to do both, that makes you a rare player, where I can play square on a block and play it in the run game, or I can get up the field to pass rush. So he has the ability to do both. And I think that's what makes him a really unique player.
The Capitals reacquire Lars Eller from the Pittsburgh Penguins for a couple of draft picks. Eller scored the cup-clinching goal in Game 5 of the final against the Golden Knights. Capitals on air tonight, 7:15 against the Maple Leafs on the Fan. Wizards continue road trip in Texas against the Spurs at 7:45 on Team 980. CFP rankings have Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana top 5. Top 25 college basketball, Kentucky beat Duke 77-72. GW over North Carolina A&T 85-80. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Lyrically
on the Momo.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finlay. We are out in Ashburn, Virginia, and I'm just getting a look-see at B's kicks here. Are those ones? When did you get those? Those look new.
Yesterday.
Yeah, all right. I have a good eye for B-Mitch's shoes, apparently.
Got the Ricky Irvin money.
you took Ricky's money straight to Tyson's, bought a new pair of sneaks?
I got 2 pairs.
No, there you go. Those are fresh. Ones, highs. I like them.
Yeah.
Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
Brother? I'm good, man.
All right. We got some.
Trying to get my sneaker game going. You know what I mean?
Those are fresh. We're going to get the mics right. We're going to turn B up a hair here.
You got to turn me up?
That's the word.
Damn.
Turn me up in the headphones. That's a deep cut for the Chappelle Show fans. I think there is one miracle among us. Miracle's maybe a little strong. I exercised last night and didn't kill myself. So the foot's feeling okay. It was the return of paddle tennis. Started with a big win.
Who did you play? What 75-year-old person you played?
Now, you know who I played and beat, and hopefully he's listening. Mike Kelly. You know my boy Kelly?
Mike?
Yeah. Well, Kelly.
He beat you in everything else.
Correct. And he was very upset to be losing and kept saying, like, let's go play golf. Let's go play golf. I was like, dude, it's 9 o'clock at night. It's dark
Mike,
outside.
when you're losing one, you can't just switch the sport, dog. You got to adjust. If you can't adjust, just take that L.
He kept threatening to quit. Like, it was the full experience.
That's a little softness.
I agree. I also have a fear. What do you call a foot doctor? Ortho?
Ortho does a lot of different things, though.
What's a podiatrist?
I think it is. Is that podiatrist? Yeah.
I don't know.
I think.
I fear I was talking with the dude last night. I fear I might have plantar fascia because this dude last night is
did somebody tell you that yesterday? And
Yeah.
You act like you didn't know?
You did. And
Yeah,
I'm trying to just power through it and pretend that's not what's happening.
Get you take a can like this
And
freeze
roll it, right?
and roll it across there.
This
Help
dude
you
was
out.
saying a lacrosse ball is really good because it's
Yeah,
hard.
it's good, but that's hard and cold.
Is there like just a pill I could take or something?
Hell no.
I'm
That is something that you gotta let just do its thing.
I'm very bad at self-care and doing these things.
It's not a pill you can take, homie.
I just have to live with this. This is my new reality.
It's going to be like that until it stops.
And it's just at its own volition. I have no say in the matter.
You can do little things to help alleviate some of the
a bunch
pain
last night.
but you're gonna have to do that more in the morning because, like, if you have plantar fascia, when
It
you
hurts
wake up
really bad.
when you
right
wake
now.
up in the morning, it hurts like hell.
Yeah.
And then once it warms up, you're better.
Okay, that's accurate. You know who doesn't care about the plantar? is
baby girls.
yeah, they just they want to jump and get piggyback rides and wrestle, and I'm like, I got 1 foot right now.
You just gotta explain it, Jay. You don't like to explain stuff.
No, sure
If
don't.
you just take a little time to explain, I think they will understand. They probably understand more than you. You just don't ever talk.
I don't know, B, because I'll come in a suit and they jump on me. I'm like, girls, can you let me change my clothes? And they don't care about that.
No, but you just let it happen. You have to have a conversation. You have to have that daddy conversation. That's when they listen.
I'll work on it. Going to be a really interesting day. We are out in Ashburn. B is flying to Philadelphia, a whole 17-minute flight. I'm going to drive a little later this afternoon, but
now the people, Jay, I'm looking at the
don't we get second segment. Second segment is when we say good morning to the winner.
No, I'm just saying people are like saying somebody must have a agreement with Jeff because they can't be first all the time. I just don't get mad because you late.
Hey man,
Seer.
that's part of the fun, man. Only one person gets the official good morning for being first. B is going to fly later today. I am going to drive later today. I hope to get there in time for dinner.
Leave early enough to get there in time for dinner. It is a damn good place.
Yeah, I'm interested. But the reality is normally I thought earlier in the week we would be in DC today, just at the studio, and then I was going to take the train up. But because of the short week, and because there's so many injury questions, I thought it was more pertinent to be out here. Mm-hmm. The schedule, so everybody's aware, 12:25 is the beginning of practice.
Yeah.
DQ is going to address the media after that. So odds are we will be live still. I'm guessing this is going to be a pretty short practice. And in turn, we'll still be on the air and we will take DQ live, assuming that's how it goes down.
Okay.
Do you expect Dan Quinn to rule players out today?
Yeah. I think so. It's like, because normally they do it on a Friday.
Right.
This is the day before the game. This is like Saturday. So I'm expecting it to happen today. Whoever's not going to play, I think they'll say today. And then maybe 1-2 guys may be game time decision.
Yeah. I think Lattimore and Seibert will be ruled out. They haven't practiced all week. They didn't practice. I guess Seibert practiced a little last week. I want to specifically address something because I think folks have taken far too narrow of a vision on this.
Uh-huh.
Because I tweeted out a photo yesterday of Lattimore at practice, but not practicing.
You want to see the shoes? I'm showing them shoes.
Yeah, you got to get that string off there.
I don't know what that is.
That's gross. I think anybody, because I got these comments yesterday, and I imagine what your response is going to be. It'll probably involve a salute. But for folks that are like, oh my God, this trade's a mistake, relax. They have, what is their record right now? 7-3?
Yeah.
That means they have at least 7 games remaining.
But I think, like, people think that when you make a move, it's for a game or just a season. This move is for this season plus, not just this game. And I think that's what you have to understand, where the mindset has to change from, like, back in the day, for 20 plus years, we did everything for the moment. We never worked on building a foundation. We never worked on making sure things are better for the future. That is happening now. And I understand you normally react to what you're accustomed to, what you're used to. This is something different. Let's let this thing move into the direction they wanted to move, and things don't work out.
Right. Now, listen, there's a lot to figure out. I know that people want him to play, particularly in this Philly game, and maybe he will. Neither myself nor Brian are declaring that he's out. It would be a surprise. Like, the trends would point to not practicing yet at all. I don't think Dan Quinn was kind of asked about this yesterday, and Landfill, forgive me, I'll check and see if you have audio, or we'll get to that a little later. But DQ basically said, that position is one that maybe, yes, we could get him on the field without practicing. DQ's not going to box himself in. If the trainers and Lattimore and everybody determines the hammy's good to go, he's going to play.
Yeah.
Like, practice or not, because he immediately is their best corner. But do not be fooled into thinking that this is a bad trade because he misses 2 games within 9 days of trading for him. Like, as far as trying to help this team win this year, which is what so many people said, hey, we got a good team. You're 7-2. You got to make a move to try to win now. And they did that. It's not like this was a player for player trade. They didn't send somebody to New Orleans that not having that player is going to hurt them on the field in Philly on Thursday night.
At all.
And the draft pick aspect of this, I think you got to really, really take a deep breath and let this thing play out. If he doesn't play tomorrow night, which seems likely, but we don't know. If he doesn't play tomorrow night, then they got 10 days until the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Then you've got a week until the Titans. Then you've got a bye week. I don't think this is the case. Let's say he doesn't play till after the bye, and you've got 4 games left. You know how important those 4 are going to be?
How many people are going to take what you said and say, man, he's not playing till after the bye?
I'm not saying that.
Well, that's what they're going to take.
I'm saying hypothetically, even if that's the case, if he comes in those last 4 and plays shutdown corner, it's worth it. Like, you got – this is – everybody that was screaming for them to make a trade was about, we could win a division round game. We could get to the NFC Championship. If that's your goal, then what happens tomorrow night, Sunday against the Steelers, like you got to zoom out and just try to take the big picture.
But fandom doesn't think like that. Fandom is like they just hang by a string consistently. Everything is like the end of the world.
You can't be like myopic when you discuss draft picks, trades. You have to take a long-term vision with it. And that would be my only encouragement this morning, regardless of what DQ does or doesn't say this afternoon. Mm-hmm. If Lattimore doesn't play another game, relax. It doesn't mean the sky is falling.
But you know how to do when you make a move. That's the piece we needed. Now we're going to the soup. That's the way people think. And you can't talk them off the list. So what you do, you report whatever information there is, and you let them sit on the ledge because they're going to be on there anyway.
I'm excited to talk to Greenberg at 11. Yeah. We're going up to Philly at noon, talking to Dave Zangaro, covers the Eagles, good buddy of ours, great dude. The Eagles seem to be in a different spot. I did ask, did you notice, I think I put this on Instagram last night. I asked DQ yesterday about the bye week stuff. Mm-hmm. And one thing I like about Dan, because think about the post-game presser Sunday. Uh-huh. Whether or not they got screwed by that Zach Ertz spot on the 4th and 9, and I think most people lean towards they got screwed. It sure seems rare for a receiver to get a spot like that and for it to be upheld. Mm-hmm. Generally, the skill position guys get that forward progress, whatever you want to call it. Have I asked you about that spot specifically? What did you do?
Yeah, I thought it was a bad spot.
Okay. Consider the Malik Neighbors spot the week before in Giant Stadium.
The Malik Neighbors spot.
Where they gave him 2.5 yards.
His whole body was not at the line, but they gave it to him past the line.
It's pretty remarkable when you think about it that way. But I think one thing I did notice with DQ, I don't know if surprise is the right word, but I don't even know that he's addressed that. And maybe some of that's on the media. I would say some of that is on the policy that makes it incredibly difficult to get from the locker room to the interview room, but that's me ranting about something else. I don't know that he was asked about it immediately in postgame, but there are a lot of coaches that don't need to be asked that will just start screaming about stuff if they feel they've been wrong.
I think
he's not that kind of dude.
DQ is a man where he doesn't make excuses for things, and on top of it, he also doesn't like giving his money up. Because, when coaches get up there and they criticize referees and calls, they normally get like a little dock. They get docked because of that with the league. And, sometimes it ain't worth it. The game is over. It's just like, you hear people talking about, oh, man, we got to play a short week. Philly's playing a short week as well. Sometimes referees make bad calls on both sides. It all balances itself out. And you just got to keep going. So if you become a person where you make an excuse every time something happens, you begin to sound whiny. But if you understand that, they're going to screw it up sometimes. I just think that the human aspect of the game is going to always have us questioning stuff. And it'll never be completely perfect because the one thing in the world that is tough to do for a person to go out and say that they were wrong. So when the referees go under that damn hat, I don't care what we see most times. They're not going to change 100% of the time against what they just did. And let's remember, those referees, they play on teams. If one person screws up, they all are considered screw-ups. You know what I mean? So they're going to try to protect that because the team sometimes could get to a certain level. Then they take the best of the best to get them to the Super Bowl.
Sure.
So they're trying to get as many people on their team to get to the playoffs and to the Super Bowl calling. They have pride too. And they on damn sure not go out there and just make themselves look bad all the time. So I understand that human element sits there.
100%. Would you, if I find it hard to believe, I'm curious if you agree with this, specific to the Ertz spot, but we see this stuff all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Would you, the technology has to exist for this to become computerized, digitized.
Well, wasn't in preseason? Didn't we have the digital thing going on?
But it took forever.
But did that disappear? That's no longer?
I think it was a trial for preseason.
Okay, and
But
obviously it kind of didn't work, or it made the referees look bad. One or two.
I think the problem,
because it went away rather quickly.
If you think about tennis, when they do the review, which is kind of cool, looks like a video game. They review if it's in or out.
Yeah, on a line.
Right. Soccer, I think they have it with I guess it's called the goal line, right? Like if it gets in the goal or not. I think you could easily set that up in the NFL with the goal lines, like the end zones. From my understanding, the cameras and the digital equipment required need like a finite line to be kind of measured against. They need the metric of, okay, this is exactly it, and we can tell what crosses this. So I think with the first down line that's constantly moving, I think that's where the impediment to the technology is.
How much did the league make last year?
Billions.
Okay. They can put chip in that damn football.
Like call Elon Musk.
They can put a
call
chip
somebody
in the
that can figure it
football,
out.
and they can have stuff along the sidelines that shoots across the field. And I promise you they can get it. And it won't hurt their bottom line at all. But they don't care.
That's what I'm curious
They
about.
like the skepticism.
Would you, if you could get that to happen,
would you?
Yeah, because think about in baseball, robot umps, I think, exist, right? I think baseball, you have robot umps now in the minors, I believe. I could be wrong on that, but they've at least like experimented with to the point that it's operational. And there's a big crowd that's like, oh no, keep the human element in the game. If football was able to, if they are or not, they're not doing it. Do you want them to go that route?
If they're going to act like they're really looking at this, I don't want to hear about, oh, if it was called, it's hard to overturn. If it was called and you obviously see it, overturn it, damn it. You know, because what happens is they've gotten us thinking exactly this. Well, if it was called on the field as not a first down, they're not going to overturn it. Or if it was called a first down, okay, it's going to be a first. No. If it was wrong, it was wrong.
Yeah.
They got to get to that point because right now what they do, they basically protect themselves by saying, well, it wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt. BS. Most times it's way beyond a reasonable doubt. They just refuse to change it. And you know what the human aspect and who the human element is? I'm not going to make my team look bad. So this is my thing. We were down in Tampa 3 times. What they call it? Whatever review.
Yeah.
3 times.
Booth assisted or
booth
something?
Assist, booth review, whatever. Booth assist. It helped them against us. Why does it never jump up and help us against anybody else? You know what I mean?
Now, some of that may be our anecdotal evidence, right? Like maybe in a Cleveland Denver game.
Well, I'm not worried about Cleveland Denver.
Right.
I know that in that game it happened against us. It happened against us in another game as well.
Do you actually think there's a reason that is happening to Washington?
I'm not that thinking that as a reason. I just know that it happened to us more than it helps us.
Sure.
So that what I'm trying to say is, when do they decide to review something in the boot.
It's
You know what I mean?
those questions. And dude, so people understand like the media can request what's called a pool report, right?
Yeah.
Which is the refs have to answer a question. It is the least helpful piece of information ever because you don't actually get to have a discussion and follow-ups. Like it's not what you think it is. They are, to your point, Brian, completely protected by the league and really there's really no recourse for what happens. Like
there is none.
Kirk, I'll never forget Kirk Cousins many years ago. Remember, you and I were on the sideline in the Superdome. It was one of the loudest situations I've ever heard. Chris Thompson breaks his leg. That game goes to overtime.
Mm-hmm.
They had they had a 2-touchdown lead that they blew late in that game.
Mm-hmm.
The Saints end up winning. Kirk gets called for that grounding on a play. He was just throwing the ball out of bounds. And Kirk later in the week, so quarterbacks, I don't think he said this post game. I think he said this Wednesday, but it was dead on. He basically said something to the effect of, yeah, because the NFL had sent a letter to the Skins saying, yo, sorry, we were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, here's the problem with that is that letter is not going to keep anybody employed in January when they look at our final record and it's 7-9 or 6-10 or 9-7, whatever it is. He's like, that letter is not going to help anybody's contract when they look to get more guarantees or they go to free agency.
Yeah.
There's no recourse when they make bad decisions.
True.
Washington lost to Pittsburgh, possibly as a result of a really bad spot. And the only thing that happens is nothing.
The league protects their ass. Point blank.
Period. Now, if you want somebody to protect your ass when it's time to move, you got to call our friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They're basically the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. They've moved the Junks like 100 times. They moved Danny Rouillet. They've helped everybody at the station, and I've known these guys since high school. Justin and John built this company, and they built it on their own backs, moving people and providing a really, really good service. Now they can take care of anything you need. You selling your house, but you're not sure when you're going to buy your next one. You got to put stuff in storage. Call Metropolitan. If your office needs to move, call Metropolitan. What if you got a bunch of fancy stuff in your house like B-Mitch? You got a chandelier and some artwork? Call Metropolitan. They have moving consultants that will come in, build out custom crates for your fine arts. They can also give you a free on-site estimate of how much it's going to cost to move home to home, office to office. If you need storage, they can do whatever you need. I've seen these guys build this company from the ground up. They know what they're doing. Take it from me, JP Finlay. Hit up my guy Justin over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Call 301-279-0090. That's 301-279-0090. I've known these boys a long time. They'll take good care of you, whatever your moving needs are. Visit DCMetropolitanMoving.com. That's DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
We're just one day away from the huge matchup, Washington Commanders versus Philadelphia Eagles. Monitoring the health of Brian Robinson and newcomer Marshawn Lattimore. Practice today at 12:25 p.m. Head coach Dan Quinn, Lattimore, when healthy, won't need much to get going.
That's one position that can be easier from a learning standpoint. At some of the spots where the call. So part of his learning process, what was it called in New Orleans to what's it called here? What was there? What was here? So seeing that balance go. But again, with him, really it's the speed part that we have to see to make sure he can really do his thing. This is a bright guy. He's played a lot of football.
The Capitals reacquire Lars Eller from the Pittsburgh Penguins for 2 future picks. Eller spent 7 seasons with the Caps, 16-23. Capitals on air tonight, 7:15 against Toronto Maple Leafs, live right here on The Fan. Wizards continue their road trip at 7:45 against San Antonio Spurs on Team 980. Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Indiana atop the college football playoffs rankings. GW defeated North Carolina A&T 85-80. I'm Byron Kurt on The Fan.
This new booty.
B. Mitch and Finlay, time to check in with the stream, folks. YouTube.com, 1067. All right, I'm scrolling all the way up. Ooh, Comandante Tequila. Is that 2 in a row for him? First comment?
They say he got a thing with Jeff was texting him earlier.
They trying to accuse me of texting Comandante Tequila to drop for
competition go everywhere, don't it? Damn.
Hey, man, it's culture of competition. That's how we operate. You can tell, though, there's a bunch at 10:01 a.m. Tequila, Shane Atkinson, and Jupe all right there. Tay at 10:02. Debbie said, good morning. I'm still not the first. Damn it. Pause, Debbie. A lot of folks want to be the first, but today, Comandante Tequila. Shout out to Comandante.
Hey, man, if you go to bed with tequila, wake up with tequila, you might beat somebody to the punch.
Tequila's sleep patterns are wild. He works all night apparently, and then is up. He's probably drinking tequila right now.
I don't know if he's working all the time. He be saying he's working.
People are really accusing Jeff of collusion. Jeff, what has the commander done to get this sort of treatment from you?
I don't even know. I don't even know. I didn't even know it was a competition for the first. I didn't think it was that much of a competition, but like Commander Tequila was always like the first one in the stream, him or Tay. Maybe people need to wake up.
A lot of people,
early.
it's been different. I think it's there's a lot of parity in this league. You know what I mean? The league is built, salary cap, everything else, for everybody to go 7 and 9.
Hey, stop being Chris Bosh. Y'all need to start being Kobe.
Ooh.
All right? You thinking you getting up early enough. You got to get up a little earlier.
That's right.
Chris Bosh got up early, say he was going to beat Kobe, but guess what? Kobe had already worked out and eaten breakfast, and Chris was just showing up. So Commander Tequila he's Kobe Bryant right now. Everybody else Chris Bosh.
Or just get Jeff's Cash App and send him $5 and you get to be first. Clearly, that's what the commander
gonna take more than $5.
Yeah, Jeff, go to the highest bidder.
Yeah, 100.
Speaking of the highest bidder, right before we came back from break there, Landfill said, hey.
Deborah said she was first once. Now, hold on now.
Congrats.
All right.
I mean, everybody's got a first time. Now, before the break, Landfill got in our ear and said, hey, guys, we need your Odyssey points. And so everybody knows the great Odyssey corporation we work for gives us points. And you can, give them to your coworkers as a way of saying thank you. And then your coworkers can buy
whatever
tchotchkes. Landfill, here's my thought. I've logged into Odyssey at work. I know that will make the cluster buster happy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check my email while I'm here.
You'll love to see it.
It doesn't work. I don't know. It doesn't work that way.
Who wants my points?
Yeah.
I want them, B. I want the points.
Sell me this pen. Why should we give them?
Yeah, why should I give it to you, Landfill?
I asked nicely.
He did it. I mean,
who else are you gonna give them to? Denton?
Nah, I give them to.
How do I get to the points?
I give them to Stevie.
Rewards.
Upper
I do
right-hand
like giving
corner.
them to Stevie. On the little picture of me.
Uh-huh.
I have 50 points available.
Yeah, just give me some of them. Give me like 25.
This is very hard to figure out who I'm giving them to. What is I want to give mine to Wendy. Wendy Knows Sports is my favorite segment.
Landfill, like, hold on, this is not how the game goes. I tell you I want the points, and you keep talking about who the hell you want to give them to. He want the points.
Is Wendy's last name start with a D, just so I have the right Wendy?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Wendy
Landfill,
is getting 20 points.
tell JP this not working how you wanted it to go.
I mean, it's not going great for me right now.
Don't worry, Landfill, you can have mine.
Thank you, B-Mitch.
How many you got to give?
I probably have a lot because I don't look at it.
What's a good category for Wendy? Creativity, courage.
I always go with courage.
Go with no sports.
I said my reason for why I gave her 20 Odyssey points was Wendy Knows Sports. Even though we didn't get the segment this week, I'm going to keep that to myself. Okay. Jeff, do you want the points?
Nah, give them to Landini.
Wow, that was very magnanimous.
Damn, that's so nice.
Generous.
Nice,
Maybe the
Jeffrey.
word I'm looking for. Now, Landville, one of the problems is you have 100 names. So there's an Andrew Mullins, a Larry Mullins, and a Steve Mullins.
Well, he's Andrew.
Who are you?
I'm definitely not Larry.
Maybe you should consider going by Larry, though. Have you considered that?
I think that's a new bit. Yeah, I think that has to be.
Definitely courage for Landfill. Okay. Right now I'm giving you 25 Odyssey points. My reason, I just wrote Larry, and the category is courage.
Thank you. That's heroic of you.
Bang. I think you got him.
I'm trying to find out what my damn the thing about going into this thing. You got to know that long ass passcode.
Yeah, dude. Logging into Odyssey is a giant pain in the butt.
Yes.
I have 80 points. Do you guys want me to buy something? Doesn't seem like 80 is enough. So I'll check back in later.
Next year.
All right. What is your biggest concern ahead of the Philly game?
My biggest concern is, I would just say, injuries.
I think a lot of times
The magnitude of different positions. That's all.
Yeah, man. I think a lot of times saying injuries is kind of a cop-out, but I think on a short week with everything going on, injuries are a major problem. And I think it starts with Brian Robinson. And then if you look at the injury report from yesterday, the offensive line, I asked DQ this and kind of got a roundabout answer because he's not an excuse maker. We've heard from excuse makers before. That's just not who he is.
Mm-hmm.
How much impact do you think the late bye week has on, I think specifically the O-linemen get banged up. That's what happens.
But see,
but not getting a break till December, how much of an impact does that make?
I mean, no matter when you get it, it's not going to be the right time. What if you get it in the fourth week? Then you got to go to the next. Yeah. You got to go all the way through Super Bowl if you were to make it.
Right.
So I mean, it's dependent. And let's be real now. He takes care of these guys.
Sure.
Most coaches take care of the guys today. So I don't. It's going to affect you, but football is a sport where you always got to get over the hump.
Jeff, can you name the starting 5 offensive linemen for the Washington Commanders?
Yes, I can. You have, what's his name? You got Coleman, Allegretti, Cosme, Scott, and Biotis, badass.
Okay, you went with Scott. Wiley was the plan, but you did well there.
Yeah.
Wiley didn't play last week.
Yeah,
so he
I
was
went
right.
based off of Wiley not playing. Now, if he's back, of course, Wiley.
Yeah. Well done.
What the hell are these points at?
I have no. It's very hard to find. Of those gentlemen that Jeff just named, a lot of them are on this injury report. Biotis has been limited both days of practice, ribs, thumb, and foot. I've been in a lot of post-game locker rooms. I've seen a lot of guys that are in a lot of pain. Biotis really gutted out that game against Pittsburgh. Brandon Coleman is on here with a shoulder, limited both days. Remember, Coleman missed a lot of time in training camp with a shoulder pec situation, which odds are was a shoulder. Cornelius Lucas, who would probably start ahead of Trent Scott, but has missed time since he went down. He went down before the Giants. When did he go down? He missed the game. The game Coleman missed. The game Coleman missed with the concussion. Lucas started, and then he got hurt, and Coleman was able to start. I think Lucas got hurt at the end of the Bears game, I believe. And then they were lucky because Coleman was back from the concussion protocol. So we keep going down this list. Lucas is still missing time with the ankle, 2 days limited. It's almost kind of not laughable, but like Allegretti and Cosme are beat to hell too. They're just not necessarily on the list.
Mm-hmm.
What is your level of concern? And then you've got Brian Robinson still dealing with the hamstring, 2 days of limited in practice. What is your level of concern with all these injuries, B?
I mean, it's football, Jay. I mean, like the thing of it is, we are actually talking as if we're the only team that's having
Totally.
injuries. Everybody has injuries at this point. So ultimately, I don't like the fact that guys are injured, but you know what? Everybody's dealing with it. So, like what Biotis did the other day is what most guys are going to have to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is when you show your guts. And I did like DQ's comments. He's like, I know what my team has, and they're fighters. He said nobody's happy about playing on a Thursday, but they would have played it on Wednesday if they had to.
Yeah,
that's the group they have put together here. Nobody go anywhere. Greenberg at 11. There's a man with a gun over there. B. Mitch Finlay, 1067 the fan. Since we're taking care of corporate business right now, we're giving away Odyssey points. I did check my Odyssey email, which is always an exciting day. Do you want to guess how many emails I have in my Odyssey email?
4,000.
Landfill, you got a number?
Because you never check it.
I'm going to guess that you have 486.
Jeffrey?
1,000.
1,519.
That
But
is insane.
Probably shouldn't say that out loud. The good news is it is Celebrate World Kindness Day. I just learned that in my Odyssey email. So shout out to everybody in the emails. As we talk about this Commanders game tomorrow night, and a lot of us keep referencing the injuries being a concern, there's another thing that I think is a concern that B-Mitch was way ahead of.
What?
Saquon Barkley.
I said that on I was talking to Philly this morning. I say Saquon Barkley gonna get Joe Shane fired. And they all fell off the damn chairs laughing.
Washington has struggled defending the run. Defensively, in their last 3 games, Washington's given up at least 100 yards. In the last 2, between the Steelers and the Giants, they gave up 170, 162 and 172.
Yeah.
Their run defense in yardage allowed, 28th in the NFL.
28.
And
I would like to see
Saquon might be a real problem.
I would like
in
to
this
see
game.
first half and second half because they adjust stuff in the second half most times.
Philly comes in with the 5th best rushing attack in the NFL because remember, it's not just Saquon, it's also Jalen.
Yeah.
Saquon's almost at 1,000 yards on the season. Jalen's at about 400. Damn. How many rushing touchdowns do you think Jalen's got on the season?
9.
10.
I'm close with this stuff every time.
You are a good guesser, dude.
I'm telling you, bro.
That's
what I do.
I think
I guesstimate.
like we've been talking about A.J. Brown because there's concerns about the secondary, and that's all legitimate. But Saquon, damn,
is a problem.
Dude, he's averaging almost 6 yards a carry.
Bro.
He's averaging 5.8 per carry and 110 yards
He
a
lost
game.
the step, man. That's what Joe Shane felt.
And the money wasn't even that crazy.
He lost the step.
Now, Joe Shane did let me on an elevator, so shout out to Joe Shane.
To hell with him.
Total yards, Saquon's at 1,150 on the season with 8 total touchdowns and with 1 fumble. Saquon probably on his way to, I guess he might not get the rushing title, though, because of what Derrick Henry's doing. I'm curious where that is. Philly, listen, they started the year rough. There was a legitimate conversation. Was it when they beat the Browns and Sirianni was arguing with the guy on the sideline? I mean, there was a legitimate conversation that Sirianni might not make it. They got through their bye week and have won every game since. They are 5-0 since they had an early bye, right? I think they had the week 5 bye. They're 5-0 since. And if you start to look at point differential, turnovers, I mean, all of a sudden Philly looks like the team we expected, which is kind of the opposite of how they were last year, where they started super hot and then just fell apart. Philly and Washington go into this thing with almost identical point differential, though. The Eagles are plus 72. Washington's plus 73. Dallas is minus 82, by the way, if you're looking.
Stop mentioning them Bamas, man. Nobody care about
5-game win streak could mean it's due to get broken. What do you think about the way Philly's playing right now?
No, I'm not talking about Philly. I'm talking about the other team you mentioned.
Yeah, okay, I won't mention
that. I think that they're playing good. I think they're playing very good. I think also their defense is susceptible. I think you can get them.
So that certainly appeared to be the case. They have really kind of put the clamps down lately. They rank 5th in points allowed, 2nd in yards allowed. Now, granted, the
question I ask is: are the defense much better? The offense starting to put so many points up that teams are getting away from being a balanced offense and they just going one dimensional.
So last week they curb stomped Dallas 34-6.
Dallas sucks.
And that dude, they beat Dallas that bad with 2 turnovers.
Yeah.
One thing that's interesting to watch.
That mean that they suck.
In the rough start, Dallas sucks. In the rough start, they started 2-2, right? They were turning the ball over a ton. In those first 4 games, they had 8 turnovers. Now, in the 5-game win streak, they only have 3 turnovers. However, all 3 of those turnovers came in the last 2 games. They gave the ball up twice to Dallas, and the week before that, they kind of squeaked by Jacksonville. And Jacksonville's bad. And if Trevor Lawrence doesn't throw, 1, just a terrible pass, and 2, Nakobe Dean doesn't make an outrageous interception, that game could have gone differently. They barely beat the Browns. That's when all the, they might fire Sirianni stuff. But then they rolled off a couple good wins. The Giants at the Bengals, Jags at home, at Dallas. Honestly, their best win right now is probably Green Bay. And that was 2 months ago in Brazil.
Yeah, but still, man, I just think when we start saying how, I say Dallas sucked, this, that, and the other, but you know what? You playing against professionals. And any Sunday they can beat you. They beat everybody that was on their schedule. I don't think they played one high school team, one college podunk team. They play professional teams every week. And that's who you're supposed to beat. It kills me when people go, oh, man, they ain't play nobody. You played who you played, and you beat them. That's the object of the game, right? So they won 5 in a row. You better be able to play against them, and you better not make mistakes because they can get you. Last year, and then early on, we thought that this team, they can't get over the hump. Now we're saying, damn, look how good they are because they beat whoever comes in their way. Just like we were beating everybody came our way. Can't worry about the necessarily the record because if you don't beat the bad teams, you don't end up in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's also, I was talking with my buddy last night. I call him Philly. You'll never guess where he's from. Matt Corrado is a hardcore Eagles fan, right? Mm-hmm. And he said, it's really cool that this game has some real juice to it. Yeah. And I agree with that. And Washington fans maybe got a little over their skis at various points during the run to 7-2. But dude, if you big games, this is what happens. You play good opponents. Yeah. This is what happens if you want to play in January. I liked this from Zach Berman, who covers the Eagles for that website we were talking about, PHLY, whatever, all Philly. The Eagles and Washington play twice a year, but it's rare for a game to have this type of juice. All right, you're the king of guessing, right? When do you think the last time that both teams had records of more than one game over 500 was?
The last time?
Basically, the last time both teams were good. Were like legit good. Oh, at least two games over 500.
Last year?
Mm-mm.
I thought we were 2-0 when we played them last year.
I thought that. But what was Philly's record?
They weren't bad.
I'll pull it up. According to that, hold on, you sure it was Philly in week 3?
I don't know.
No, that was week 4.
So we were 2-1. It's one game over 500, right?
Yeah, but they're saying at least like more than one game. So 2 games or more.
Okay, well, I read it. I took it wrong. So
well, maybe I'll read it again just for clarity's sake. Where the hell did you go? The last time both teams had records more than one game above 500.
Okay, when was that? I'm going to go. So it's 2024 now, 2020.
You played in this game.
Damn. Wasn't 2020.
Do you know who you played for in this game?
The Eagles.
The Eagles.
So 2000.
November 26, 2000.
Damn.
Donovan McNabb, Jeff George.
Damn. We won that game.
That's the year Vinny ran you out of town. And one of your favorite, there's a lot of names in this joint. One name you always bring up when you talk about the combine.
Ooh.
Mike Mamula had a sack for the Eagles. And Skip Hicks was the leading rusher for the Redskins.
What he had? 200 yards going east and west and 25 yards going north and south?
Nobody go anywhere. Greenberg next.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. It's the Washington Commanders versus Philadelphia Eagles tomorrow night at the Link at 8:15 p.m. Right tackle Andrew Wiley with the shoulder says he feels confident he will play tomorrow night. Practice for the team begins at 12:25 p.m. Head coach Dan Quinn, they want to eliminate drops in the passing game.
I wish like hell it was just constant improvement all the time, but that is what progress looks like some days. And you have to take the big picture. Are we doing the things right? Are we getting the right drills? Are we getting the right focus on the things? And when those are right, you stay through to that process and it kind of jumps back up again. And I'm looking forward to seeing us improve in that spot.
Quarterback Jaden Daniels on his recovery week to week.
Week in and week out, I feel good. I feel I get my body back right to be able to go out there and play on Sundays. Yeah, I think you take little tidbits from the vets and how they can recover throughout the week. But even more importantly, how can I recover throughout the shorter weeks and stuff like that. So just take tidbits, but for the most part, it's been pretty consistent.
The Capitals have reacquired Lars Eller from the Pittsburgh Penguins for a couple of future draft picks. Capitals versus Maple Leafs tonight, 7:15 on the Fan. Top 25 college basketball. Kentucky beat Duke 77-72. Closer to home, GW beat North Carolina A&T 85-80. Wizards against the Spurs tonight on Team 980. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
All right. I don't know how relevant this is, but considering we have Neil Greenberg, the official analytics expert of the B. Mitchell Finlay program. Unfortunately, there's no financial compensation for that title.
He gets a lot of recognition.
That's right.
Yeah.
This seems relevant, Greenberg. Our dear friend Wendy of Wendy Knows Sports fame sent me an email and sent the whole company an email. Good afternoon. I have a couple of tickets to Iron Maiden in Baltimore.
Whoa.
Do you want Iron Maiden tickets, Greenberg?
Do I want Iron Maiden tickets?
It was last night, idiot.
I'm aware. I was just I wanted to make the offer in case he couldn't make it, and then at least we offered.
But
and
no,
then,
you can't offer after the show's already been done.
I actually saw them. I've seen them 3 times. I saw them last time they came through. Johnny Cakes Allville got me a ticket, and we went together. So I have seen them. So there's no hard feelings that I missed out on this time around.
Well,
but
if you and Landfill could have played it cool, we would have just gotten credit for offering.
No, man.
Yeah.
Everybody already probably sitting there saying, fool, the concert passed already.
Greenberg doesn't know that this email's from yesterday.
Greenberg is an intelligent man. He would probably be like, JP was stupid.
Now, if you would have said Metallica, which is coming up, then I would take you up on that.
That's what he's offering you, Greenberg.
You know what?
He's going to pay for it, he said.
Greenberg, I know a fella that has a bald head, and his name is in the rafters at Northwest Stadium. And Metallica, I believe, is playing Northwest
Stadium. If I call
Stadium.
and ask for Metallica tickets, they're gonna say, "You know, you're not going there."
I think you and Greenberg should go to Metallica.
Oh, we can tape it. We can do like a video thing.
A TikTok. Greenberg and B. Mitch make a Metallica TikTok. Neil, did the Commanders get screwed last week against the Steelers?
I mean, they weren't done any favors. I think it obviously looked like, I assume you mean the Eckler first down. It looked like it was a first down. That's tough because I think Washington wins that game. They had a couple of bad bounces. That's probably the first game this year that they lost, right? Like I would say that they lost that game in terms of they just had it slip away from them. But yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, we're talking about a team that is clearly ahead of schedule. A win against Pittsburgh, I think, changes a lot of minds that weren't already changed about the team. Could have gone either way, but yeah, I think that they were robbed a little bit.
Specifically on the Ertz spot or what?
Yeah, the Earth spot, I think for sure. Because you look at the, I mean, I've seen a lot of still frame videos, and it looked like he was past the line. Now, I get the line on TV isn't the line that's the actual line. But we're talking about a couple, fractions of an inch maybe. It's a tough one. I mean, I think, the analytics say that Washington should have won that game when you adjust for factors like turnover luck and third and fourth down conversions, et cetera. They probably should have won that game by a field goal and said they lost by one. I think it's okay though. I mean, this is a game. It's okay. I mean, I think Washington's still very much in the mix for the division. I think they're still very much in the mix for the NFC. They were never going to go undefeated. There's going to be losses here and there. I think the only knock on the Commanders right now is the two losses have come against perceived good teams. So I think a lot of people still have doubts about them.
But think about this, though, Greenberg. I know people keep saying that. Those perceived good teams lost to horrible teams. Think about that. So
I'm with
what
you.
Is that?
I'm
asking overall, not saying you. What does that mean then? Like the perceived good teams lost to trash teams.
I think it's people looking for an excuse. To be honest, I think they're looking for an excuse to justify their priors of this Washington team was not supposed to be good this year.
Okay.
So I think that there's a lot of yeah buts, right? And I think I've talked about this before. I mean, the NFL is in a no-win situation because if you beat the teams that you're supposed to beat, you're still a fraud. And if you lose to teams that you're not supposed to lose to, you're a fraud. Like, it's very difficult to shake that type of mentality around a team unless you're blowing out, like, the Ravens by 50, and then you follow it up with blowing out the Steelers by 50 and then the Eagles by 50. Like that just doesn't happen in the NFL. There's going to be some weird stuff, fluky bounces, bad spots, weird penalties, etc. I think it's fine. 7-3, headed into the more than the halfway point of the season. I think it's going to be good. Obviously, big test against Philadelphia on short rest, and then you still have two more against Dallas in the division. The division is still very much up for grabs.
Division is very much up for grabs. A lot of it
tomorrow
night will go a long way in deciding who grabs it. Let me ask this, Greenberg. I don't know how you analytically answer this, right? Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post, knows the numbers, sports analytics, betting, all of it. Did Washington lose that game? Or did the Steelers win it? Was it a choke?
Yeah, I think that Washington lost it. I think if you play that game 100 times, Washington comes away a winner most of the time. The biggest gain for the Steelers in terms of like analytically the biggest gain was on a punt return fumble recovery. Stuff like that you can't really count on from week to week. And those are the things that the analytics try to tease out and adjust for, because that's not really what the true talent level of a team is. Like, we don't see many punt return fumble recoveries. So even though they count as points on the scoreboard, we try to mitigate that a little bit when we're looking at the underlying true talent level. I think it was just a game that Washington lost. I think it's in the overall grand scheme of things, I don't really think it changes anything. I still think Washington's a top 10 team. I think a lot of the objective power rankings out there will have them as a top 10 team. I know the subjective rankings are normally by record, so they're going to be up there as well. I think this is a good football team that still is trying to figure some stuff out, and they lost a close one. And their bigger test is on short rest and tomorrow night.
What's your overall assessment of the team as you just look at it without analysts? You see them play, you watch them play against different teams. When you look at them, what do you come away with?
They're a good team. They're a well-coached, well-put-together team. It's not easy to put all these new parts in. You have the offseason to get them up to speed, sure. But they're 7-2. They're 7-3. When many thought that they wouldn't win more than 6 games. So I do think they're very well coached. I think Dan Quinn in particular, and I'm not in the locker room, but this is just for me as an outsider, sees him as one of these player coaches that's not necessarily like he's buddy with you, but it's more like the players seem to know that he has their back and he commands respect, right? Like that to me is also a player's coach. It's not just a guy that, maybe like you goof off with in the locker room or whatever. I think he's really got command of this team. I think there's an adult in the room that commands a lot of respect, and I get the sense that the players enjoy playing for him. So I think it's a very well-coached team. I think that they're obviously exceeding expectations. But there's just a lot to like with this team on offense, obviously, but also the defensive improvement. I'm really impressed with what they've done this year.
There's a lot to be impressed by, and I'm glad you said all. But now tell the world where you have them in your power rankings. This is where you always make everybody mad.
Oh, I don't know if they'll be mad. I have them, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th. I have them 11th, but they're tied for the 11th with the Bengals. So really, I have them in like
With the Bengals, they destroyed the Bengals.
yeah, but it's you know how this works. It's not just like one game type thing. But that's fair. I think the better way to look at this is there's a clear like top 2, top 3 teams in my opinion. Detroit, Baltimore, and I would even put Buffalo in there, or you can kind of put Detroit and Baltimore and then kind of separate it: Buffalo, Philadelphia, Kansas City, and then I think you have like another group of like the 49ers, Chargers, Cardinals, Steelers, Bengals, Commanders. Like they're all bunched up, and you can move them up and down in these tiers any way that you want. I wouldn't really find any quibble with that. But I think that they're solidly like in the, they're solidly in the NFC contender category. And regardless of like where I have them ranked in terms of points, like I think there's only a handful of teams in the NFC where you can legitimately make a case that they're better, right? Detroit, Philadelphia, maybe, depending on how you feel about them. San Francisco, if they're healthy. And then I think Washington's right there. So I think that, in terms of the NFC, they're very well positioned. And I think my rankings reflect that.
I asked you about the Chiefs. The Chiefs haven't played a good game yet. They're still undefeated. Should the rest of the league say, damn, if they start playing well, we're in trouble, or what?
Yes. I mean, they're 9-0, and they have the best quarterback in the game. I would say arguably one of the best coaches in the game. They just got a new receiver who can stretch the defense and kind of gives Patrick Mahomes something else to work with. The fact that they're 9-0 is a little bit scary, right? And then they had DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, like you said, Patrick Mahomes hasn't played like out of this world, right? Like he had the game against San Francisco was kind of a clunker. They're winning a lot of one score games. But they're also the 2-time champion. And I mean, I'm not counting them out by any means. I do think they probably deserve to have like maybe 6 wins instead of 9, but even 6 wins in the NFL this year is still pretty good. So I think that they're obviously a top contender, and I don't think you would find a team in the league that would say, they have any interest playing Kansas City with any sort of stakes on the line.
All right. So specific to that, our friend Drew Cohen is a big listener of the show and a buddy of ours. He's very smart. So everyone will recognize that this question is not really coming from me. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here. You can follow Greenberg at @ngreenberg, sports writer and stats geek, not nerd, for the Washington Post. Okay. So Drew, analytical mind. He wants to understand what, if any, ways numbers can show, like we're just talking about the Chiefs. The Chiefs have been losing in the fourth quarter throughout the season and go on to win. And Mahomes might throw picks, but he doesn't do it late, right? Like I bet if you go and track Pat Mahomes' interceptions, the vast majority come in the first half of games. And I don't know what WEPA stands for, but like, is there a way to track that sort of stuff for teams that make plays late to win ball games?
Yeah, I mean, we can track anything. I mean, we can track anything. The challenge becomes how much do you weight it, right? Like how much does that really factor in? And there's an argument to be made that, really good teams don't trail in the fourth quarter that much, right? Like there's a stat out there, the fourth quarter comebacks. You have to be losing in order to have the comeback. So, like how much weight do we really give to that? And that's really what people are trying to figure out in analytical circles, especially. And that's really that's probably the biggest inroads of like artificial intelligence and machine learning is, how much do we weight this stuff? Like how much do we actually put, how do we adjust for a team that's losing, and then all of a sudden starts to win? Like, if there's a talent to win games, why isn't it expressing itself in the first 3 quarters and only the fourth quarter, right? Like that's kind of the question that we're looking at, and just trying to figure it out. I don't have an exact answer because we're still trying to figure it out, but that's really like the crux of the next frontier of analytics is, figuring out not only what matters, but by how much it matters. And, that also gets into, how much could we quantify these intangibles, the leadership values, the, locker room presence and, on the field, off the field type stuff. I mean, there's a lot that we don't know yet. But that's certainly one of them. And it's a great question. And we're still trying to figure it out.
It shows that the eyes and analytics are very similar because if you throw that interception in the first quarter and you throw a touchdown in the last quarter on the last drive and you win the game, nobody remembers what you did early.
Sure.
That's right.
Even in analytics, and I think the eye test will tell you when a guy needs to make it and he makes the plays, that's all people are concerned about. Tony Romo is not like because Tony Romo threw interceptions and had fumbles late in games. The dude threw 4 interceptions in the season, 6 in the season, but people still thought he was awful because he threw them at the most inopportune times.
Right, and how much of that, and how much of that is really relevant, right? Like if you think about it, even like the opposite of it, like if you're up by 20 and you tack on another touchdown, like how much is that extra touchdown really worth? Right, like you could argue it's
depending
not
on which side you bet on.
Yeah, it depends on the number.
True. I'm saying like just in the game, right? Like in a game setting type thing, like winning by 20, winning by 27, like what's the incremental value of that? Like there's just a lot of stuff that we're trying to figure out. People say that they have it figured out. I mean, I don't buy it. And honestly, if someone does have it figured out, you're probably not going to hear about it because it's very valuable. Mostly if you're in the context of what you just said in terms of betting, like, figuring out team strength and all that other stuff. But yeah, it's a great question and it's something that we're still learning.
What do you think happens tomorrow night? And give me a quick overview update.
I think Washington struggles against Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia's really come into their own. Jalen Hurts, especially. Ovechkin, best scorer on the planet, has been for a while. Doesn't need to catch Gretzky to prove that. At least not to me, but he certainly will have to do it to prove it to many. We are witnessing true greatness. Enjoy every possible second of it.
Except for the Canadians who are haters. Everybody recognizes Ovechkin's greatness.
He's the greatest to ever do it.
We recognize your greatness, Greenberg. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
That's our friend Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @NGreenberg. That's what we do on this program. We recognize greatness. And if you're looking to buy or sell a house in the DMV, you got to work with the greatest, John Leahy.
Just like John and Catherine, they were retiring and preparing to move to upstate New York. But the one thing that was complicating matters too much was they needed to sell their Silver Spring home while attempting to buy their next one. Leave it to John and his team. They went in and they made things work out. Well, all of a sudden, in 13 days, they sold that house for $730,000, which was $5,000 over the asking price. And if you're looking for your own stress-free transaction, reach out to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. They will make sure that they take care of everything you need, and it's going to be a seamless transition. Talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens, and if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
I mean, those are the kinds of things that separate John from the competition. You know what else helps? He's got a lot of people ready to buy your house. He has more than 10,000 buyers ready to buy that have already been verified. There's things John can do for you that the competition just can't. And a lot of it is just going to make your sales process easier. What if you're uncertain? Why don't you go to his website, johnsellsdmv.com. Check out the home valuation tool. See how much your house is worth. Then look around, see what other houses are out there. And if you want to move, have a conversation with John. That's the type of dude he is. He'll shoot you straight. If your house is worth it, if the next house is right for you and your family, you've got options. John knows what they are, and he can make the process easy. That's what you really want in this world. Time is our most precious resource. John will make it easy. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Previewing Washington Commanders versus Philadelphia Eagles, right tackle Andrew Wiley with his shoulder says he feels confident he will play tomorrow night. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on his talented wide receiver room.
Group by committee, obviously, everybody sees what Terry is doing, but the other guys come in and they do their job. Those are the people that work extremely hard. When the ball comes away, they're able to make plays, and they do the dirty work, man. They do whatever Cliff and the offense asks them to do, whether it's blocking on the perimeter, blocking in the run game, stuff like that. So it's a lot of selfless guys in there.
Eagles lead the East by half game, so it's a gigantic game for both teams with 7 victories. Thursday night, 8:15 from the Link. The Capitals have reacquired Lars Eller from the Penguins for 2 picks. Eller spent 7 seasons with the Caps and hit the cup-clinching goal in Game 5. Capitals on air tonight, 7:15, Maple Leafs on the Fan. Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana are your top 5 in the college football playoff rankings. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
All right, yeah.
I'm feeling this. Who's this? Some yacht rock.
38 Special.
Shout out to 38 Special. Don't they also sing Black Betty? That doesn't sound like the same band.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. News. Colts going back to Anthony Richardson. Good luck with all that.
I'm going to ask you a question. Was that based off of the coach, or did the owner call and say that?
Flacco's been bad, too. I don't know.
Flacco is throwing less than 46% completion rate? I doubt that, seriously.
I mean, I don't know that anybody.
Well, if Anthony has played bad and Flacco played bad, shouldn't they be replacing somebody up front?
So last week against the Bills, when did they go to Flacco? After the Houston game was when he checked himself out, right? What would you do if the quarterback pulled himself out because he was tired?
That's at that point.
Don't you think that's benchable?
At that point, I don't think I'm going back to him, because the team, when he quit on the team, they don't want to deal with that anymore. Let him check himself out again. Maybe he should get in shape. Instead of just thinking about how he can flip, he can do all these back flips and all that. Get in shape, dude.
All right, here's where we are. Richardson has started 6 games. Flacco has started 4, okay? In 4 starts from Flacco. Now, he's played a little bit more because he's come in relief.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got 4 starts. They've each played in 6 games.
Okay.
So we'll just say 6 games to make it kind of even. The Colts have a 1-3 record. He's completing 66% of his passes. He's averaging about 200 yards a game, 195 a game, with 9 touchdowns and 5 picks.
That's Flacco.
Flacco.
Now,
he's also been sacked 13 times.
But you tell me that's worse than what you about to tell me now?
Nope.
All right.
But they have 1 more. In Richardson's 6 starts, the team is 3-3.
Mm-hmm.
He's completing. It's hard to read these as NFL numbers. He's completing 44% of his passes, averaging about 160 pass yards per game, 4 touchdowns against 7 picks. He's been sacked 9 times. Now, it's fair to add on the rushing yards here.
Okay.
For Richardson, 41 carries, 240 yards with a touchdown, 17 first downs on the ground. He's averaging about 6 yards per carry on the ground. But Brian, he's also fumbled 6 times.
Okay. So that's 15.
If you're going scores to turnovers, which is the modern way to look at this,
he's going 1 to 2.
5 to
oh no,
5 to
1
13.
to 3.
5 to 13.
Damn near 1 to 3, 1 to 2.7, 2.6.
Whereas Flacco's 9 and 5. What do you think Joe Flacco's rushing totals are on the season?
Probably minus 20.
Well, it's kind of BS because they no longer take sack numbers away from
okay,
rushing
so
totals.
he has 22 yards.
25.
I told you I'm close with this
on
stuff, dog.
8 carries. 2 first downs, though. Flacco's got 3 fumbles. Now, I don't know if those are fumbles lost. Yeah, they need to represent fumbles lost, not just fumbles. But I don't know. Good luck in Indy. Somehow people will keep saying how good Chris Ballard is at his job. I don't have a relationship with that dude. I know how some of this works when GMs are really smart about being good to the media,
Mhm.
and they just kind of continue to be employed. So good to him. Good for him. I did want to talk about another roster move. This is not in Indiana. This is here, right? Cha. Do you remember there was some excitement when Washington paid up a little bit to sign Chig Anuzium, the cornerback from Colorado State, as drafted free agent? You remember that?
Yeah.
So here is the reality is when you have a guy on your practice squad, any other team can sign that player. They just have to put them to their active roster.
Okay.
So long, Chig Anuzium.
Gone.
Gone. Guess where? You're good at this. Now you have 1 of 31 shot here, so I don't know how good you'll be at this.
Eagles.
No.
Giants.
Cleveland.
Ugh, I was going to keep going to NFC East teams.
I think a whole thing, a lot of folks are going to say, oh my gosh, we're so bad at corner. Why didn't he play? If they're so bad at corner and he didn't play, tells you
That should tell you a little something.
like at some point you got to believe in what the staff here knows. Ideally, you have a long time to develop somebody. That's one of the nice parts of the practice squad is you get more time to really have some development go on inside of these NFL buildings where that usually wasn't the case.
Yeah.
But Anuzium's gone and he's on their active roster now. So I wouldn't hold your breath for him to come back. All right. What I wanted to do, and the great Landini has Dan Quinn's presser from yesterday. I want to let you hear this, B. I asked him about the late bye week. And one thing I really like about DQ is there's just no excuses ever.
Yeah.
And I think Ron wanted to be a no excuse guy, but then kind of just like couldn't help himself and made them all the time. They don't get a bye week until the middle of December. They've been playing football since late July. Dan Quinn on the impact of a late bye week. Number 12, Landfill.
When you get to it, then it'll be good. So I would say I look at it that way to say who wouldn't want a late bye, as the team goes. But as you're getting to that spot, there's challenges that go with that. I don't necessarily think of the team before they had one, but I do think about how it does affect some practices. If a position group may have, more vulnerability to injuries than other, then you do have to adjust your practices. Having a Thursday game, it happens quickly, but I do think it favors a group like ours. This is a really tough-minded group. And so if you told them it was going to be on a Wednesday, they'd be down for it. And so I do think short weeks, it's hard, but it also favors guys who are like, hey, man, I'm down for the fight and I'll be ready and whatever it takes kind of attitude. And we got a lot of those kind of guys with a big, giant-sized chip on their shoulder. And so Thursday short, they would have done it on Wednesday if they had to.
I like that. I tend to agree with them.
Yeah.
You and I haven't talked about this. Sam Cosme addressed the team after the loss to the Steelers and just told those guys they're all brothers and they're going to keep fighting.
There you go.
And a lot of times I'd be skeptical of that kind of messaging. It's real in that room.
Yeah, but I think the whole thing about it is when you get someone who is not that person speaking, you get people who just want to act like, all of a sudden now, we lost, got a camera in front of me or whatever. Or I got somebody's.
We've seen that.
We've seen that. But I think Sam has grown into becoming a leader of this team. He never forced it, but now he's at that position. And he's letting his voice be heard. But, that's the message you always have to tell. Make sure guys understand, listen, man, we're in this thing. People outside of us going to start questioning and saying different things, talk about the offense, defense, but no, we got to stay connected. And if they stay connected, is all that matters. They got to depend on each other.
Staying connected will be vital, especially against Saquon Barkley. Number 3, Landfill.
Yeah, he's an incredible player. I think the combination, where he can take somebody's leverage and try to work outside because he has the speed to go and then the ability to spin or to change leverage. And so that, to me, is a factor in itself, the ability to start and stop with that explosive nature that he has and try to break somebody's leverage. So the tackling, the angles, you want to make sure that point is really hammered home over and over. So that, he's an incredible player, great hands, the run game, the pass game. So when you see him in the Giants doing similar things and now doing similar things here, that transfers.
Saquon's a problem. What about Brian Robinson, a hell of a running back in his own right? Will he be good to go for tomorrow night's game against the Philadelphia Eagles? You'll hear from B-Rob next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boost on everything from spreads to over and unders and even player props. So don't let the weekends have all the fun. Take advantage of Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Who knows? It might just become your favorite day. Look for Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in FanDuel app and to find your profit boost. New to FanDuel? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, shout out to 50. You want to close that door, B, so we don't bother all these people, these nice people. I just looked up some interesting information with perhaps a trend that I don't love to see. Washington's won 7 games this year.
Mhm.
In 7 games, in their 7 wins, they've won the time of possession battle in 6 of the 7 wins.
Mhm.
In their 7 wins, they average about 33 minutes time of possession throughout,
Mhm.
right? How do you win time of possession? Typically, it's long drives.
Yeah.
It's converting third downs.
Yeah.
Early in the year, they were really, really good on converting third downs. If you look at just kind of the efficiency, they stayed ahead of the sticks. In their 4 wins from week 2 to week 5, they were 7 of 14 on third down week 2. That was against the Giants at home. Then they had the back-to-back road trips, 5 of 9 on third down at Cincinnati in that Monday night wild one. Week 4 in Arizona, probably their best, most complete game of the year. 9 of 12 on third downs in the desert. That's crazy efficient.
Hell yeah.
Then they get back home. Week 5 was against the Browns. 8 of 17. That's 55%. I mean, that's really good.
8 of 17 is not 55%.
That's about 48. 45%. Then you get to the Ravens loss, which I've separated because that was a loss. So week 7, 8, and 9, they win 3 in a row. But the third down efficiency really starts to dip. 5 of 10, 5 of 15. And then the week 9 win in New York in the Meadowlands, B, was the first win this season where they lost time of possession.
Mm-hmm.
And they were only 5 of 12 on third downs.
Okay.
Hard to not notice that was also one of the 3 games Brian Robinson was out, and it was the only win with Brian Robinson out. But they're 5 of 12 on third down and losing TOP. So it's just kind of interesting to look at this.
When Brian is in there, the play action and all those different little things makes a world of difference. Where those linebackers get sucked up, and then you can hit it right over the top of them. So it's things work hand in hand.
So with that, there's a big question if B-Rob could go tomorrow night. Brian Robinson spoke with the media on Tuesday.
I can't. It's not my decision, obviously, but I think I have a really great chance.
How much has the hamstring improved? Like, what have you noticed differently over the last couple of days or weeks?
I've improved tremendously. A lot of things, a lot of movements I haven't been able to make, over the last couple of weeks. I'm starting to build confidence in again. So, that was the biggest thing with a hamstring is, building the confidence back in, your strength. And I feel like I've been able to do that.
Is there a certain drill or test you have to do during during pregame warmups on Thursday to kind of know, all right, feels good, let's go?
I mean, everything I do from start to finish, is going to, help me, determine, where I'm at and how I feel. So, that process starts, as soon as I wake up in the morning. So, just looking forward to that.
Have you been able to go do an all-out sprint yet, or have you tested it like that?
No, they haven't allowed me to do an all-out sprint yet. I've just been doing, motions, well enough to just, continue to make progress. So, I feel like, once it's time for me to run the sprint, I'll feel good to do that.
What's that sound like to you, B?
He wants to go, but they are making a decision, and they're going to let him know when he can or when he can't.
How does that sound for tomorrow night? Not great, right?
Not necessarily. But then again, you never know. Could be play with it a little bit.
I don't think that's it now. There's always perhaps some level of gamesmanship. I thought, when did Jaden hurt his ribs? I don't even remember now. I thought there was legitimate gamesmanship that week when he hurt the ribs, and then there was just no announcement until I guess it was the Bears game, wasn't it? He hurt him against the Panthers, and then it was the Bears game.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was some level of gamesmanship. Why not take it all the way to the end of the week? But it really started to feel by Thursday that he was playing. I don't think this is the case because B-Rob's now missed 3 games this year. A hamstring, as you well know, Jaden's injury shows a lot of guts by Jaden. Shows a lot to be impressed about by him because it's largely a pain tolerance thing. What can you get through? Hamstring ain't that because you can make it worse.
I understand that, but like I told you, I played with a guy that didn't practice all week but played in the games and balled out.
Sure, but he's missed the last 2.
Yeah, but he missed the last 2, which means he could be healthy now.
He might be. I'm not saying one way or another. That's why we're in freaking Ashburn today, is because we want to try to get as much information as possible. I don't know, but looking at that data I just kind of talked about, the third downs, if you look at their last 4 games, the third down efficiency has really taken a hit. And then, I mean, hell, in the Steelers game, even the fourth down efficiency took a hit. They converted 5 of 14 against the Steelers. Not great numbers, man. And they were so good at staying on the field, getting those long drives, staying ahead of the sticks, makes third down easier. You definitely saw against Pittsburgh that kind of was not the case. They saw way more 3rd and 8, 3rd and 11, those sorts of things. I don't think you can do that against Philly. Now, what can you do against Philly? Our guy, Dave Zangaro, joins us next to figure that out.
It'll be the Commanders and the Eagles in a great Thursday night matchup. Right tackle Andrew Wiley with his shoulder feels confident he'll play tomorrow night. Practice today for the team starts very shortly at 12:25 p.m. Marshawn Lattimore did not practice on Tuesday. He's questionable for the game against the Philadelphia Eagles. Brian Robinson Jr. also hamstring. He was limited in practice on Tuesday. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on the Eagles defensive front.
Very good front, very young. Or I wouldn't say very young, but they're younger guys. You got Jalen Carter and those type of guys that are very athletic, could get out there, the passer can stop and run. So it's going to be a good challenge for us.
Washington 7-3, Philly 7-2, Thursday night 8:15 from the Link. Anthony Richardson will start for the Colts in Week 11. The Chicago Bears have waived guard Nate Davis after a late scratch in the 19-3 loss to the New England Patriots. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence will sit out another game. Mac Jones will start against the Lions. Capitals reacquire Lars Eller from the Pittsburgh Penguins for future draft picks. Eller spent 7 seasons with Washington, 2016 to 23, recording 208 points. Capitals on air tonight, 7:15 against the Maple Leafs on the Fan. Wizards continue their road trip, 7:45 at the Spurs on Team 980. Joel Embiid returned and held to 13 by Karl Anthony Towns in a 111-99 loss to the Knicks. Top 25 college basketball, Kentucky beat Duke 77-72. Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana are the top 5 in the college football playoff rankings. I'm Byron Curl on the Fan.
Old man's money.
But you know it don't matter anyway.
Little Hall and Oates bringing us in at high noon on a Wednesday. When you hear Hall and Oates, it means we're going to Philly. Talk to our boy Davey Z. Dave Zangaro covers the Eagles. Done it a long time. Does a great job. You can check him out on the Eagle Eye podcast. Dave, what up, dude? How are you?
Yo, what's going on, guys? I'm so excited for this game.
When is the last time you said that with this team coming to town?
Man, it's been a long time. This is a lot of fun. I think back to when I chatted with you guys in the summer. I don't think any of us expected this game to have this much hype around it, but it's really cool.
Yeah, it really is.
It is.
The Eagles, I mean, did we have you on, or maybe I was just texting with you? It seemed like that ship was sinking 6 weeks ago, and Sirianni seemed nuts. All of a sudden, everything is cool up there. They've won 5 in a row. What has changed, and what is kind of the temperature now?
Yeah, the vibes are very good with this team right now, and you win 5 in a row, it's going to feel pretty good. They got off to a 2-2 start. It was rough. But they had that early bye week, and I think that early bye, when the schedule comes out, you go, a week 5 bye looks like way too early. And that's not to say, week 13, week 14, they're not going to be feeling it a little bit. But I think it was a good time for them. And I think they figured out a lot of stuff during that bye week. And since then, it's been a lot better. Now, the competition they've faced in the last few weeks hasn't been great, but they've done what they needed to do. They've kind of beaten up on some lesser opponents, which is always a big question. I think at times when the Eagles haven't been very good, they've let lesser teams stick around with them, and they've either lost the games or they've been too close. But to see the kind of blowout wins they've had recently, I think things are looking much better. And as much panic as there was, I think, from the outside, they didn't really feel as much panic inside when they were 2-2. They still had some belief in the players they had, and in Nick Sirianni too, which, he kind of went through a lot early this season, but everything's looking pretty good right now.
Have there been any injuries up there that people are concerned about?
For the most part, they're a pretty healthy team. In fact, they might get Jordan Mailata back this week. He's obviously the really good left tackle who had missed the last 4 weeks. He's been on IR with a hamstring injury. They activated his practice window this week, so there's a chance he's ready to play. They have a few little lingering injuries. Devontae Smith's been dealing with a hamstring. Dallas Goedert has a little bit of an ankle injury, but for the most part, they've been a pretty healthy team to this point.
Yeah, they have been pretty healthy. The The turnovers. It's funny. I kind of looked at some of the numbers, and in that 2-2 start before the bye, they had 8 turnovers. In the 5 games since, they've got 3 turnovers in 5 games, which is obviously a great sign. But then the flip side of that is all the 3 turnovers have come in the last 2 games. So what version of these events is real? The turnover prone team or the lock it down team?
Yeah, I think they are not a super turnover prone team right now. You know, early in the season, it was a problem. And it was like the 2-2 start, you're seeing Jalen Hurts. He's being careless with the football, a lot of turnover worthy plays, which is a really nice stat from PFF that I like quite a bit, because I think turnovers, there's like a fluky nature to that stat in general, because, you know, there are some plays that end up, you know, it bounces off a receiver's hands. You know, it's not really the quarterback's fault, but I thought Jalen early this season was putting the ball in harm's way too often. So it was something he needed to clean up, and I think he has. Last week against the Cowboys, he did throw a pick, but I mean, I kind of thought it was just a really nice play by Trayvon Diggs. I have a hard time faulting Hurts for that. And then, you know, the other one was a Micah Parsons comes free and knocks the ball out. He has to be better there, but for the most part, I think he's done a really good job protecting the football. And then on the flip side, the Eagles defense has been getting takeaways at a crazy rate recently. So, I mean, turnover differential is, other than points, the most important stat in football. And the Eagles weren't very good early, and they're really good at it now. So I think that when you look at this 5-game win streak, that's a really important part of it.
For sure. And I think Hurts has looked so good lately. I mean, that Dallas, the second half of that game was just a straight demolition. And when he really gets his legs going, and where is Hurts at in the scale of, we've seen him be an MVP candidate and we've seen him look pretty ineffective at times?
Yeah, I think he's healthy. And I know there was a thing here last week where Nick Sirianni kind of revealed that he's dealing with a little ankle injury, but he looks faster than he did last year. And when you have that +1 in the run game, it's a big deal, which you guys are seeing now, obviously, with Jaden Daniels. But he looks healthy. He's, like I said, since the bye week, he's been making much better decisions. Now, they have kind of been leaning on the run game way more since the bye, so they haven't asked him to do quite as much. It's been a little more limited in terms of, like, they're not saying, hey, Jalen, go out and win us this game. It's been a lot of, we have a really good offensive line, and Saquon Barkley, who's one of the best running backs in the league, kind of let him do his job. But that's not to say that they're not going to need Jalen to really throw the football at some point in one of these games. Heck, it could happen Thursday night. They might need him to air it out a little bit. But the recipe since the bye week really has been run the ball with Barkley, let the offensive line dictate the way they're going to play these games, and then strategically let Jalen air it out. He's been really good throwing the deep ball. That's been their recipe. It doesn't mean it's going to be the recipe for the rest of the year, but that's what's been working recently.
Well, you say he's healthy now. Because him being injured last year, because when you saw him playing, you could see something was bothering him. That could be part of what the problem was last year.
Yeah, I think that's probably part of it. And it's like, you know, injured is like, it's kind of a catch-all, right? Because, like, was he on the injury report every week? No. But did he look healthy? Were the bumps and bruises of a season catching up with him? I think absolutely. I mean, he didn't look like the same player in the second half of 2023 that he did in the 2022 Super Bowl season. He just looked slower. He looked a little more labored out there. So I think overall health is much better this year. He just looks faster. And I know it's like anecdotal. It's tough to really say he's faster, but I mean, watching him, he looks like the 2022 version a little bit. And that's a big deal, because in 2023, it felt like they were still trying to reap the advantages of that +1 in the run game, but he wasn't able to make things happen with his legs. So not only were teams not respecting his ability to run, but when they tried to do it, they weren't picking up any yards, and they were kind of putting themselves behind the sticks. So this year, with him looking healthier, with him looking faster, it's not like they have to rely on him running the football, but just his presence in the run game, I think, has helped Saquon. And then on the flip side, I think Saquon's presence has really helped him and the rest of the offense.
All right, let's one specific person we need to talk to. We're talking with our friend Dave Zangaro from NBC Sports Philadelphia. You can follow him at DZangaro NBCS. Davey Z, Saquon's been killing it.
Sure.
What you have a story, I guess, pinned on your profile from maybe last week or earlier this week about what Saquon has found in Philly and how well it's all going there?
Yeah, I mean, he's just been unbelievable.
He's
doing things on a field that I've never seen anyone do. It's like, it's
that
pretty
reverse hurdle was nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny because I talked to his coach about that, his running backs coach, and it's everyone in Philadelphia except him loved that play because the running backs coach is going, please don't do that.
Sure.
Stay on the ground, please. But with Saquon, he kind of went through some weird times at the end of his career with the Giants, with the franchise tag, and then with free agency playing out the way it did and in such a public manner on Hard Knocks. So it was cool. Basically, the gist of the story that I wrote was his running backs coach, Jamal Singleton, sat him down before the season and just basically told him how much he thought of him as a player and said he was the highest rated player he's ever scouted in this league. And he said, like, I still think you're that guy. I think we can do some special things. And you don't think about a guy like Saquon Barkley, who's been like a top draft pick and a Pro Bowler, needing that type of confidence boost, but he apparently did. And he said it really went a long way just to know that his coach believed in him that much. And he's been incredible. He's 9 yards shy of 1,000 for the season. He's running so well. And like the touches have been a big topic here of conversation among media members and fans. Like, is he touching the ball too much and all this? But having an offensive line like the Eagles have, he's not taking the beating that he took in New York. I mean, so many of his yards are before contact now. So yes, he's touching the ball an awful lot, but he's been able to stay pretty healthy so far.
I think that just further resonate. Like I always tell people, football players are human beings first, and everybody wants to feel respected. They want to feel like somebody really do believe in them. And when you get that, it frees a lot of stuff because halftime, if you listen to the most comments made about athletes, it's as if they are something other, like unhuman. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and
what the running back coach did was perfect.
Yeah, and it compounds because there's so much pressure too. Like sports psychology to me is fascinating, and like in the last few years, it feels like teams are really buying into it more and more, and they're employing sports psychologists, and they're like really worried about and focused on the mental side of this because it's a big deal. It's like there's so much pressure on these guys. He's such a public figure, and like everyone in the world saw his free agency play out on national TV. Like that has to have an effect on you. So it's like the first time we've ever seen that, right? And that's probably the last time
was wild
we'll ever
watch.
see. Yeah, it's probably the last time we'll ever see a team do the offseason Hard Knocks, and he was like the focal point of it. So I think it's been a breath of fresh air for him to be in Philadelphia, and so far it's been just an incredible free agency signing.
You know what was wild is that game was when the Commanders played the Giants that day. And I guess, was that a 4:00 game when he had the reverse hurdle joint?
I think
it must have been.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I was in the Commanders locker room when I saw that happen. And I was like, whoa. And then I showed it to a bunch of defensive linemen because they're like, what? And I was like, check this out. And I showed it to them on my phone. And they're all just like, whoa. Like that specific play was just so absurd. Has he answered like how he thought of that?
He didn't.
Yeah.
He just reacted.
Yeah, it's more just reacting. The crazy thing is like, even without the reverse hurdle, it's still an incredible play. He still would have made two guys miss and with a spin move in there. I think
the move before was sick too.
It was incredible. Yeah, but I think he was like starting to set up another spin move and didn't quite get there, and then kind of saw the other guy coming out of his peripheral and decided to hurdle. It's not the first time he's done it. It's the first time he's done it this clean and impressively. But he has kind of done a reverse hurdle before. He did it at Penn State against Iowa. But this one was like, I've never seen anything like it. I don't think we'll ever see anything like it again, honestly.
It has been nuts. All right, so clearly Philly's hot. Washington isn't as hot as they've been. Two players on the Eagles defense I think have been great. Bond, the linebacker, and Dean, the linebacker. How good is that middle level?
Yeah, it's amazing because it's been a really long time since the Eagles had linebacker play like this. And Zach Bond, when they signed him, everyone kind of thought he was going to be kind of a situational edge rusher in the Andrew Van Ginkel kind of mold, where Van Ginkel played for Fangio last year in Miami. But give credit to Fangio, because Howie Roseman said, here's Zach Bond. We think he could be a situational edge rusher. Fangio watched him and said, no, I think he's an inside backer. And ever since then, he's been an inside linebacker. He's been a starter, and he's playing at a Pro Bowl level. It's not even like
coach
for a
help
while,
out every once in a while.
Yeah. I mean, for a while, it was like, okay, he's good for an Eagles linebacker. Then it was, okay, he's good for a guy who hasn't played linebacker very much. And now it's like, no, he's just good. He's been one of the better linebackers in the league. And it's been fun to watch. Nakobe's been a little more up and down, but he's been solid too as the mic, as the signal caller for the defense. So they're getting good play from those two guys. And then since we'll probably talk about it anyway, Quinyon Mitchell, the rookie cornerback, he's been excellent. And I can't wait. The one matchup I'm so excited for in this game is Quinyon Mitchell against Terry McLaurin, because
is Quinyon the talker?
On the field? Yeah. He's a little trash talker on the field. It's like little quick jabs on the field from what I've heard from defensive backs. It's like, that route was trash type stuff. He'll let you hear it a little bit. He's confident.
Okay.
You're saying, though, Quinyon versus Terry. Terry has killed the Eagles in his career.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he absolutely has.
Dave said, I know.
What do you think for this weekend with Mitchell?
Yeah, I think Mitchell's been their better corner this year, and that's not a knock on Slay. I think he's still playing pretty well, but he's a 33-year-old corner, and Father Time's catching up a little bit. Yep. I'm excited to watch Quinyon in this game. The stats aren't there. He hasn't had a pick yet. He's been really close. He's dropped a few. I think if he had a couple picks, we'd be talking about him as a potential defensive rookie of the year. I mean, he's been playing that well. And from day one, he was a day one starter for this team. I don't know. I think McLaurin's going to get his. I don't think you're going to shut out a guy like that, but I think it's going to be a battle. I think that Quinyon's going to have his wins too. And the Eagles will help a little bit. This Vic Fangio too high shell, like they have the opportunity to shade a little bit and help out with the McLaurin on that side, and I think they will. But there are going to be times where they're just one-on-one, and the better man is going to win. So I think it's going to be fun, and it's going to be fun because this is not just a one-game matchup. I mean, this is going to be hopefully the next few years getting to watch these two guys go at it.
I'm with you there. You haven't seen Jaden yet. I know that you put the time in and are a good reporter and watch the tape. What do you think about Jaden against this Eagles defense?
He's been fun to watch, man. Does not look like a rookie, that's for sure. I think I've been so impressed by the way he's like protecting the football, and something's got to give this weekend because the Eagles have been so good at getting takeaways. He's been so good at playing in a way that he's not turning it over. So I think that's really what this game could come down to. If he's able to do that and not allow the Eagles to make big plays on him, I think that it's going to go a long way for the Commanders. I think Zach Bond, who we mentioned, is going to have a big role in this game. He has that kind of sideline-to-sideline speed as a backer that you might need, especially if they're going to run some like zone read type stuff with Daniels, which they have been doing. I think his legs scare you if you're the Eagles as much as his passing ability. And that's not to say he's obviously been a great pocket passer, but typically the Eagles have struggled at times with quarterbacks who have that running ability. So I think Bond is a big player to watch in this game. But yeah, I mean, the Commanders' offense, as you guys have seen, has been pretty outstanding. So the Eagles have been good in recent weeks defensively. They keep getting better and better because it's a young defense learning a pretty intricate system. But this is the biggest test they'll face so far.
What are you feeling for tomorrow night?
I think it's going to be a close game. I really do. And it's funny because when the schedule came out, I didn't really care that this was a Thursday night game. Now I wish that both teams had a full week to prepare for it,
Yeah.
just because I feel like we're getting robbed a little bit.
Yeah, because these games are usually gross.
Yeah.
Thursday nighters.
So, I don't know. I think maybe it kind of comes out in the wash a little bit. The Eagles had to travel back from Dallas, but they also got the rest of their starters in the fourth quarter. So I think that kind of balances out with Washington being at home last week. I think it's going to be a close game. I think I'm going to pick the Eagles. I think I'm going to kind of just go with the home team on this one, but I really think it's kind of a coin flip game. I think it could go either way.
Last thing,
right.
I've seen Devontae Smith on the injury report. What's his health? Obviously a key player.
Yeah, he's been dealing with a hamstring. He had it last week too, so it's really just like managing it for him. I expect him to play. They had that kind of mini bye week after the Thursday game to give him some extra time. I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be good to go. I don't think I have anyone who's like the one big question mark injury wise is Mailata, just if he's ready or not. I think everyone else is going to play.
Would they put Mailata out there that fast? I mean, he just got activated 2 days ago or something, right?
Yeah, and the tricky part is that they don't have any actual practices this week. It's all walkthroughs.
Right.
So it's about like putting him through some extra stuff on the side to see if that hamstring is ready. I think there's a good chance he plays.
Okay, but Dean, Goddard, Slay, Smith, the guys that have been limited on there, you think are all full go, right?
Yeah, I think most of those guys will be able to play.
All right. Davey, thank you, buddy. Always
All right,
appreciate it.
All right, Dave.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right, bro.
That's our guy, Dave Zangaro from NBC Sports Philadelphia. Give him a follow at DZangaro NBCS. Check out the Eagle Eye podcast. Him and Reuben Frank. Rube do a great job.
Yeah.
Nobody go anywhere. The Commanders practicing a little early.
All right.
We'll give you an update.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're totally missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It's the Commanders and Eagles tomorrow night in Philadelphia. Right tackle Andrew Wiley talked about his shoulder. He says he feels confident he will play tomorrow night. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on his recovery from week to week.
Week in and week out, I feel good. I feel that I get my body back right to be able to go out there and play on Sundays. Yeah, I think you take little tidbits from the vets and how they can recover throughout the week. But even more importantly, how can I recover throughout the shorter weeks and stuff like that. So just take tidbits, but for the most part, it's been pretty consistent.
Kickoff is 8:15 tomorrow night from the Link. Around the league, Anthony Richardson will start for the Colts in Week 11. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence will miss his second consecutive game, and Mac Jones gets the call against the Lions. The Bears have released guard Nate Davis. The Capitals have reacquired Lars Eller. Eller scored the cup-clinching goal in Game 5. Capitals on air tonight at 7:15 versus Toronto Maple Leafs live on the Fan. Wizards continue road trip 7:45 tonight at San Antonio Spurs on Team 980. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Ah. All right. We got to get to our NFL power rankings a little later in the program. It is a Wednesday, which means power rankings. Commanders practice going on right now, so they're a little ahead of schedule. We were told that practice would start at 12:25. Instead, they went around noon.
Gotta get to that plane, dog.
What do you? Do you make anything of that outside of just, hey, let's go?
That's it.
I agree. I think this is a good question. Landfill asks, who is the Eagles' biggest offensive threat in this game? A.J. Brown, who has killed this team, Washington, repeatedly. Saquon Barkley, who is killing the whole NFL but hasn't played Washington yet. Or Jalen Hurts, who has been good but not outrageous against Washington in his couple seasons as starter.
I'd go with Saquon. Hands down. I think Saquon makes the offense go.
It does feel like he's a difference maker, even just compared to like last season. Hurts in his 7 starts against Washington is 5-2, completing 66% of his passes, 12 touchdowns against 3 picks. This is pretty wild. He's averaging about 250 per game, 250 pass yards per game.
Jalen?
He's not always like the most high total passer. You know what I mean? So that's obviously a pretty significant number. I'll turn to the boys in the aquarium. What do you consider to be the biggest threat in this game to the Commanders' defense, Jeffrey?
I'm going to say the receivers as a whole.
Devontae and AJ?
Yes.
What is the threshold where they take over the game versus just kind of get theirs to you?
How would I? If it comes down, JP, you know what? I'm gonna put it like this. The reason why I say it's the receivers as a whole, because I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to feel like, we just picking on BSJ, but it is what it is. I just feel as though if they need a play with either one of them guys, because of the speed of Devontae, because of the size of AJ, or shoot, I don't want to play it off, but what if they try to do something like Jahan Dotson and they not expecting it? St. Juice is on them, boom, over the top. That's just the only thing I'm worried about, bro. I don't have the Jahan Dotson was just a reach, just to play on how bad.
You sound nervous, Jeff. Are you nervous?
I'm not nervous. It's just without secondary. I'm just
nervous, right, B?
So in the beginning of the year, JP, I was more nervous about our run game. Like if this game was earlier in the year, I would have been like, man, Saquon, I don't know how we're gonna stop Saquon because we get ran through. But these last couple of weeks, our run defense has been stepping up. Only thing is, I'm worried about our receivers, but I'm not nervous. I still got us winning the game though.
Like
Jeff, I applaud you never letting statistics get in the way of a good story, because these last couple of weeks, the run defense has not been stepping up. Defensively, they've given up at least 140 for the last 3 weeks.
Now, when I mean stepping up, JP, dude,
they created turnovers.
Go look at the beginning of this season and look at last season, bro. I could have ran through us. Like,
okay, it's gotten better.
Yes, it has gotten better. And the thing is, when I'm saying these things, I'm not saying it like they're a run stopping, powerful. No, I know where we're at in the season. I know we're in the middle of a rebuild. I'm not letting the record sway my judgment on this team. We got holes to build. It's okay, but they have been doing relatively better in my eyes from what I've been seeing.
All right.
What's up,
Jeffrey?
Carolyn?
We're circling back to that. Right now, I believe for the first time ever, we've got a new practice reporter on the B. Mitchell Finlay program. Chris Kerwin, my photographer from NBC4, been covering this team for years, worked here with George Michael. Kerwin, you were at practice. B and I had to be on the radio. What did we see? Let's start with Marshawn Lattimore.
Lattimore did a lot of stuff on the side field. Did
Okay.
a lot of stuff like hamstring exercise. Like
With trainers or with coaches?
Trainers.
Okay.
Trainers. Definitely was trainers. Had the old harness around him, running with the cable behind him, running out, checking the speed there.
B, what does that tell you?
They're trying to figure out what's going to happen tomorrow.
Do you think if he's able to do, especially with the kind of the speed resistance stuff, does that sound better, worse?
Sounds better.
What else? What about B-Rob?
B-Rob, we're not allowed to shoot special teams, but B-Rob was not part of the special teams, so he was running on a side field, catching passes, running around, looking like a happy guy.
Passes from just like one of the coaches.
Yeah, one of the coaches and
assistants?
stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, not Jaden.
B-Rob being happy. B-Rob's an emotional dude.
Definitely.
And
that's why I said that.
I mean,
like he looked like he was like jovial.
Well, dude, we'll pull the curtain back a little bit here. Last Thursday, and Brian and I have a good relationship, I would say, is that he's cool with most of the reporters. Last Thursday, I wanted to speak with him, and he was very much not in the mood to speak. Now, he had talked the day before, like fulfilled all the obligations, whatever, but that seemed fairly telling to you and I both. We were like, oh, that's an unusual response. And then about 18 hours later, DQ ruled him out for the weekend. I think something had gone wrong that day. So him smiling and running around.
And he spoke yesterday. He spoke yesterday to practice and does it matter? I don't know. But like you said, he's an emotional guy. And when he's up, he's up. And when he's down, he's down.
Yeah. Right. How much does it help them if they get B-Rob back, B?
I think it helps out tremendously. You know, I've said that from the beginning. I think he makes that offense goals because he allows Eckler to come in and just focus on his
be more dynamic.
You know, Eckler, when he's just doing the edge things and the slashy things and catching the ball at the backfield is far more effective than having to be the battering ram and that. B-Rob softens up the defense for those other guys.
For sure.
The two fun parts of practice was Jaden was just kind of screwing around on a side field, and they had the net to catch the balls in. He was at least 30 yards away and just did a circle and put a moon ball and landed it, and then went across that field to the two other fields just with his arms stretched out, running around like he had just, won a Super Bowl.
Will there be video of that on the NBC4
I'm hoping I got
Sports
the actual
account?
pass. I got the reaction. I have to say, but I got the actual pass. But I got the ball going in the net. And then the other thing was,
dude, you should get that reaction on the internet anyway, because
I
how
will.
sick would that celebration be as a gift when he throws?
Well,
a
I'm in here. I
touchdown?
can't do it. But actually,
Right.
Heather might be doing it.
That's true.
The other thing was Tressway and the punter were doing the old throw the ball from about the 30-yard line and try to hit the goal with the crossbar.
Sure.
But also the crossbar right where it catches in the middle. And Tress hit one. He was pretty happy.
Nice. Did you get
So
that?
Yeah, I got that. The guys are pretty happy. It seems like it's a loose mood. I mean,
there's no point in being uptight because you got a short week, right? Like, you're going to have the game either way. What's the point of being pissed off about it?
You know, worry about the short week. us in the media, those players, listen, they want to play football.
Dude,
they much rather play than practice.
Tell me if you agree with this, because I kind of pushed back on this on the air yesterday on NBC4. A lot of Jaden got asked about going to play in Philly, and a lot of guys in the locker room got asked, "Hey, you got to go play in Philadelphia on Monday night." Jaden Daniels started at Alabama last year and at Ole Miss. Like I think for a lot of these guys, I think those are storylines for fans and media. But like if you're playing major college football, even if you play non-Power 5 college football, most of the time you go play road games at big spots.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to diminish what Philly is, but like I don't think it's going to impact Jaden a nanosecond.
It may not impact Jaden, but you know what though? They're different up there compared to where they are anywhere else.
I also think the Eagles crowd over the last like 4 or 5 years has gotten a little more corporate, a little more. It's not.
People are crazy up there, bro. Don't fool yourself.
It just doesn't seem as loud. Last year,
pregame, there's plenty of pregame shirts.
It didn't have to be loud when they winning.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like the ultimate thing. I'm telling you, the people that will walk up with a suit and tie, they will be the one to curse you out before the people that have on t-shirt and something else.
A couple guys said yesterday that they're looking forward to, like, in hockey we call it chirps. They're looking forward.
But see,
they're looking
that's
forward
how
to
I
back
was.
and forth. Yeah,
I love I asked
Dante Fowler said that.
I asked a question about Quinyon Mitchell. I said, does he like to talk? Because I know when people talk, Terry cooks them. I used to love people that talk, and I love fans that talk because it ignited me.
You also would start talking, right?
No, I wouldn't start.
But
If you started, I was not going to stop.
Good.
I would finish it. But I love guys like that was something that ignited me. There were guys that be, man, we got to go up there to Philly. We got to go to Oakland. I love that. And they say, oh, you crazy, B. Mitch. Well, I'm crazy then. You know, because just
all of that checks out.
All that yapping does nothing. But makes another guy, the guy that wants to play, want to shut you up, and makes him better.
The black hole in Oakland was one of my favorites.
they
It no longer exists, of course.
Something wrong with those people.
Yeah, but that was my favorite place.
That was one place that I was a little concerned.
It was Halloween every day in the black hole in Oakland. Yeah.
I mean, gosh, that's interesting place. All right, Kerwin, you're getting a lot of attention in the chat here.
Oh no.
Greg
Oh, no.
Wakachan wants to know if you're from Wisconsin and where.
Sun Prairie, right outside of Madison.
He said, Scotty Badger hat, let's go Badgers.
Well, we had a tough year on the gridiron, but
I don't know
I think
how.
we have a very good matchup this week, I think, too. It's not.
I don't know how Wisconsin decides to go to like the air raid. Just run the ball out of the I formation.
Don't start.
Tay wants to know if you have any funny George Michael stories.
Oh,
we can save that for another day.
Let's save it for another day.
Okay. I imagine.
You really want? Do you have to hit a break or something? Or
yeah, but
yeah,
you can go.
Hit a break.
I don't care. Landfill get mad.
There was time that we had the NBA All-Star game in town, and we had Shaq and like 3 other NBA All-Stars on this platform at the center.
Verizon Center.
No, it was the conference center downtown.
Okay.
Convention
Center.
So convention center, yes. So we had them all, and everybody had an individual mic. So I had Shaq's mic, and I heard it, and I was like, "No, hold on." I had written. George yelled at me. I readjusted Shaq's mic. I had to get up higher because it was loud in there. We get back to the station, and George puts a tape in an edit bay, and he can't hear the audio. Kerwin, get in here! I can't hear the audio. No. He just starts screaming and berating me in front of everybody. And I walk in the audio booth, and there was just a knob that wasn't, a button that wasn't pushed. Here's your audio, George. And I walked out, and he was so mad that I showed him up in front of everybody. And he goes, "You know what? I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I questioned Kerwin, and I'm sorry." And I was like, you know what? For the guy who blusters a lot, like, he apologized in front of everybody. I'm like,
I
okay,
used to
George,
like George.
we're good. I
had a couple of run-ins with George.
It's one of those things where you got to listen to the message, not the volume.
Sure. Thank you. You're welcome to stick
Bye,
around.
everybody.
I
No, I'm
imagine
good.
you have.
I gotta go
work
back to
do.
work.
Yeah, go to work, man.
Any idea when we're gonna get DQ?
They said 1-ish.
1-ish. Stay tuned.
Definite time.
1-ish. We're gonna get Dan Quinn. We're gonna hear a lot about tomorrow. Nobody go anywhere.
Socialize. Throw.
B. Mitch and Finlay 1067 the fan. Leave that up. Let me hit it.
I don't know that. I don't know that song.
Sure seemed like you did.
I never heard that song before.
So you can see it on the NBC4 Sports account, or I just tweeted it myself. The video of Jaden Daniels yelling, "I'm back," and hitting the jet, the old Jason Terry move, is pretty awesome. I gotta say, we got to talk to Jaden yesterday. The amount of people that have come up to me and said, like, "Yo, how much more fun are you having this year covering this team?" And it's significant. It's a significantly different vibe, right? For you too. I mean,
of course,
doing those post games and you guys watching you and Tana dap up every player as they come off the field, like it's just everything feels so different.
Yeah.
But Jaden specifically is such a unique, remarkable breath of fresh air, and he's just so chill and fun and easy. And he said, like, yeah, I don't really like to talk trash. Like, I just like to smile and have fun. And the best thing you can do, like I keep circling back to when Brian Dable tried to catch him in a gotcha moment during Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
And whatever, it's hard coaching. You want to make sure your quarterback can handle it. And he's gave him this incredibly detailed play call, then told him to change 3 different things and asked him an immediate follow-up question. He's like, throw a touchdown. I just love his demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that demeanor, for whatever might come at him in Philly, he'll be all right. There just doesn't seem to be a scenario where he can't handle.
He doesn't seem to be the guy who's going to get worried about too much, and I think that's a good thing, a good way to be, because they will try you. I'm just letting you know. They're going to try to see, and let's be real. They also have a level of respect once they know they can't really get to somebody.
For sure. For sure. I did ask a question yesterday of Dan Quinn, because if you think about it, he's been super scheduled, right? In July, he wasn't. What did he say? It was crawl, walk, run, and that they want to be better in week 10 than they were in week 8, than they were in week 6, than they were in week 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of just asked him, with that mindset, when do you expect more from rookies, McCaffrey and Sennett particularly? And he said, he kind of thinks they're getting, and that their time will come because they're putting the work in, and he didn't seem to have the slightest concern about it. I'm curious if you think something could be coming for those guys.
I think both of those guys are highly talented. And I think when you're looking on the field, see, fans, and I'm not saying just the actual fan, I'm talking about all of us, media people, we look for plays. I look a different way. Luke McCaffrey has been running wide open on some plays. And a lot of times he's not in the read, or other times they just didn't get a chance to get to him because pressure came. But I think it's coming. Sennett, another guy who does everything right, full speed on special team. He blocks his ass off when he's on the field. His chances are going to come because he's been open on some routes as well. So coaches are looking at this thing where they see the improvement. We don't see the improvement unless they end up on the stat sheet. When they go break down the film, they're like, he was open there. He was open there. Oh, look what he did right here.
Right.
And they could take something and go with it. So they know what's coming. We just don't know it at that point.
I think that's a really good point. I think Luke, we have seen be close, right? He's had a couple catches here and there. And that the deep shot was maybe a foot off.
Yeah.
Maybe 18 inches. You know what I mean? And so that kind of thing is kind of tough to see. I do believe that's coming. I also think, I understand folks are upset about Zach Ertz not getting that first down, but I think you got to get Sennett more time right away, take Ertz's snaps. I think you are really, really missing missing the forest for the trees. Ertz has been really good. He's a really good route runner. And Jaden clearly has a ton of trust with him.
Yeah. But that's what that's about, man. When someone gets drafted, we always look at the potential. And that's just it, potential. They're not ready yet. They have to get there. Once they get there, the coaches will figure out, okay, it's time to put them in. It's time to see what can happen. But you can't rush that.
Real quick, we hope to hear from Dan Quinn soon. That we were told 1-ish. Richmond John, who we all know, friend of the program. we were just talking about Oakland, right? When you used to go play the Raiders, and the Raiders fans in the end zone were known to be extra crazy.
Psychopathic.
They called that area the black hole of Oakland Stadium. Oakland Alameda, I think it was called. Richard John just tweeted at Jeff Too Funny. The black hole isn't what you think. I promise it's football related. We'll be right back.
Washington Commanders practicing today, preparing for the Philadelphia Eagles tomorrow night, 8:15 from the Link. Brian Robinson was at practice during the portion that was open to the media. Head coach Dan Quinn on Eagles defensive lineman Jalen Carter being really good.
There's lots of players that have enough initial quickness to, jump the ball and, as a rusher. But when you have the ability to do both, that makes you a rare player, where I can play square on a block and play it in the run game, or I can get up the field to pass rush. So he has the ability to do both. And I think that's what makes him a really unique player.
Quarterback Jaden Daniels on his wide receiver room.
Group by committee, obviously, everybody sees what Terry is doing, but the other guys come in and they do their job. Those are the people that work extremely hard. When the ball comes away, they're able to make plays, and they do the dirty work, man. They do whatever Cliff and the offense asks them to do, whether it's blocking on the perimeter, blocking in the run game, stuff like that. So it's a lot of selfless guys in there.
Around the league, Anthony Richardson will start for the Colts in Week 11. Mac Jones starts for the Jaguars against the Lions. The Bears release guard Nate Davis. The Capitals have reacquired Lars Eller from the Pittsburgh Penguins. Capitals on air tonight at 7:15 versus the Maple Leafs on the Fan. Logan Thompson expected to start tonight. Wizards continue their road trip 7:45 tonight at the San Antonio Spurs on Team 980. Atlanta stuns the Celtics 117-116. Dyson Daniels career high 28. Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Indiana are your top 5 in the college football playoff rankings. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
All right, be Mr. Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. We out here live in Commanders Park, and Dan Quinn is talking to the media right now. Let's take a listen and find out what he has to say.
All right, guys, I'll get rolling with you today. Captains, offensively, Ertz, and defensively, Sainmerstill, and on the special teams, J-Mac. And all these guys, man, they bring a lot to our team in lots of different ways and standards and competing. And so we're all pumped to see these guys get this op. I'll rule 3 players out. That will be Ballore, linebacker Nick Ballore, cornerback Marshawn Lattimore, and kicker Austin Seibert. All the rest of the guys practiced, and we'll huddle up tonight and see how they do. But those are the 3 that won't play, ruling them out today.
How has Brian Robinson looked this week?
Yeah, today was the day to get speed, and so that was good sign to see him and the rest of his teammates really get running. It was a kind of a ramp up, John, as you go. Think of a slower on Monday, a little faster yesterday, but today's the day you hit the marks to go up, and so he did a good job with that.
I know you guys have moved on from the Jahan trade months ago, but when you look back at the process, how you guys made the decision, hey, we want to go in a different direction, what do you kind of look back at that, and how does that kind of help shape what you guys have been doing overall with your internal conversations?
Well, I thought number one, with Adam, we always said this best decisions, for the team at that time, Ben. And so whether that's, a trade or whatever that looks like, that's going to be kind of the driving force behind it. As you guys know, we didn't really talk about who's the 2 in that. We had a big, deep crew at receiver. Now that you've seen, kind of how the guys are used and where we're at. But that was the best op for the team. And John did a great job. He was here with us, and we look forward to seeing him.
With Wiley and Cornelius, how's it looking for them going into this game?
Yeah, they both had good work yesterday. We did kind of some individual, and then we got really more today at full speed, not full speed, but enough where he could punch and go and be aggressive. And so Cornelius and Andrew both did a good job today.
Dan, your personal philosophy when deciding to give a guy a second chance in light of OZ and possibly moving on, but what do you think about when you want to?
I'm not sure what you mean by moving on. What you're saying?
Replacing.
Oh, understood. Sure. Well, I think you have to look at the whole body of work in terms of the work ethic, what you've seen before. And so, when you're going through it, you want to make sure there's not a pattern that comes up. And if that's the case, then it's somebody else's role to do that in punt return. But there's also a lot of work and trust that's been put into that. And so that's really where I look at it. And I'm at the top of everything, like protecting the team. And so that's where I stand on it.
Hey, Coach, when you had an opportunity to look at the Eagles film, what are some of the things that you've seen that they do really well?
I'll start for their defense. I thought their 5 down fronts, the 4 down fronts, I thought safeties down when they're back, the disguise. I thought Coach Fangio does a very good job and has for a long time, Kendi, into that space. I love the aggressiveness of their corners, playing tight coverage onto people. So there'll be a lot of contested throws and contested throws and catches. The interior part of their guys, big guys with size and guys that can rip off the edge. So a good challenge that way. Offensively, I felt run game wise was similar to what we have seen. Their line coach and staff there has done a fantastic job through the years in the run game, and they've added an explosive player to the mix in Saquon. Kellen, I thought, added probably different, his flavor and elements to the drop back game to go. But the addition of Barkley has really been, as it's been proven, a big addition for them this year. Special teams wise, big place kicker, that can hit it from deep. So the field position for us is going to be a big deal in this game. That's where I think of them all the top, and known quantity, tough group. And so for us, heading up there, division game, it's really cool. We're pumped. All right. You guys have
B. Mitch and Finlay, you just heard from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn there, ruling 3 players out. Nick Ballore, and that's not going to make the headlines, but he's been really good on special teams.
Yes.
And you hear Dan Quinn talk about the importance of field position in this thing.
Yep.
That's not a nothing thing. And then you've also got place kicker Austin Seibert to continue the special teams.
Gonzo going to take care of that.
Gonzo looked fine last week. You'd like to have Seibert, but clearly that hip injury is kind of a factor. And then the big one, B, I don't know, this should be a surprise, but Lattimore ruled out. What's your reaction?
Hey, he's not ready. So, I think everyone wants to rush that, but if he's not ready, he's not ready. There's nothing to be overly concerned about because, like I said yesterday, and I know people will, well, we want him on the field. Well, he hadn't played for you yet, so you don't know what you're missing. And if he's not ready to go, you damn sure don't want to put him out there.
Especially if you trade assets for somebody that's kind of hurt.
See, my thing is Devontae. We talked to Dave, and he said, "Oh yeah, he's dealing with a hamstring." Hey, if I'm a cornerback, I want to line up on you right in your face and see if you can really run. See if the hamstring is 100% healthy. So you're going to test people, and I think that's the ultimate thing. When you're ready to go, you go. But if you're not, you don't want to put nobody out there. That could be a bad thing.
Agree with that. I want to check in with Jeffrey. Our dear friend Jeff Walker tends to be a tad bit reactionary at times. He loves this burgundy and gold. Jeff, what do you think? Seibert's out, Ballore's out, Lattimore's out going into Sunday.
Honestly, JP, until Lattimore gets on the field and play a game and I see the difference, I'm not going to be rushing because we've been doing this without him here this entire time. Granted, I want to see him, but it's I can't be oh no, we need Lattimore. Now, granted, BSJ got cooked, but I can't be yo, we need Lattimore back right now. So until he suit up and play, it's just waiting for the best for him. Seibert, that's a big one to me because even though he's been kind of sketchy, he's still been our kicker, and we all loved him when he first got here and was doing his thing. I don't know, like you said, the way that ball looked, the way the ball looked when what's the kicker name that
Gonzo.
You said? Yeah, you said it got
Gonzalez, Zane Gonzalez.
You said it got over there, but we all was looking
it was floating a bit.
Yeah,
it looked a bit of a floater.
It looked scary. At least with Seibert, we know majority of the time it's going in. So and then the other dude, I don't even know him, JP.
Ballore, he's a special teams ace.
Yeah.
I love Chess. Who's the other dude? I don't even know the other dude.
I'm gonna need you to care more about special teams, dog.
It's tough for you to say that with as a producer on the Brian Mitchell program.
Yes. Look, the guy with special teams that I've been raving about lately, because one of my boys was trying to play Quan Martin, and I'm like, dude, he's hitting. Our special teams is hitting. I just didn't know his name. I apologize.
It's all good.
Quan
Martin also plays defense.
No, he was on special teams too, because he
right, but he's also the starting safety.
Yeah, but he hits on special teams. Like when I watch special teams and I'm seeing it, JP, unless you go back and watch the whole 22, all you really see is the hits at the end.
Are you talking about that big hit in the Pittsburgh game?
And it was one before that. It was a couple of games that he laid some big hits.
Quan comes up and he lays some wood.
He does. Percy Butler had the really good hit in the last game.
Man,
That's what I was
what
wondering.
people from Blackman do. That's the
I was
Green Devil.
wondering if
that's what the Green
Nah,
Devil
nah,
was
not
confusing.
that specific one.
Landini, so here's what we know is Seibert, Ballore, and Lattimore are out. Does that significantly impact what you think for tomorrow's action?
No, but I do have a question. So Dan said that Seibert, or Seifert, sometimes known as Seifert, Ballore and Lattimore are out. Does that mean that B-Rob and Wiley and Coleman and Tyler Biotish, does that mean all those guys are playing?
No, that means that they practice.
Okay.
It means that they're not ruled
They're not
out
ruled them out yet.
It does not mean – so that's a great question. So the injury report's going to come out here in just a minute. Maybe it take a little bit longer because Philly's got to complete theirs too. But all of the guys coming into this that were questionable remain questionable, are limited. All those – the only – people that have been ruled out are Ballore, Lattimore, and Seibert. Those are the only three people that got DNPs both on the Monday and Tuesday practice report. DNP is did not practice. So you're still going to have Biotish, Coleman, Farrell, Lucas, Robinson, Wiley. My guess is they're all still going to have a limited participation today. Unless the way he talked about, what do you think about the way he talked about Brian Robinson?
I'm thinking he's going to play.
It seemed that way, right?
Yeah. But see, the thing of it is, listen, man, the whole thing, we all got to, I know what our wants and our feelings are sometimes. Dudes are human. They have to get healthy, and then they go. If they're not healthy, you don't want them out there, point blank.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the B-Rob thing, I'll be really fascinated. The only one of these guys I could expect, I could maybe see a limited designation get to a full, because particularly when it comes to, I mean, think about it, B. These are all walkthroughs. So what's the difference between a limited designation and a full designation? It's the limited individual work you do into the limited walkthrough.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably get somebody a full, be in compliance with the media rules, and there really isn't much of a difference.
Yep.
But Landfill, that's a great question. I would still expect the one thing he did not answer. He said Wiley and Lucas were looking good, but none of that says who the hell's going to play right tackle on Thursday night. Is it still Trent Scott?
It doesn't say, but you'll figure it out.
I
would say this: whoever he's going against is not. Why?
No,
so
certainly.
So that should help a little bit too.
Landfill, I have an idea. Should you be up to it? It's reasonable. This is not one of my pyramid schemes. I'd like to open the phone lines up and let fans react to the injury news. This is the last time you're going to hear from Dan Quinn until tomorrow night at 8:15 on Amazon when he does a sideline interview with Kaylee Hartung, right? Like, there's no more official information coming out. We know who's been ruled out. We know who remains questionable. How are fans feeling about the injury status of this team rolling into Thursday Night Football? The phone number is 800-636-1067. That again, 800-636-1067. Phones are now open. Landfill, how do you feel about the injury report?
I agree with what people are saying about Lattimore. You know, it's not like we're really missing him yet because he still hasn't ever officially debuted. I don't think that Seibert being out is all that big of a deal. They may do last week with Zane Gonzalez. The thing that has me nervous is the kind of the limited guys, the guys that are questionable, that could maybe go either way. That could really make a difference. Obviously, if they have that, the O-line, there's just so many injuries on it. If those guys can go, I'll feel a hell of a lot better than if they can't.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that too. And the other part of this that folks got to realize is when these guys are questionable, we saw this with Biotish the other night, that if you're questionable, like it's possible that you get out there and then it goes poorly. You know what I mean? Obviously nobody's hoping for that, but they're going in beat up. They could get more beat up. And I think it's tricky to like understand that. But you hope it doesn't happen, clearly. We'll let people weigh in on the game. I'm sure people in the chat are weighing in.
Of course.
Everybody wants to know about B-Rob. I would say right now it sounds pretty good. Last week, though, before the Steelers game, on Wednesday, it sounded pretty good. And then that thing kind of dissipated. And when you heard DQ talking just a little bit ago, he said, today was the day we really got it up to speed and we tested this thing.
Yeah.
And if they're willing to test it the day before a game, to me sounds pretty legit.
Yeah, because I think the information you've been gathering and getting from the trainer says we think he's good now. Doesn't have no pain. It's not catching. Think about the hamstring. When you have a hamstring pull, it starts to heal up. You start to run and you can feel that thing catching a little bit, grabbing. And once that stops, you normally can go. And then, but the thing you have to be concerned about, hamstring pulls a lot happen when you stop. You take that long stride to stop. That's when the hamstring goes. So you watch guys when they have coming off of one, they try to coast a little bit farther before they stop. But on a football field, you don't have that luxury all the time.
No.
You got to be able to put that thing in the ground, cut, do whatever you got to do. So I think at this point, that's probably why they took a little longer. It probably was catching a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think that you got to take your time with a hamstring with a skill position player. I think getting B-Rob back out there helps a lot. Like the numbers I talked about earlier, in their last 2 wins, the Commanders were 5 of 15 on third down and then 5 of 12. And win against the Giants kind of gave that game away. The Giants won time of possession. They had more yards. They just turned the ball over. You really, and then, dude, against the Steelers, those numbers got even worse. I didn't include them because they lost to the Steelers, obviously. But the Steelers on third down, Washington, I'll give it to you, was 5 of 14. So in their last 3 games on third down, 5 of 15, 5 of 12, 5 of 14. B-Rob helps.
He does. Because
get
B-Rob
2nd and 6 and 3rd and 2.
The difference is
instead of
B-Rob
2nd and 9.
rarely has lost yardage on first down, second down carries. He normally gets you those 3-4 yards, and then now it makes it a lot easier. And all that stuff works hand in hand. People don't getting a 4-yard run and getting a 2-yard run is a hell of a difference late in the down count.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a question there about Jahan Dotson. Obviously, they're going to face Jahan Dotson. Jeff mentioned this possibility earlier. Do you think, what is your level of concern about Jahan?
I'm not concerned. If they let him go, okay, he practices against these same receivers, these defensive backs and stuff here. If they let him go, then they don't fear.
Dotson has 8 catches for 98 yards on the season. 5 of those have gone for first downs. No touchdowns yet this year. He had a catch for 27 yards in last week's win over Philly. And the week before that, he did have, it was only a catch for 36 yards, but it came at a vital point in what was a close win over Jacksonville. Here is the plan, folks. When we return, we're taking your calls. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. If you've seen the video from the NBC4 Twitter account, you know what Jaden's vibes are. Jaden's vibes are strong. What are your vibes? You know the injury report. We now know the injury situation. Lattimore is not playing. We don't know about B-Rob, but it's trending the right way. Taking your calls next on B. Mitch and Finlay.
The latest news from Commanders Park is cornerback Marshawn Lattimore will not play versus the Eagles tomorrow night. Right tackle Andrew Wiley with his shoulder feels confident he'll go, and Dan Quinn spoke positively about Brian Robinson. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on the vaunted Eagles front line.
Very good front, very young. Or I wouldn't say very young, but they're younger guys. You got Jalen Carter and those type of guys that are very athletic, could get out there, the passer can stop and run. So it's going to be a good challenge for us.
Anthony Richardson will start for the Colts in Week 11. Mac Jones will start for Jacksonville against Detroit. The Bears released Nate Davis and signed Jake Curhan. Capitals reacquire Lars Eller. Logan Thompson will start in the net tonight. Capitals versus Maple Leafs 7:15 on the Fan. Spurs coach Greg Popovich continuing his recovery after he suffered what the team called a mild stroke November 2nd. The team expects Pops to make a full recovery, but no timeline to his return has been determined. Wizards against San Antonio tonight, 7:45 on Team 980. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Aretha talking now.
You wrong? Why are you going?
This is what Commanders
I
fans
ain't gonna
are
do you
saying
wrong,
to Eagles
'cause I don't
fans.
wanna.
B just told me something astonishing. The goalie for the Caps is undefeated.
Logan.
They're 10-4 on the year, and I guess this dude Logan has won every start.
He's what 7-0, I think it is, or 6-1 too. Yeah,
That's crazy impressive.
yeah.
And that's not to mention Ovi already scoring and on path to shatter everything. Here's what we're doing. How concerned are you? How ready are you? What are the vibes? Little vibes check before the Commanders take on the Eagles. What do you say we are, B? We're 24 plus 7, 31 hours out, roughly?
Right around there.
Yeah. My math was right. You know I'm hitting on all cylinders. Phone lines are full. What are your vibes in advance of this game? I know you get amped up. I know that you care about what the squad is doing.
Kind of like, I'm kind of like the calm before the storm, with games like this. I normally chill into it. And then as I get closer, when I walk on the sideline, that's when I start to feel it again.
Okay.
So,
buckle
feel good
up.
about this one, though.
All right. How does Tony in Northeast feel? Tony, where you at, buddy? Tony, are you hammering something?
Tony, you up, brother?
Hey, how you doing? Sorry, guys, I'm at work.
What's happening?
All good.
Man, I really hope Brian Robinson plays, but I really don't think we need him. I think Eckler can get the job done.
So you're feeling quite good then, huh?
Man, yeah, I am. I'm confident in Eckler. I think as long as we feed him and, stick to the script, we'll be all right. I'm not worried about Philly at all. The only team that really scares me is, like you guys said, the Lions. That's the only team in the league that I'm scared of.
Wow.
Philly, I think, is not going to be a problem.
Calling his playoff shot right
baby.
there, B.
Gotcha, man.
They don't even play the Lions as it's currently slated anyway. Thank you for the call, Tony. It is a Wizards Wednesday. We're going to be giving away a pair of Wiz tickets, maybe about 10 minutes. So buckle up for that. We'll keep the phone lines going here. The Deacon is in D.C. Deke, how you feeling?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, JP, B. Mitch, and the crew?
What's up, brother?
How do you do?
We're good, buddy. We're good.
So I'm like this. We need to save, our big guns definitely for any NFC opponent. Now, if B-Rob can't go, listen, I'm with Tony. Let's just go with what we got, Eckler, and then we'll use the battering ramp, Rodriguez. He's the next man up as far as the battering ramp is concerned. And, preserve B-Rob if he can't go. If they want to try to take him in, let's bring him in. If he feels a little ginger after we start him out, let's go back to plan B. Eckler and then Rodriguez for the battering ram.
All right.
It's not a terrible plan, dude. We'll see how it goes. Thank you for the call, Deegan. Appreciate you, buddy. it's going to be really interesting to watch the run game kind of develop tomorrow night, because you know what Philly's going to do in the run game between Saquon and Hurts. I think it would help whether B-Rob plays or not, and I'm leaning towards him playing. I just had somebody we have on the show pretty regularly from a Northeast market just text me, "Yo, is B-Rob playing?" And I'll tell the listeners the truth. I said, I think yes, but I don't know.
Okay.
Is that how you feel?
Yeah.
I think it's trending the right way,
I
man.
mean, until you see him go out there, you won't know. So, and I think people think just because we work around it, we always know. You don't always know. Sometimes we just have to guess.
It's possible they don't know. Like, it's possible nobody knows. All right, let's keep it going. Rusty, what up, Rust?
Hey, fellas, how you doing this afternoon?
We're
Good, man. How are you?
Good, man. I'll have whatever those last two guys are having. I just say, I'm a victim of Asperger's syndrome myself. But I watch this team pretty intently every single week and every single day. I get the all 22. I mean, I'm one of those guys.
You get the all 22 for practice? You better not tell anybody that.
No, from the game. What I'm saying here is,
remember when IU posted that?
Don't worry about Russ. If you were getting it from practice, he'll be calling you later on and say, "How can I get that?"
So my whole thing is, I don't think we can win the game with a steady dose of Eckler. I mean, I know we kind of have a player at quarterback that we've never had before, but becoming one-dimensional with him, I think is a problem against the Philly defense. It seems to be really hitting a stride right now. And nobody's really talked about our defense. I mean, I am so concerned about the back end. I know Jeremy Chinn's doing his thing back there, but these corners on Island are not very good. And I just have some concerns about what the Eagles will scheme up in the passing game. So my vibes are high. I'm always going into the game with a positive outlook, but I think that there are a lot of challenges that will determine the outcome of the game. And if we're not rising to that occasion, it's going to be a long night.
All right, man.
Thank you for the call, Russ. Good call there, buddy. I think it's going to be fascinating. Just kind of listening to the calls and the ebbs and flows of Commanders fans. If you want to call in, hit us 800-636-1067. With the short week and the injuries, and all week it was like, oh man, the secondary. Now DQ establishes what probably most of us believed anyway, that Lattimore will not play in this game. And now all of a sudden the vibes are like, yeah, whatever, we got him. You know what I mean? Like now as game time inches closer, I think whatever concerns you had about the secondary are still valid. But if you get Brian Robinson out there, the best way to handle this thing might be to keep Philly off the field. And if you get B-Rob back, you win that time of possession again. You start converting on third downs. Could change a lot.
That would make a difference, And I know this in this day and age is all about passing, but you got to have a battering ram. You got to be, if you can run the football effectively, you can put stress on the other offense.
B, I just saw this. This is from a fellow by the name of Mark Fisher, who's a Washington Post columnist. He just tweeted out, and Nikki Javala retweeted it. That's how I landed here. I don't follow Mr. Fisher. But he writes, new column, a DC Hail Mary, how the interests of Trump, the Commanders, and Mayor Bowser could merge into a new stadium on the RFK site. What do they say? Politics makes strange bedfellows? You never know, man.
Ain't lying about that.
Let's go to Cairo in Ashburn. Cairo, we're in Ashburn too. What up?
Hey, what's up? My confidence in this game is conditions based. If no B-Rob, then I'd say we have a 50-50 shot, because in every game without B-Rob, it's been down to like a call here, a call there. And if we do have him, I would say it's like 75-25 that we win with B-Rob. I think this defense is better than it was, but if they aren't good this week, we've proven that we can win in a shootout, and we've proven that we can win in a defensive contest where it's not a whole lot of points. So I think regardless, we have a shot, and I think that's really all that matters. That's all we really need, because I think Jaden has proven that if you give him a chance, he'll win games for you.
Dude, I think that's a really good call. They've proven they can win different ways.
Hell yeah.
And I think that is a big step in the right direction here. Good teams win different games, different ways.
Different styles,
and I
right.
think, not that you can count on a Hail Mary, but I thought that you look at the Bears and the first Giants win where they weren't able to score a ton, but they were able to move the ball a lot. I won't be shocked if that happens tomorrow night. These Eagles linebackers are really good.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be able to move the ball, but that red zone is going to be an issue. You got to get scores when you can. What you got?
That's the
white on white?
Supposed to be the color scheme for the night. Tomorrow night under the lights.
All right. There's also motion at your door. Your Ring camera just notified.
Yeah. That's Greg.
What's up, Greg? I thought it was a really cool move. You know how they've made captains a week-by-week thing?
Yeah.
Zach Ertz gets to be a captain going back to Philly tomorrow night. I believe he said the other day
He
in the
didn't leave
locker
there
room-
with no animosity.
No, but I don't think he's been back yet.
Yeah.
And I do think that matters.
Don't worry. Those crazy people in the stands gonna let him know about it.
You think he gets booed?
He gonna get his cheers before the game. When the game starts, he gonna get booed.
They traded him away.
Don't make a difference. You're in another color. That's what they think.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, Eagles fans are going to Eagle fan. That's okay. Let me take another call here. Oscar's in Germantown. Oscar, talk to me, dude.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Hey, we're gonna take care of these Philly birds tomorrow, man. I'm not scared. Every time we go up to the link, we take care of business up there. I say Jaden has a big game tomorrow, and he goes over 300 yards.
You know what, Oscar?
I would love
God
to see
bless
that.
you.
I want to see that, baby.
Landville, for the sake of fair and balance, you want to give me a quick fact check on every time Washington goes up to the link, they take care of business?
I feel like that is not correct.
I mean, they lost up there last year. I know the last win was that Monday nighter, and it was electric. That's one of the most electric locker rooms I've ever been in after that game. I'll never forget Revo holding the speaker, cranking Meek Mill, but I don't think that's correct. They have played well against Philly historically. Left hand up, you got that correct. Here's what I'm going to do. Phone lines remain open, but now it's for a different purpose. Who wants to go to a Wiz game, baby? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Caller number 10 right now. You'll win a pair of tickets to go see the Wiz take on Boston Friday, November 22nd. It's an NBA Cup game, and every fan in attendance gets a Wizards NBA Cup rally towel. More info at fandc.com/contest. Wiz against the Celtics on a Friday night. That'll be a fun evening in the district. Get your tickets now. When we come back, going to make some bets. Now, you've heard me talk a lot about my dishwasher, how it broke, how my wife was mad at me, and how I solved it. Obviously, I didn't fix it. You know me better than that. I called Better Appliance, BETTAR. The folks at Better Appliance can take care of you. They can help you with service. They can help you with the new appliances. Whatever it is you need, give them a call. Because here's the thing. They've been in the D.C. area for 70 years. They're based in Kensington, Maryland. Family owned. And they want to help you out, especially with the holidays coming. It's going to be Thanksgiving and then Christmas right around the corner. Trust me, you don't want to get stranded with a broken oven when you got your in-laws coming over for Christmas dinner. If you want better service, you better get better. BETTAR, betterappliance.com.
You ready?
B. Mitch Finlay. Who won the Wiz tickets, Jeff? You still dealing with it?
Theodore Lindsay of
Shout
Temple
out
Hills.
to Theodore Lindsay of Temple Hills.
Way to go, Theo.
Where is Temple Hills? South of Landover?
Yes, it's by you familiar with like the Marlow Heights area and all of that? It's over in that area. Let's say not too far from the harbor, Oxon Hill.
So kind of between, like north of the harbor and Oxon Hill, kind of by Andrews.
I'm not even gonna lie, JP. When you saying north, south, east, and west, I don't know. I just
don't
know
know
it's
what
in
you're
that
talking
area, bro. Only thing I know definitively north is Baltimore.
All right. If Baltimore is your definitively north part, what's definitively south? Virginia?
Waldorf.
Waldorf. Okay. What do you consider Virginia?
Virginia is another state that's in the South, but we're talking about in the terms of in Maryland, bro. I just know the central area is my area, Capitol Heights.
What is Annapolis?
That would be north. Oh, would that be north? Yeah, that would be north or east.
What is
One of them.
Bethesda?
That's up there too.
What about the Eastern Shore?
JP, I'm not stupid now.
What direction is the Eastern Shore?
It's in the west. It's in the west. That's where the Eastern Shore is in the west.
Name Eastern Shore.
All righty, let's make some bets.
Hardy here voice. Hardy here voice. Gather around, gather around.
All right, Jeffrey.
How you go yesterday, Jeff?
What y'all picked yesterday?
Oh, you weren't here. That's right.
Yeah, nah,
Landfill, how'd it go?
I was sick as a dog yesterday.
What happened to you?
Yo, I've just been feeling bad since I got back from Jersey. I think it's the weather because it was cold up there and it was warm down
What
here.
you eat in Jersey, Jeff?
What I eat in Jersey? I didn't eat nothing in Jersey. I ate in New York.
What you eat in New York? It might be the food, man.
I ate from the bodega.
What do you love that cheese chop or whatever, right?
Oh no, I didn't get a chopped cheese because we were just shooting a movie up there, so it was just very early. And then I made it back down to DC. But I got me a bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel, on an everything bagel. That's it.
Everything was on that bagel. Probably everything got you.
Nah, I don't know what this is. I think it was just the weather. But
all right,
let's get
so
to her
Jeff
first.
lost.
Dang.
We all won because Jeff didn't keep track of anything.
Yep.
I think we're all 2-0.
I'm
Jeff's
2-0 anyway
0-2.
because I'm telling you, my Knicks won and my Suns won.
I took Duke and they lost.
Yeah,
So
I watched that
actually-
last night.
Yo, did you watch it?
I
What
watched
did you
Duke.
think of Cooper Flag?
I think he's good, but I'm not gonna say he's great because that dude on the other side was going at him.
The big fellow?
Yes.
Yo, Kentucky to me already seems better coached. Not that like Calipari's not a great coach. Like I understand what he does, but he's all about building individuals to get
Yeah.
to the league. That seemed like a team playing hoops
Oh yeah,
last night.
yeah. They had some athletes on that court last night, brother.
But what I saw with Flag though for sure is you in a league.
He doesn't look like he's 17.
In a league that drafts for potential, that dude's got a lot of
He got it, but the other kid from Duke, I forgot his name. He can play too.
Yeah, Duke.
They had two of them.
All right, who's got a pick for tonight? Damn it.
I'm taking the Caps
I'm gonna
tonight.
pick that JP leaves early.
I'm going out to dinner with B Mitch, assuming I get to Philly in time.
JP, you're leaving at 2:30. If you don't get to Philly by damn 7:30, something wrong with you.
What needs to be required? What counts as me leaving early?
Before 12.
That's late. We're not gonna be at dinner till midnight.
No, we're going to the cigar bar after that.
I can only handle the cigar bar starts to hurt my eyes, man. All the smoke.
Hey, whatever. If you don't walk in the cigar bar, you left early.
Suck it up, man.
I'll walk in.
It hurt my eyes.
I'll walk in and walk out.
You hurt my eye. Wear some damn goggles.
What if I walk in there with rec specs?
Wear some goggles, damn it.
I mean, if the cigar bar hurts my eyes, imagine hanging out at Jeff's house. I'd go blind. All right, Jeff, you taking the Caps tonight?
Caps, baby, Caps.
Who they playing?
The Maple Leafs at home.
Give me Caps.
Yo, that game better be on. Is that not
And
Joe
then I'm
B.
going to take
Locker?
the plus 14.5. Give me plus 14.5 with the Pelicans.
What about you, Professor Landini?
I'm taking OV Gold tonight, and then the Wizards plus 9.5.
What's a OV goal?
Plus 145.
I'm gonna Venmo you. Get me in on that.
This is just us betting. This is not money.
I want to put real money on an OV goal.
Well, hey, Landfill, tell him Venmo you, and then you keep it.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
I'm gonna take. This is a big number, but I got faith in Coach Patino. St. John's Red Storm laying 25.
Jeff, we got a song tomorrow before the show?
Yeah, Jeff,
Game?
we got a song?
Of course.
All right, make it show.
Of course. St. John's Red Storm laying 25.5. That's the action. Thank you to everyone that listened to the program today. Thank you to Dave Zangaro for joining us. Of course, as always, thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. This is a fun one, man. Thank you to DQ for talking while we were on the air, making it clear that Lattimore's out. We don't know about B-Rob, but it sure seems like it's trending the right way. Me and B live in Philly tomorrow. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Made it this far. Jeff owes you a beer.
What's good? Welcome in. We're Grant and Danny. It's Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. We will take you up to 6:30 on the Fan. We're going to scout the opponent. We'll go behind enemy lines, talk about the Eagles with Jody McDonald from Philly at 3 o'clock. And Austin Eckler is on the show today. Give us the lowdown on the Commanders prep for Philly. That is at 5 o'clock, brought to you by IT Cadre. Looking forward to our weekly appointment with Austin Eckler. Danny, it's coming quickly tomorrow. Commanders,
Already
Eagles, you and I are getting on a train in the morning to head up to Philly.
Yeah, it is wacky and wild. It is all happening. It's going super fast. I'm still sort of processing still. Pittsburgh, now's the day we sort of, okay, let's kind of gently turn our attention to the weekend. No, sir, it's to tomorrow. It's a big stretch, man. Two really good teams coming into the previous weekend with Pittsburgh, 12-4. Now the records are both better than that, 7-2 and 7-2 respectively for Pittsburgh and Philly. Two best teams you're probably going to play all year. You throw Baltimore into that mix as well. You do that within 4 days. That is not an easy ask for anybody, let alone this team that's kind of outkicked their coverage a little bit, exceeded expectations. But here they are, a really tough challenge, and they'll be undermanned. It looks like.
I'm sure many of you guys are going to the game. If you are going to Philly, let us know. We're going to be doing a live show at a sports bar about 15 minutes from the stadium. So if you're going up earlier in the afternoon, I've already had someone reach out to me, tell me they're getting up there between noon and 2. They want to come by the show. Hit us up at Grant H. Paulson for me, Twitter and Instagram, at Funny Danny for DR, and we will give you our location. You come on by and watch some of the show as we're out and about in Philadelphia before we all go over to Lincoln Financial Field for the biggest game of the year, the biggest game in a couple of years. And just as a reminder, on Friday, we are continuing the Friday Field Trip Series. Even though there's no game this weekend, we're doing a post-game Thursday Night Football show on Friday. Win or loss. Hopefully we're talking about a win and not a big, fat, juicy L. But Friday Field Trip Series from Third Hill Brewing Company. That is in Silver Spring off of Georgia Avenue. That's where we're going to be this Friday from 2 to 6:30. Danny, you and I didn't know what to make of going to Maryland because we hadn't gone in a long time as a show. Normally, we do really, really well with our events in Virginia, but the good people of Maryland showed out this past week in Rockville, and now we're taking the show on the road to Silver Spring.
Every one of these has been awesome. They've all had their own kind of unique personalities and characters, and each experience has been a little bit different, but also what's common, what's the refrain has been, whether it was Leesburg or Fairfax or Bethesda or North Bethesda, or maybe it's Rockville, north of Bethesda, I'm not really sure. But people are just so joyous. Everybody's so happy. And it's always nice that we're involved in that gently. Like there's a part of it that I guess that we're relevant to some of you folks.
Very small part.
It's like really like you could do 2 cardboard cutouts and probably be similar in terms of a lot of reaction, but people are just excited. And that's what's fun. Like we haven't had one of these in a while, right? You go back to 2019, people were excited. That was awesome. That's when sports are fun. That's why you go through all the pain and the heartbreak and the sadness for the fun times. We're having the fun times. We're in the fun times right now.
I always say that my favorite Redskins team ever in my lifetime, certainly in my childhood, in '99, was the Brad Johnson led, Stephen Davis led Washington Redskins right before the turn of the millennium. And one of the reasons I think that was one of my favorite teams ever, Danny, I was 10. It was my formative years as a fan. They won a playoff game, which they don't do. And they obviously had a lead in round 2 of the playoffs and were on the precipice of the NFC Championship. So it's probably not a coincidence that was the best team in terms of how far they got, how close they were in the playoffs toward the NFC title game. But I also think it was the last time that they were good in the beginning of the year, and then good in the middle of the year, and then good at the end of the year. That's not to say that I didn't enjoy the 5-game winning streak to make the playoffs in 2005.
Yeah, those are cool moments.
The 4-game winning streak after the tragic death of Sean Taylor in 2007 to get into the postseason. Or the 7-game winning streak when they were 3-6 in Griffin's rookie year in that amazing and immaculate 2012 campaign. Or the 4-game winning streak when they were 5-7 to get into the playoffs in 2015, the last time they made the playoffs. But that's what they had to do because they weren't particularly good. They had to win 5 or 4 or 7 or 4 in a row to get into the postseason. The last time they were just good at the beginning and good in the middle and good in the end, just a normal 10-win, good football season, circuit to circuit, was 1999. And they are on their way, it looks like, to that kind of a year this year. Whether they win the division or they don't, whether they make the NFC title game or they don't, whether they win a playoff game or not, they are a good football team, just like they were in week 2 and week 3. It's now week 10, 11. If nothing changes with a soft schedule, they should be that in week 17, 18. This should happen more than once every 25 years. But it's been 25 years, and we're getting that again. And I think that's part of the Friday fun that we're having on this field trip series. But to that point, it's going to be a hell of a lot more fun out there if they beat the Eagles, and we're celebrating a win come Friday. That would be an awesome little pep rally.
Yeah, I mean, your division record would speak for itself. You'd be up at the top. You'd own the tiebreaker for the moment against Philadelphia. You'd have the easiest part of your schedule in theory. I mean, you never know how teams are going to turn and start playing or whatever. But on paper right now, the easiest chunk of their schedule is coming up. You didn't know that, by the way, back in September. When the schedule comes out in the springtime, who would have thought, yeah, that November game with Dallas sure is a cakewalk. You would never think that for a team that's won 12 games a year for 3 straight seasons. But that's where we are, right? It just so happens. You go Dallas, the Titans, at New Orleans, all teams that are probably picking in the top 10 at this point. So you couldn't ask for more. If you were able to combine that by splitting against 2 teams that, again, are combined 7-2, or excuse me, 14-4 over the course of the season, that would be tremendous. That would be an enormous thing. Now you can compound. Now you can start talking about 11, 12 wins. You can get to a place that's pretty special that this organization does not go. Everybody else gets to once every so often, some teams more consistently than others, but that's rarefied air around here, and I'm not taking it for granted.
Yeah, bonus points if we see you in Philly for our live show tomorrow. We'll tell you where. Just hit us up. Friday, though, Silver Spring in the DMV, back in our area. We expect to see a lot of you. Should be a great show. And then we're coming back to Virginia and Falls Church next week. We'll give you the details on Friday on that. Before we get into the Commanders and the news of the day, some disappointing news, frankly, on who's not playing for Washington against Philly that we will pass along in about 2 minutes. I do want to get to a little Caps news. You can see if you're watching on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page that I've got my Caps hoodie on. I'm going to the game tonight. I also have my Caps hat on. I will be there at Capital One Arena for the Toronto Maple Leafs and your Washington Capitals, who are 10-4 on the season. They're outstanding. The Capitals traded for Lars Eller yesterday. That Lars Eller. There's not 2 guys named Lars Eller. The same Lars Eller. You know, Tiger, the Great Dane, the guy that scored one of the most important goals in organizational history in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup against the Vegas Golden Knights as the Caps put the finishing touches on their only title ever. He had been in Pittsburgh. I'm going to just say that he was on a spy mission, that we just sent him over there to
it makes you feel
break
better.
some stuff and take a bat to some things in their locker room. And he'd been there for the last couple of seasons. But 17 games into the year, 4 goals, 7 points in. He's been playing decent hockey for them. He's playing about 16 minutes a night. The Capitals brought Lars Eller back yesterday. That is not what I had on my Tuesday evening bingo card.
Sending it back in along the left-hand side. 7:40 to go. Puck in front. Connolly with a chance. They score! They score! The puck on a rebound for Lars Eller! Eller gets the rebound and puts it home, and Washington leads it 4-3 with 7:37 to go. The Tiger pouncing at the moment that he can potentially be the hero.
That was 6 years ago.
Sorry about it.
I just got chills.
Sorry about it.
Thank you, John Walton. Thank you, Lars Eller. That was the moment, the first moment, truly. Everything else before that, I thought, we might win the Stanley Cup. And right then, I'm having chills as I'm thinking. I'm talking to you with chill bumps right now. I just became an old lady in the South. Chill bumps. It was at that moment that I said, with 7 minutes to go, oh my God, I'm about to be a Stanley Cup champion. And it was because of Lars Eller, who they reacquired yesterday.
What's his role going to be?
He's going to be the third line center. He's like, this is not like a, maybe he'll play, maybe he won't. Good news, bad news. Because I like the young guys and I love Hendrix Lapierre. Hendrix Lapierre has not played well. He's a little bit lost right now, can't find his game. So rather than waiting and developing him in the NHL and trying to work this out, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I haven't seen the details, but if he is at Hershey for the next several weeks or whatever, or I don't think he gets better just being scratched. But this is a indictment on that third line center situation. So Lars will be their starting third line center. It's the one line that hasn't been really, really good. He will help them on the penalty kill as well. He gives them depth if somebody gets hurt, in the center situation as well. But I think they are going to essentially tap into him and let him run that line for now. And it's, if you're a Hendrix Lapierre guy like I am, it's a little bit disappointing because he got off to a really, really slow start. But Andrew Mangiapane and Jacob Verana are on that fourth line with Lars Eller. It's the only line that's not rolling. If you look at Ovechkin, Strome, and Protas, those guys are near the top of the NHL in scoring and points per 60 minutes right now. If you look at their fourth line, which is outstanding with Dowd and Duhaime and Radish, they've been awesome. Their second line might be their best line. That's McMichael and Luc Dubois and Wilson. They got three lines rolling. The third line has been kind of the one that they can't quite iron out. And so they're bringing him in, I think, to be a starter on the third line.
So this is the only thing that's a bummer about doing what they're trying to do, and it's a cost you have to pay, right? Because Ovechkin just won't stop scoring goals, even as a dude that's about to be 40.
I would like to apologize, too, for that, because I know people want to do this, like, rebuild and be bad, and that, the playoffs every year gets old. So I do apologize. Ovi's got 10 goals in 14 games.
It's hard to hear.
And the Capitals are near the top of the Metro. So sorry about that.
So frustrating. But if you could afford to be more patient, if this was, more towards that other end of the pendulum, like you're talking about, right? Yep. Like if this was, I don't want to say full rebuild, if you want full Nats on it, then of course you let LaPierre figure it out. Because that's the best interest of the organization for near and far. Same with the Wizards, right? I don't mind seeing Alex Sargo 0 for 7 from 3. Take the next one, kid. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want. I want the growth. But problem is, that's a veteran group right now, and the most veteran guy is Alex Ovechkin, and if he had 0 goals through 14 games, I go, all right, maybe let the kid figure it out. He doesn't. Sorry, they're good.
They're also not punting on LaPierre. He's going to be a massive part of their future. It's just in this moment right now, he doesn't quite have it. They're really good and in win mode, and they're bringing in someone who's going to help him. And by the way, if Eller struggles or looks old or doesn't play well, and LaPierre starts putting it together in Hershey, or gets an opportunity at some point, and you scratch Lars and has a 3-point night, then you can roll with him. It's not like Eller is a guy that has to play in every single game. He's going to get a chance to, for sure, initially. And he plays a game, I think, on the third line that's going to work with the guys that they have. But anyway, I just thought that was awesome. If you're a Caps fan, one of those things, if you know, you know. Lars coming home. That would be the equivalent of like the Nats reacquiring like Adam Eaton at a point where they're about to go make the playoffs or something. Like just a core major part to their championship. All the memories come flying back from the celebration all around town. But to the Commanders we go because they play the Eagles tomorrow. Dan Quinn just met with the media about an hour ago and addressed the health of the team. One very notable player ruled out. This is what he had to say.
I'll rule 3 players out. That will be Ballore, linebacker Nick Ballore, cornerback Marshawn Lattimore, and kicker Austin Seibert. All the rest of the guys practiced, and we'll huddle up tonight and see how they do. But those are the 3 that won't play, ruling them out today.
So it sounds really good on Brian Robinson. I've thought that previously this year, and it didn't mean anything come Sunday. But I think all systems look like they're a go there. The tackle situation is still in flux. He was pretty coy on Lucas and Wiley, other than to say that they both ramped up and did a little more yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully one, if not both of those guys can go.
Yeah, that's different than we've already ruled them out. That's that we might yet rule them out, but it's more encouraging to be on or to not be on that list of the names you just mentioned.
Marshawn Lattimore's out.
Yep.
Again.
Mm-hmm.
2 times in 2 games since they acquired him via trade. They also don't have Austin Seibert, which had the kicking situation not worked out well this weekend. Maybe you'd feel a little bit different about, but Zane Gonzalez made 2 field goals, made his extra points. Kickoffs weren't a problem, I didn't think. I think most of us have gone from going, oh, no, you don't have your kicker who was automatic, to you heard that today and you're like, oh, that's no problem. Zane Gonzalez can handle it. It's funny how that changes in a couple of days.
Nuts.
And very well, he could miss a big kick and we could be right back to where we were in terms of fearing a kicking situation going sideways going into last week. But for right now, it feels like Gonzalez can do the job. Ballore is a big loss if you believe in a little thing called special teams coverage. He's an ace. This is a former Pro Bowler in that regard who's helped them a lot. One of the reasons they're great on teams, I think, is because of guys like him. So I'm not trying to trivialize his being unavailable. But we got to go back to Lattimore. This was the game that I circled when they acquired him, knowing he had a hamstring, to say, man, I hope he's back. I hope he's healthy. I hope he's ready, because I got to deal with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith probably. Probably because he's on the injury report with a hamstring, although he's been playing through that the last several weeks. I guess it's possible with a short week, maybe he doesn't go, but I would think he's going to play. Your eyes probably light up.
I would say he's probably real comfortable.
Hamstring probably feels a little better when you watch the tape.
A little extra time in that cold tub, a couple more foam roller sessions. Yeah, he'll be good to go. I'm anticipating him playing and having an enormous game. So this to me is the point. Like the reason you go, 1-800 New Orleans Saints is for the 2 games against Philadelphia and, before Dallas melts down, the game against Dallas because of CeeDee Lamb. Like to win the division, you're going to have to cover some of these guys. And he was the answer to me. So it's a bummer. I get it. Like if it's only 72 hours of ramping up, for a total of 96 before the actual game starts from Sunday to Thursday. So if you couldn't go Sunday, it's not insane to me that a soft tissue injury, hamstring, doesn't get right well enough where you can be counted on for Thursday. So I understand it. It's just a bummer. Like it's frustrating to me. That's all. I'm not mad at anybody. Like the team's doing the right thing. The players doing the right thing, I'm sure, rehab wise, etc. But like to me, the whole point of Marshawn Lattimore was for this Philadelphia game, part 1, and then part 2 later on in the season.
Yeah, I hate responding to individual bad takes on Twitter or otherwise. Like I don't like wasting time because one guy thought this thing. But I actually think this is a prevailing enough thought out there that it's worth addressing. I got a tweet from someone named Chris who said, it may appear trading for a guy that's always hurt and shows up to your building hurt may be the first misstep by Adam Peters. Saw another couple people saying, oh my gosh, this damaged goods. Like, why did we make this trade? He was not acquired for last week against the Steelers, right? Lattimore was not acquired for this week against Philadelphia. He was not even acquired for this season. He was acquired because he has 2.5 years left on his contract. He was acquired because you get 3 postseasons of him to try to help this year and to help next year and the year after. He would not have been acquired if it was just a 2-game deal. They would not have brought him in. It's not like they thought, oh, he'll help us beat the Steelers and the Eagles, and then we'll loan him back to New Orleans. That's not what this was. This is some point this year, he's going to help them out a lot down the stretch and into the playoffs. And then you get 2 more years. The side effect to the deal is that you get better this year. That's the side effect positively. When you're watching the commercial of the drug and they go, side effects are nausea and you can't stop going to the bathroom and whatever else. Like side effect to trading for Marshawn Lattimore is you might have a better chance to beat Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. That's the side effect. It's not coming to fruition that they didn't have him for the Steelers. They're not going to have him against the Eagles. But they traded for him because for the next 2.5 years and 3 postseasons, theoretically, you've got this guy on your roster. So I think people that are overly reactionary to this trade after quite literally 2 weeks, basically, are not understanding why they made it and are foolish. I don't think that's a big enough faction of the fan base to matter, but I think it needs to be stated at least that who cares that he's not available in the grand scheme of things from 25,000 feet up in the airplane as it starts to descend. It doesn't matter that he didn't play in these 2 games. Now, in the moment, it stinks because I don't know if they thought he wasn't going to be able to play in the next couple. But I promise you it wouldn't have changed the fact that they gave up multiple picks to bring this guy in for the remainder of this year and the next 2 years. Now, if it goes badly the rest of the way and he doesn't play this season and then they release him before the start of next year and he doesn't play for the team or something, then we could talk about the mistake that they made and how ridiculous it was to trade for an injured guy. I bet you that's not going to be the case. I bet you they knew what they were getting into, and he's just not healing as quickly as maybe the best case scenario was. Or they might have even known, by the way. They wouldn't have told us if they did.
Because you remember there was pending a medical
right
with the trade.
But they might have known when they acquired him, and you might have known if you're Adam Peters, hey, you tell Dan Quinn, hey, he's probably not going to be ready until the mini bye after Philly. Or maybe the thought is, hey, we'll get him back after the bye week for the last month of this season. And then you still have him for your stretch run in the playoffs, and then the 2-year deal that you sign him to effectively to have your new cornerback one moving forward. But the reaction today when he was out, as if they miscalculated and a woe is me and here we go, pretty funny. Like, I just think it's silly.
So I get a portion of the sentiment because if you're talking about this year, this is the biggest game they've played. And him not being available is a bummer. So, like, reactions that correspond to that, I understand, but I think your point's 100% right. This is not for this week. The trade was not for this week. In my mind, it's the reason you acquire a player at that position of his caliber is to deal with teams like this, and this is when it falls on the calendar. If it was 3 weeks from now and they played Philadelphia back-to-back, like they did that weird bit with the Giants a couple years ago where they played the Giants, had a bye week, and then played the Giants again. If it was like that and he couldn't play in those games a month from now, okay, we can maybe have a larger conclusion to it. But I guess it's I'm talking on both sides of my mouth. It was a way of saying like the whole point to me is not so that you can have Marshawn Lattimore against the Carolinas, the Tennessees. The point to me is not only this year, but in future, in my division and teams that I'm going to play, have wide receivers that right now with my current roster, I can't cover.
Yeah.
I cannot stop them. I have no answers at all, period, full stop. Now, hopefully I have one. So not having him is a bummer.
So let's go right there then next. Can they defend Brown and Smith well enough to win this game without him? Based on what you've seen with how they've handled the wide receivers. Guys like Jamar Chase just getting open for a 46-yard touchdown, making it look easy. The Bengals going up and down the field. When they have played teams that can sling it, 2 weapons on the outside, they have not really had answers. Do you think Benjamin St-Juste and this secondary can step up their game enough without Lattimore tomorrow to win this football game? Obviously, Peters and the front office acknowledged at the trade deadline they were not good enough without Lattimore to accomplish their goals moving forward. Doesn't mean you can't do it for a day or for a couple of weeks. But where are you guys on their chances to beat the Eagles without Lattimore, their chances to have a strong game in coverage against this elite tandem, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith? 800-636-1067. Let's get to that next on The Fan.
This update presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore will not make his debut tomorrow night against the Eagles. Dan Quinn spoke positively today about Brian Robinson's possibility of playing. Anthony Richardson will start for the Colts and Mac Jones for Jacksonville. Capitals reacquire Lars Eller from the Penguins. Logan Thompson will start tonight as the Capitals take on the Maple Leafs 7:15 on the Fan. Wizards continue road trip 7:45 tonight against the Spurs on Team 980. Spurs coach Greg Popovich is continuing to recover after he suffered what the team called a mild stroke on November 2nd. IT Cadre's trusted insight helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders play the Eagles in Philly tomorrow. We'll be at Lincoln Financial Field, but before that, we'll do a live show from a bar in Philly. So if you're going up there, let us know. We'll tell you where we'll be. Thanks for making the show part of your day on this Wednesday. Will the Commanders be able to slow down the Eagles receivers without Marshawn Lattimore? Felt like when they acquired him, they would need him for this Eagles game because A.J. Brown torched them. He basically derailed Emmanuel Forbes' rookie season single-handedly last year. I mean, what he did to him
was rough.
In week 4 was like illegal in 19 states at the time. And I'm pretty sure it's become illegal in 6 more states since. They passed some laws after the election. A lot of people worked some things through or whatever. It's 25 states now, Danny, where you cannot do to someone
can't do it.
what A.J. Brown did to Emmanuel Forbes the last time these two teams played. I'd like to think that they can devise a plan to slow those guys down. I'm just not confident in it. And here's my reasoning. Because they've got to load the box still. They have to slow down Saquon Barkley. This is the issue when you play Philly. Barkley is having a banner first year with the Eagles. He is second in the NFL in scrimmage yards, 1149. He is second in the NFL in rushing yards, 991, on the verge of 1,000 already in week 11. And he's playing Washington for the 10th time in his career. And wouldn't you know it, if you're a Commanders fan, I don't need to tell you this, Saquon Barkley feasts on this team. This is the club he has had his most success against of any team in the NFL. More scrimmage yards, 1164. More touchdowns, 8 against Washington than any other opponent. So I think you've got to, first and foremost, accommodate any kind of a run plan you have by getting some bodies down, maybe less too high safety stuff. That was the whole idea of bringing Lattimore over, is you let him play half of the field by himself. Well, not anymore. I think you got to help St. Juste. You got to help, certainly, Mikey Sanders still, or possibly even Noah Igbenogany, whoever's on Devontae Smith. I don't think you're going to travel St. Juste with A.J. Brown. They may. They've showed some willingness to do that, but I don't think that's going to work necessarily consistently. Although I think I like him more on A.J. Brown than I do Devontae Smith, just based on the size and the length and the physicality and some of those things. But it is a bad personnel matchup. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I don't feel good about this one at all for this big reason. They can't stop good wide receivers. Lattimore was supposed to help with that. They have not done it yet. I'll let you know when they do. Malik Neighbors, 127 yards. Evans and Godwin, 13 catches, 2 touchdowns before they called off the dogs and just handed it off. Jamar Chase, 120 yards, multiple touchdowns. Zay Flowers, 9 for $172.5. They can't stop good wideouts. So, no, I have no confidence at all that I think any kind of plan is just writing on a wall at this point. Like, this to me is a terrible matchup for them. If I was to design a team and an offense that this particular Washington defense as constructed could not handle, it would be this one. You already mentioned it. Dynamic running back that can do everything, that can run for power, run for speed, and catch the ball. Receivers on the outside that force you to honor everything else. A tight end that's not necessarily a playmaker anymore. Goddard runs kind of like I do after a workout. Not real effectively, but still is crafty and underneath and can do some things. And a quarterback that can escape danger and carry it in his own right and Hurts. This is the kryptonite to what was already a pretty, pedestrian, okay, even mediocre at times unit. I have zero confidence in their ability to stop Philadelphia.
Yeah, I get that. And I am also worried about the matchup defensively. That is different, I should say, than whether or not I give them a chance to win the game. Because going back to Cincinnati, the reason I was so high on them against Cincy going into that game, and while I didn't think they were going to win outright, the reason I 100% thought they'd cover and thought it would be tight and thought they could win was I thought they were going to move the ball on Cincinnati throughout the game. Now, the Eagles defense is actually playing at a very, very high level statistically. In fact, 5-game winning streak since their week 5 bye, the Eagles defense over that time ranks number 1 in scoring and number 1 in yardage. And their plus 82 point differential over their last 5 games, all wins, is second best to Detroit. So they've been cooking. But they're not playing anybody. That's also part of this. Their opponents in that 5-game span are the Browns, who had a broken offense with Deshaun Watson, the Giants, who Washington seen twice, not a good offense, the Jaguars and the Cowboys both can't manage to move the football with any consistency. The only good offense they played or good quarterback they played in that time is Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. And I'm not sitting here doing throwing stones with my glass house. I'm not pretending like Washington's beat a bunch of good teams. But I am telling you that in this 5-game winning streak, the Eagles have beaten 5 teams with a combined 13-35 record. And that everyone's now crowning this defense under Vic Fangio, which I think is good, legitimately.
Yeah.
I think they are good. Do I think they're as great as they've played? Do I think they're as dominant as they've looked the last 5 weeks? No. Because this is by far the best offense they've faced in that time. So I'll tell you what I think about this defense, I guess, in about 36 hours. Like at the end of the game, I'll say, yeah, they're really good, or see, I told you so.
In Philly, they're going, hey, this is one of their toughest tests of the year. Cincinnati, which they passed. Cincinnati's offense is really good. Burrow's having a prolific year. But the discussion is, okay, now can you handle this one? We're going to find out how, quote unquote, good our defense is, because you got to deal with Washington.
But I do think it's going to take 34 points, 31 points.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Cincinnati 2.0, a primetime night game where Jaden Daniels has to go ball out like he's in Baton Rouge playing Alabama in the SEC under the lights. I mean, it's going to be that kind of vibe, that kind of feel. Either he's spectacular or they probably don't have much of a chance. Because the answer to the question we're asking people for me is, will they be able to defend Brown and Smith well? I say no. I think Brown goes for 100. I think Smith goes for 60. Like, I think the Eagles move the football and have plenty of production, enough that they're going to feel good about winning when they look at their box score at the end of the game offensively. And then it's just up to, can Washington's offense, which has been more efficient than almost every offense in the sport other than Baltimore for most of this year, be great again, like it was really prior to 2 of the last 3 weeks, let's say, as they've leveled off some statistically a little bit. But I'll give Jalen Hurts credit, too, because a couple of years ago, he was amazing, went all the way to the Super Bowl, MVP candidate. I thought he outplayed Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Mahomes was good. He was great. Easily could have won a title game. Last year, I thought he was mostly the reason for their offensive woes. I thought he struggled a ton. Have you seen his numbers since the bye week?
They're eye-popping.
I mean, he has been sensational. This is their last 5 games now, post-bye. 16 combined touchdowns and 1 interception for him. He's looking to become the 3rd quarterback ever to post 6 consecutive games with a quarterback rating over 115. He is on fire right now. So I am worried about this secondary without Lattimore. No doubt about that. Let's go to, is it Rami in D.C. on G&D? What's up? How are you? Ronnie, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is Ronnie. What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
The only chance we got with our defensive backfield against the Eagles tomorrow is if we bring Darryl Green's jersey down out that rafter and replace him and replace that boy, St. Juice. I don't know why he's still on this team. But I'm thinking that if we can score enough points, just like you guys are saying, we can score enough points that we can get ahead of these guys and we'll beat them 32-31.
It's going to have to be a shootout. I agree with you. I don't even know if you got to be out in front as much as, you could go back and forth or come from behind. Do you agree with me, though, Danny? It's really hard-pressed to see them winning a game where they don't score upper 20s at least.
Now, weird stuff happens in the NFL where you look at, an over-under will be in the 50s, and then, both teams can't get a first down.
Especially on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Like the Eagles could go for a 4th and 2 and not get it, and then you could pick them off inside the 10, and next thing you know, they've got 3 points with 4 minutes to go in the half or something.
Yeah.
That could happen.
But on paper, this is a shootouts get on, you know what I mean? Like, just in terms of the construction. I don't see them winning this game without being in the mid-30s. Because I think I would treat it as this. When they have the ball, this is like prime Kansas City territory, not the current Kansas City, which scores like 10 points a game, but prime Kansas City, I would treat every punt as points for them. in some way. And I'm holding to field goals is a victory in that regard.
Yeah, I think that there's a path to winning this game, maybe like 27-20 is as good as I can say. Defensively, I could see them playing. That would take bowing up in the red zone, to your point, in a way that they really have not been. And that's going to have to happen at some point here. They got to start turning some of the touchdowns they're giving up into field goals. But if they could turn Philly over a couple times, in plus territory, if you could force a field goal or two rather than giving up sevens, now all of a sudden on 4 drives inside that 30 and in strike zone, maybe you got 6 points to show for it, something like that. Now it's 20 instead of 30 at the end of the game, and maybe you could win that way. But I do think it feels to me like if Washington wins, it's going to be 34-30. If the Eagles win, it's probably like 30-20, 27-23, something like that. Let's go to Jay, who's in D.C. Do you think the secondary can bow up here without Lattimore?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
All right. Hey, first of all, I don't think you can actually stop these guys, those 2 guys on the corner. I think you just have to contain them. You can't give them a 2-way go. You can't let them beat us passing the ball and running the ball. You have to take something away. You have to take one or the other, and that's what we didn't do against Baltimore. We let them have the running game and the passing game. Take something away and live with the results. The thing that I think that we have going for us is the fact that this is a division rival game, right? Division rival games are pretty much always closer in outcomes. What we have in our favor is this is not a brand new coach who is new to the rivalry. Dan Quinn and Joe Witt and those guys have seen the Philadelphia Eagles for the past 3 years. This will be the 3rd year, I think, but the past 3 years, they haven't had drop dead or knockout corners. They've played them with Deron Bland and those guys, and look at what they're doing now. So I think they can
Deron
divide
Bland
the
at one
play.
point in time, thanks for the call.
Appreciate you.
Did lead the league in interceptions, though. I mean, it's not like they've done it with dudes off the street. I mean, Bland got paid. Like, you're talking about some decent cornerbacks. But I agree with you. Like, they can devise a plan. The problem is this group that they're coaching here in D.C. right now has been a problem against quality wide receivers. This past week, George Pickens, who most of the year has been a non-factor for the Steelers, has gotten better in their passing game with Russell Wilson. But wasn't huge. It's not like he went for 100. He got close, I think, 90 yards and touchdown. But he was an issue in that game. There was one receiver he had to worry about, just one. And they couldn't figure out how to get him, after a good first half, to stay quiet in the second half.
Yeah, I think there was a good plan on the play that St. Juice that gave up a 15, 16-yard cushion to Mike Williams where he got beat deep for a touchdown. I bet you the plan was excellent on that play. Don't get beat for a touchdown. What can you do about that? Go back as far as you humanly possible to give the guy cushion and space. Still ran by him. So to me, like, plans are important, and I'm all about it. And we can see the impact this coaching staff has had on the other side of the ball, specifically with the offense. But I think there's the greatest plan in the world doesn't matter with this coverage group.
Yeah, I would say their plan was probably better than the result and the execution when Pickens ran through like 4 tackles for 32 yards on that one player who was like hopping around and jumping in the air and putting his knee out like it was Antonio Brown. Remember that?
Yeah.
That should have been a 15-yard gain or less. Quan Martin flying up, making the tackle. Plan was okay. They just needed to execute that better. And the question is, will they be able to? 800-636-1067. We'll talk to Jody McDonald, who covers the Eagles, coming up at 3 o'clock in about 20 minutes. There is a quarterback being made, a change, rather, being made in the NFL. A team is going back to a youngster to try to ignite its offense. We'll tell you about that next on Grant and Danny. Hey, guys, it's Grant. You know me, Grant and Danny. I'm Grant. If you're in need of a big week boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlay Reward Stack. That is what they call it. Now, every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. I love the player props. That's my favorite. Don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlay Reward Stack. Who knows? It might just become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boosts. New to FanDuel, visit FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Shane Steichen and the Colts are going back to the well. They are benching Joe Flacco for Anthony Richardson. Just a couple of weeks ago, they benched Anthony Richardson for Joe Flacco. It did not work. The Colts lost consecutive games. Flacco played badly, including 3 interceptions and a pick 6 against the Bills in a 10-point loss this past week. Remember, they could not move the ball at all. Their defense was great against the Vikings 2 weeks ago. And in both of those losses, felt like if they could have just made a couple more plays offensively and gotten anything more out of the quarterback position, maybe they would have won. Well, Anthony Richardson, who had been bad enough that when they benched him, I thought it made sense, is now going to get another shot. And I think this is the right way to go, not only because you need to develop him, but they're 4-6. And at least for the moment, the playoffs are out of the question. So you're playing the Jets coming up, a little bit of a soft landing spot. Their defense is not as good as it once was. That's a bad football team. Then you've got a much tougher game against the Lions, and then another soft matchup with the New England Patriots going into a bye week before your stretch run. So it's time to find out if you're the Colts, if Anthony Richardson's the guy you want to go forward with, if you're Steichen and Ballard at the end of this season, or if you're going to be in the market for a quarterback, which is seemingly perpetually what they have been in the market for over the last 8 years.
A handful of years. I mean, you're hoping for a similar bounce back that Bryce Young experienced, right? Where you're in the line, you're in the game, everything's going too fast, you're non-competitive, it's just a disaster. When you're dropping back to throw the ball, you're lost. You get some time away from the starting lineup, away from the pressure, and when you re-enter the game, re-enter the as the starter, you perform a lot better. Now, Bryce Young's not great, hasn't been awesome, but like it now looks like an NFL quarterback doing things, whereas it quite simply did not before. And at times for Richardson, who came in raw, is still raw, it was probably snowballing on him a little bit, right? Where it's just, it starts to get away from you, then you're pressing, trying to do something great, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And then to the point, just like we're talking about with Bryce Young, it was non-competitive. So if Joe Flacco was lighting it up, doing what he did last year in Cleveland, this wouldn't be a conversation, but he was, all the bad plays without anything dynamic to boot. Like there's no escaping Joe Flacco running outside the pocket and making a back-breaking play against the opponent. It's just stand there and take sacks or throw picks. I got a guy that can do that already. And it's the guy that hopefully, if I'm a Colts fan, is my future. So it makes sense. I mean, they're a game out of the postseason right now, but the way they're playing, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, I don't think you can worry about where you're at in the standings when you're playing as badly as they are. Also, I get turned off by analysts that scream at the team when they do something like this, as if they're breaking some rule that doesn't exist. And what I mean by that is you're seeing this all over the country. The most obvious recent example is my guy we've had on the show a couple times because I love him, Louis Riddick. Louis Riddick is like personally offended, it seems like, that they have benched Anthony Richardson to the point where he's talking about like whether they have jobs and should have jobs, it seems like. And he's so upset about this. And I don't really understand that. There's a difference between a young guy not playing that well and a young guy that's giving you no chance. Like we have all seen it. Bryce Young with Carolina is a great example. You referenced him. There was a difference between, hey, you probably shouldn't bench your number 1 pick last year when you're bad and you need to be developing him. And this offense cannot function the way he is playing right now. I don't mean like we can't score points or gain yards. I mean, we can't possess the football. We can't get in and out of the huddle. We can't get first downs. We can't gain any yards to even have drives. Like this is embarrassing. Our receivers, our line, everyone involved is not developing and can't do it because this guy is so incompetent. That was the level of quarterback play they were getting at one point. They sat him down. He watched for a handful of weeks, and he's playing much better. You're allowed to do that. I mean, that is a decision you have to make. We also don't know what we don't know in the building. And you never hear people mention that. I remember this with, I always hate talking about the late Dwayne Haskins because he's no longer with us. But I remember the same kind of deal where a lot of analysts and Riddick went in on Jay Gruden, I remember, but a lot of people came out and were just furious that Washington had moved on from Haskins. But they don't know that he's not showing up when he's supposed to show up, that he's not putting in the work behind the scenes that he's supposed to put in, right? And like the coaches sometimes know that. And I don't know if that's the case with Anthony Richardson or not. Might be the hardest working guy in the world. I'd imagine if that was the case, they wouldn't have benched him. I also think the fact that he asked out and said he was tired is part of why he got benched, by the way, whether they'll ever admit that or not. But Danny, do you know what percentage of passes he's completing this year?
It's sub 50 now, isn't it?
Take a guess.
It's like 48%.
44%. 44%.
It's not 83 either.
What
like this is a different time.
About, dude?
Yeah. I mean, he's struggled.
In his career, do you know what percent of passes he's completing?
47?
50%.
Yeah, right on the nose.
I don't even like those numbers shouldn't be possible. That's Tim Tebow stuff, who was not a quarterback, moonlighting as a quarterback. So I don't like, to me, it wasn't some personal thing that they benched the guy. I like that they're going back to him and giving him a shot. I also find it comical that everyone said, why are they playing him? He needed to sit and watch. And then they bench him and he sits and watch. And they're going, why are they benching him to let him sit and watch? They need to be developing him. So it's kind of like they can't win, it seems like, with Anthony Richardson. But I hope he plays better, because I will say, physically, if you want to do a competition where what quarterback can throw the ball the fastest into a wall, velocity, he'd probably win. What quarterback can throw the ball the farthest in the air, he'd probably win. What quarterback can run the fastest, he'd be in the top 5. Like, his tools are louder than the metal concert that Chris went to last night in Baltimore to see Iron Maiden. I mean, his tools are louder than metal at his, like, screaming to his buddy next to him at a show.
I mean, beyond intriguing for that reason. He was, and everyone knew he was so raw. There's no other way to put it. Like, doesn't have a ton of quarterback experience. The numbers weren't eye-popping at Florida. There were struggles, but you go, they just don't make people that are that big, that strong, that fast, who have that kind of cannon front arm. It's like Cam Newton is 1, and Richardson's probably 2, and he's like a 2.0 athletic version of Newton, right? Like, so yeah, you probably needed some patience here. There's no, in a right now league, this is like a weird thing. Like, if you were terrible and drafted him with a long view, we're thinking years, not week to week, then it might have been a better situation, a better spot. This is like a team that's built to win, that's got a pretty good set of personnel with a developmental quarterback that really needs to be developed. It's not like we need a little bit of seasoning. No, this guy needs a lot of work, but it's worth doing, presumably because of the traits, but you don't have time to do it until you do, now that Joe Flacco's come in and gone on the bed. The whole thing is bizarre, to be honest with you. I'm not angry at anybody, but it's just one of those, like, yeah, you drafted a raw quarterback. The raw quarterback showed up, and we seem not really sure what to do about that. I mean, it was one of those, you maybe should have thought of it before you picked him.
I agree. And this is hard to quantify, I think there's a difference between a raw quarterback and the way he's played. Like, it's been really bad. I mean, it's been really, really bad. And like, to the point where he shouldn't be playing at this point, kind of bad. And I don't know how long you give a guy like that. Like, even the guys that don't work out generally don't look that bad. Or the guys that you play that aren't ready. Like, supposedly Drake May, as an example.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to sit. He needs a year. He's the same kind of deal, right? He's a project. They do not look the same. When you watch Anthony Richardson play football and you watch Drake May play football, that's not the same thing. Drake May, he was the youngest quarterback in the league. I think Richardson's ultra young too, by the way. Looks far advanced. 4 weeks into his career, whatever he is. 8 weeks, 10 weeks into his career. So, I don't know. They're in a weird spot with him, though, because you started him before you probably should have.
Mm-hmm.
Then you benched him and you're going back to him. And now you got to make a pretty big decision pretty quickly on him going into this offseason. So you need as much data as possible. Jody McDonald's going to join us next. We will scout the Eagles. By the way, it is a Wizards Wednesday on Grant and Danny. So we've got tickets that will be given away today at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz right here on the Fan.
This update brought to you by Verizon. Washington Commanders and Philadelphia Eagles tomorrow night, 8:15 from the Link. Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore, Austin Siebert, and Nick Bellore will not play. Right tackle Andrew Wiley feels confident he will play tomorrow night, and Dan Quinn spoke positively about running back Brian Robinson. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on the Eagles front line.
Very good front, very young. I wouldn't say very young, but they're younger guys. You got Jalen Carter and those type of guys that are very athletic, could get out there, the passer can stop and run. So it's going to be a good challenge for us.
Around the league, Anthony Richardson will start for the Colts in Week 11. Mac Jones for Trevor Lawrence for Jacksonville against the Lions. The Bears released guard Nate Davis and signed Jake Curhan, and the Raiders stay with Gardner Minshew against the Dolphins. In the NHL, the Capitals reacquired Lars Eller from the Penguins. Eller scored the cup-clinching goal in Game 5. Capitals on ice tonight, 7:15 against the Maple Leafs on the Fan with Logan Thompson in goal. Wizards continue the road trip 7:45 tonight against the Spurs on Team 980. Spurs coach Greg Popovich is continuing to recover after he suffered a mild stroke on November 2nd. Joel Embiid and Paul George will not play for the Sixers as they rest against the undefeated Cavaliers. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens, so when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed. And get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited Ultimate. Byron Currip on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. We are broadcasting live all over D.C. on our flagship 106.7. We're live in Richmond right now on AM 910 and FM 105.1. Coast to coast, wherever you go, listen to the Odyssey app. And, of course, you can watch us in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page each and every day. Washington's building a foundation for success on and off the field. It is time for you to plan for your future as well with our buddies, Kondori and Murad, the exclusive sponsor of this show. They will help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a nice discount. That's kmlawyers.com. On the guest hotline right now, our buddy Jody McDonald from Philadelphia. Jody Mack covers the Eagles, and he's going to help us scout the opponent. Jody Mack, WIP. You can hear him in Philadelphia. Of course, you've heard him many, many times on this station as part of his work on the Infinity Sports Network. Jody Mack, welcome to DC via the radio. How are you, buddy?
Always a pleasure to hop on with you, Grant, Danny. Looking forward to talking to you, bud.
Let's talk about this Eagles team. It seems like they're playing their best football here of late after kind of a treading water start without A.J. Brown. Devontae Smith was hurt, some other injuries. Looks like they're hitting the gas now.
They really have. And Nick Sirianni has taken some grief here in town. He's done some things that make people scratch their head. But you always talk about what adjustments are going to be made. What are you going to change? What are you going to do right? What are you going to, when something goes wrong, how are you going to fix it? Eagles are 5-0 since the bye. They got that bye really early in the year, earlier than I thought would be good for them. But with the results, the way they've turned out, I guess it was perfectly timed. But they haven't lost since the bye. They've ripped off 5 straight, won a bunch by 20 points or more. And Nick Sirianni still doesn't get credit for it, that he brought them together during the bye, and they have fixed what they needed. So they are a vastly improved team from the one who went 2-2 in the first month of the season.
Jody Mack, one of the huge differences has been how Jalen Hurts is playing. 16 touchdowns combined, 8 throwing, 8 running, and 1 interception in these 5 games since the bye. He's the hottest quarterback in the league. I saw a stat that he could become just the second quarterback ever, I think with Mahomes, to go 6 straight games with a quarterback rating of 115 or higher. If he has another banner game this weekend, what's clicked for him?
And you mentioned the passer rating, which has been outstanding, and the numbers you just threw out certainly dictate that. I said on both my national show down on you guys' station and on WIP on Monday night, the thing that is getting underplayed, both here in Philadelphia and nationally, is Jalen Hurts' ability to run the ball. Certain people just dismiss the push, anybody could do it. Well, if anybody could do it, why don't other teams do it like the Eagles or as often as the Eagles or down on the 2-yard line, push it into the end zone, as the Eagles do? He ran for 2 more last week. He's now got 51 for his career. There's only 2 quarterbacks in the history of the National Football League who have more rushing touchdowns. Cam Newton, who's up in the 70s, and Josh Allen, who's a couple of TDs ahead of him, but has played 30 more games. So Jalen Hurts right now, with his ability to run the football, is looking like he could be the most effective running quarterback in the history of the National Football League. Nobody's talking about that. They just know he takes his time every once in a while, too much time. He got sacked 5 times against the Cowboys in the first half, most of it because he tried to hold on to the ball too long and wait till his guy got open and make a big play. So he's not a perfect quarterback, but when he's got time, when his guys get separation, he delivers the football. If it breaks down, he can make a play with his legs. He's jumping back into the MVP conversation as of right now.
Yeah, to your point, Jody Mack, 10 rushing touchdowns in 9 games for Hurts, just eye-popping type numbers. Another guy that's run the ball pretty well, I would say, is Saquon Barkley, who has feasted here against Washington over the years. Just what kind of differences has he made? I think I know the answer, but want to hear from you.
Pretty darn large. It sets up everything. If you run the football, that you pass the football, and defense can't cheat. Go ahead and try and bring guys up to the box. Then Hurts goes over the top and he beats you. Howie Roseman was questioned. There were prying eyes when the Eagles, after never, and I mean never, spending money at the running back position, all of a sudden jumped into the fray and were willing to pay him top dollar to come. I'd say they've gotten their investment back and then some. He's been great at both the running and the passing game, and he's better than the other Eagle running backs at picking up blocks when he does stay in very infrequently on an extra passing play. He's been a great fit in the locker room. Give Howie Roseman the credit for that one, because he kind of changed his modus operandi to spend big for a back. He thought Barkley could do what he's done so far and make the passing game that much more efficient. And yet, the last 5 games, the combination of both the run and the pass have been great for the Eagles.
Jody McDonald works in Philly, joining us on Grant and Danny. We're getting the lowdown on the Eagles ahead of tomorrow's game with Philadelphia. How about this defense? How much credit should I give them for being really good? They've been awesome over 5 games, number 1 in yards, number 1 in points, but they have not played anybody. And we know all about that because Washington hadn't played, or I shouldn't say hasn't beaten anybody either. But, I mean, the teams that they have shut down, and now everyone's saying Vic Fangio's defense is one of the best in the league. We're talking about a 13-35 record over these 5 games. So how real is it?
I saw a great stat I don't have in front of me, but you guys know it. The record of the teams the Eagles have beaten so far is 22-45, and people, they haven't beaten anybody. But the record, the teams that the Commanders have beaten is 23-45. So they're almost identical. So both have played a comparable schedule to this point, and the Eagles are a half game ahead just because they played one less game than the Commanders. I think these are 2 very evenly matched teams coming into the game. Yes, the defense has been better than expected. That's for damn sure. Even if the opponents haven't been good, but they kept Joe Burrow in check, who's one of the best passing quarterbacks in the league. They faced a couple of guys that, you wouldn't put on your resume as, hey, we shut him down. But the youth that they've added in the secondary have stepped right in, Mitchell and DeJean, and been phenomenal. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, they needed his veteran leadership in the back end of that defense, and he comes right back in and fits like a glove. So the secondary has been a key. The defensive line is getting enough pressure, not as much as they previously did under Gannon when he was the DC, but you've seen Fangio go to a blitz every once in a while, which is not what usually happens with a Fangio defense. Everybody copies Fangio's defense, and it doesn't usually include blitzing, but he's got 2 linebackers that he thinks play very well coming downhill in Vaughn and Nakobe Dean. So the Eagles will come after Jaden Daniels, and they'll come from hopefully a spot for the Eagles' sake, but they don't know where they're coming from. But their defensive line has been solid against the run. They just haven't created a ton of pass pressure, but the Eagles have been able to get that elsewhere.
Yeah, you touched on where I wanted to go here, Jody Mack. And just looking at this defense, a couple years ago, they set the modern record for sacks. They were unbelievable. Then dropped off a bit last year. This year, they're middle of the pack, but there's, I think the dominant pass rushers that were available in free agency, like Bryce Huff is, I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, been a relative disappointment in terms of his production. Josh Sweat, I think, has been pretty solid. But to go into that a little bit, where their pressures are coming from, and if it's something that, more has to be committed, maybe against a good offense, might be able to take advantage of that, like that push and pull there.
They are, as you just pointed out, compared to 2022, not near as good. Compared to last year, slightly better. And I think it's because of the aggressive nature of Vic Fangio and the way that he's pushed the buttons and been bringing guys from outside just the down four. The Eagles will run a lot of 5-man fronts, and that some people consider a blitz, others don't. I think anything past 4 means the blitz, and they go to 5-man up front. That's why they've been pretty good against the run. They have confidence in their secondary. You have to have confidence in your secondary if you're going to commit an extra guy to the front, and they have. So if it's Bourne coming up and playing on the line, or the Kobe Dean coming up and playing on the line, those guys are getting there. And they've played very well coming downhill, and it's been the best linebacker play. Even when they went to the Super Bowl in 2022, Edwards was a great tackler, and Kaiser White was a good, solid guy who did what was asked of him. Bourne and Dean have been bigger playmakers than the Eagles have had at linebacker. Shoot, you might have to go back to Jeremiah Trotter to find a pair. Now, it's only 9 games in, so I'm not putting him in the Hall of Fame just yet, but this is the best linebacker play the Eagles have gotten in a long time.
Well, to tell you how long of a time it's been, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is on the Eagles right now. So it's been a little while.
It's been a minute.
Jody,
and I thought he was going to play this year, but he can't get on the field because Dean and Bourne have been as good as they have.
He was a baller in college. He'll be good eventually for them, I'm sure. Jody McDonald with us here on Grant and Danny. So the area that I'm most worried about, and I just want to get your perspective on, we were hoping Marshawn Lattimore was going to play because Washington's secondary against A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith feels like a massive problem and a huge mismatch, and the only way to win might be shootout at that point. Is Devontae Smith going to go, first of all? I know he's on the injury report again with a hamstring. And then second, do you think there's a path to Washington defending those two guys in the Eagles passing game without Lattimore?
Well, I was going to ask you because I don't know. I should know, but you'll tell me. Thank you very much. Is Lattimore not playing because he's just not physically up to it, or because they want to make sure he's 100% into the scheme by the time they put him on the floor?
No, it's hamstring. He's still not practicing at all, Jody.
Yeah, it's a hammy.
Hammy.
Okay, so he's not even going to be out there. Is there a chance he plays next week? He's got 10 days before their next game. When are they expecting him back?
We have not heard, but I would hope so. I mean, they traded for him, as you said. There was thought. We had people on from New Orleans the day of the trade who thought it was a Devontae Adams hamstring.
Like it would be cured by a time zone change?
The time zone change would make it feel better. But that obviously did not happen, as he's now missed 2 games. So the easy answer is we're hoping he plays next week, but we have no idea.
Fair enough. The Eagles probably, at least what I heard from my source this morning, it's more precautionary. It's not. They're not making it up with Devontae. He's feeling the pinch, but if he hasn't done anything by the time the game rolls around tomorrow, I think he's going to be fine. I know he's going to play. I know he's going to start, but the question is, will he be able to go at 100%? That I don't think anybody will know until the game actually gets underway. But he's going to play, and yes, the secondary sans Marshawn Lattimore will be severely tested tomorrow. I think the Eagles will be looking to throw the ball, and you're right, it could turn into a shootout game.
Is there an area where they've kind of been able to get away with it against bad opponents? Just think of the comp here for Washington. As they're beating Carolina or Cleveland, who wasn't competitive and things like that, they didn't really need kind of that baller at receiver opposite Terry McLaurin. Going up against a good defense like Pittsburgh, it felt a couple times like maybe they did. Is there an area like that for Philadelphia where they haven't needed anything yet because they've been beaten up on bad teams, that maybe when they play a good team, that might be something that they're lacking?
Here's the only thing out, because they're, as I said, red hot, 5 in a row, doing everything right, checking all the boxes. Here's the one that I still question just a little bit. Not only have the opponents not been great coming in with beaten records and but nobody's jumped out and gotten a lead on them. Nobody has put the pressure of having to be making decisions as to what the other team's going to do. When you're ahead, defenses believe they can dictate terms. You call whatever play you want, we're going to have a defense for it. But when you're behind, it gets a little bit tougher. Fangio hasn't been tasked to figure out a way to maybe get the Eagles doing something different because of the scoreboard. Last week, Dallas, they get ahead, they get all those turnovers rushing downhill. It just was easy, but they haven't played. So if you were asking me from a commander standpoint, what would be the best way to handle the game? Get up by 10 points or 14, 13 points, 14 points. Then the Eagle defense will be tested differently.
Jody Mack, ladies and gentlemen, does a great job talking all things Philly sports in Philadelphia. You can hear him on the Infinity Sports Network nationally, including here on The Fan in D.C. Thank you, buddy. It's been great catching up. Next time we chat, hopefully we will be ready for baseball season. And maybe the Nats will be relevant enough that you and I can talk baseball more often soon enough.
Either way, my friend, I'm up for it. If you need me back on when the Eagles and the Commanders play again down in your house, I'll surely come on with you again.
Thanks, brother.
Appreciate you, man.
There's Jody Mack with us on Grant and Danny scouting the Eagles. They are hot. I got to give them a lot of credit because, as you know, I did not think very highly of them early in the season. I'm still not sold. Thursday, tomorrow, could sell me, though. They go out and they put one on Washington. I'll say, okay, that's a division champion. That's a threat in the NFC. That's a really good team. But right now, I just think they're very average and they've beaten up on bad teams. And you could say the exact same thing about Washington, and I think that's probably fair. The difference being, I think Washington's got a better offense than the Eagles do, and I think that matters.
And I would say also the most recent samples are the best from Philadelphia, trending in the right direction. You know, after the kind of a sluggish start, again, missing guys. They missed Devontae Smith for a game and change in there. And I know A.J. Brown was gone for a couple of games. They kind of survived and lost one where Saquon Barkley dropped the pass that he would catch 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000. There was turmoil swirling. When you combine it with what happened last year down the stretch, when they swooned in a collapsing way that nobody has seen in a long time, people wrote them off. This was a group that, to me, was always sort of waiting to get right, and looks like they have since the bye week, playing their best football lately.
The game changer's been really twofold, I guess. Jalen Hurts protecting the football.
Yep.
16 tutties and a pick. One interception in 5 games. I mean, he was putting 3-4 balls up for grabs every single week early in the year and at times last year. And then defensively. And I get that they haven't played anybody, but
you got to be good enough to beat the bad teams.
You play
like
this
that,
on
yeah.
your schedule. Number 1. They're not number 10. They're not number 4. Number 1 in the NFL in scoring defense and in yards over the last 5 games. 82 points they've outscored their opponents by. Only the Lions, who are a juggernaut, have a better margin over those 5 games. Let's give you a Commanders stock report next. Let's localize the convo. Who's the arrow trending up on and down on in D.C.? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Do you want certainty that your home will sell? This is Danny Rouillet here with a message from Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. Debbie and Sarah have developed exclusive home seller programs that simply cannot be offered by other agents. As a result, they net their sellers 6.1% more and sell their homes 2 times faster than the average agent. Think about that. 6% plus more money and twice as fast. That means a lot more in your pocket, and it's done quicker, right? The Wall Street Journal recognized these results and has ranked Reynolds and Power Home Team the #1 team for families served in the DC metro area for the past 10 years. They are so confident in their services that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. Just ask the Ford family, who are on the market with another agent for 99 days with Bupkis. They called Debbie and Sarah, and after only 2 days on the market, they got that full price cash offer on their home. Do what I did and so many others have. Call Reynolds and Power Home Team now to guarantee your home sale at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update brought to you by Commuter Connections, guaranteed ride home. Injury update for the Washington Commanders. Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore will not be able to make his debut in a Commanders uniform against the Eagles. Kicker Austin Seibert and Nick Ballore will also not play Thursday. Dan Quinn also spoke positively about running back Brian Robinson's chances. The kickoff from the link, 8:15, 7-3 Commanders, 7-2 Eagles. Anthony Richardson will start for the Colts Week 11. Mac Jones for Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville against the Lions. The Raiders will stay with Gardner Minshew against Miami. NHL Capitals reacquire Lars Eller after he spent a few weeks with the Pittsburgh Penguins. 7:15 tonight on the Fan. Logan Thompson expected to start tonight. Wizards road trip 7:45 tonight at Spurs on Team 980. Get a free ride home for an illness, unexpected emergency, or unscheduled overtime when you share the ride to work. Get started at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Got some good intel on the Eagles from Jody McDonald last segment. Thanks to him. Our double plays coming up at 3:45, and we are blitzing at 4 o'clock. Remember, Wednesday means Wizards Wednesday. We're giving away tickets to go see the Wiz ahead of the Beltway Blitz right at 4 o'clock. And an hour after that, which is 90 minutes from now at 5, Austin Eckler's on the show today. Schedule was weird this week. Practices moved all over the place because of the Thursday game. Travel up to Philly, all kinds of quirkiness. So instead of our Tuesday 5 p.m. segment, we'll do it today with Austin Eckler, sponsored by IT Cadre. That is coming up in about 90 minutes on Grant and Danny. But let's get you a Commander's stock report, and we start with an arrow trending up.
Brian Robinson looks like he's going to go, question mark? Now, I thought that a couple times, and he hasn't gone. But that is the idea here, is that Brian Robinson had to rest this past week, tried to give it a go, wasn't able to. Hopefully he's on the right track, recovered. Listen, you're playing a really good team. You want to be at full complement. I don't think it's devastating not to have him for a game here or there as other guys can shoulder the load, but he's the best at shouldering that load, and they could use some of his thump.
Terry McLaurin coming off of 5 catches for 113 yards. That was his second 5-catch, 100-yard performance in 3 weeks. That was the 4th time this season that he's gone for 100 yards. Terry McLaurin is on pace for almost 80 catches, second most ever for him, and over 1,200 yards, which would be a career high. Also on pace for a career high in touchdown catches. It's amazing what happens when you and a really talented quarterback are on the same page. I've been thinking about this, by the way, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
He and Jaden Daniels are really in lockstep on some of the downfield throws. That corner fade that they ran on the sideline this past week was beautiful. Just textbook. If that was a touchdown, that would have been the talk of the NFL. It was a lot like the play in Cincinnati, honestly, that buried the Bengals on the road on Monday Night Football that everyone around the league raved about for a couple of days. I'll bet you the catch percentage on that was similar. I think the previous one was like 10.9% likely out of the hand. I'll bet you that was somewhere between, 10 and 20% likeliness of being caught. It was an unbelievable
grown
throw.
man stuff.
It was an unbelievable catch, but him and Daniels are on the same page. When Terry's open deep almost every single time, since the first of the season when he was open against Tampa Bay, Daniels has hit almost all of those throws.
Dante Fowler Jr. Who's third in the NFL in sacks? Who's third? Come on, show me your hand. It's Dante Fowler. Third in the league in sacks. Third, not 10th, not 17th. This is a guy that was kind of a part-time Peter early on, and he has earned his way into the top 3, trailing only Trey Hendrickson and Dexter Lawrence in the NFL. Third in the NFL in sacks for a guy they signed for punter money. Pretty incredible, man.
Adam Peters, general manager in Washington. Why, you ask? Well, as Washington gets ready to play the Philadelphia Eagles, it is not lost on me that Jahan Dotson, the wide receiver taken in the first round by the Rivera era Marty Party, has 8 catches for 98 yards on the year. McLaurin, obviously, is the number 1 receiver and on his way to a Pro Bowl, perhaps, has outdone him. The rest of the wide receivers in Washington have all done the exact same thing. Outperformed Dotson. Noah Brown, 25 for 350. Olamide Zaccheaus, 22 for 230. Luke McCaffrey, 13 for 130. Even De'Ami Brown, 13 for 145. Have all outpaced Jahan Dotson, 8 for 98. That deal looking better and better the further we get away from it.
You just mentioned him, Olamide Zaccheaus. We got 3 fumbles here in our last 3 games combined, including 2 on the old punt return situation here this past week against Pittsburgh. He's still going to be doing it. I'm sure I'll feel confident and comfortable when that ball meets foot. The punt goes up in the air, and here goes OZ back there. He'll be fine. Only 1 catch for 8 yards as well in the game, despite 3 targets. So not trending in the right direction for a guy that early on was pretty impactful.
Benjamin St. Juste, tough go of it this past week, giving up the 30-plus yard touchdown in the end of the game. Game in the balance. He gives up a 10-yard cushion, still gets caught flat-footed, doesn't flip his hips, and ends up trailing a wide receiver who catches a lot of fade balls into the end zone on what was a corner fade there. You just got to have a little bit more awareness of the situation and be a little more prepared for what's about to play out. He, on the season at this point, has now strung together some performances here where you're not seeing as many aggressive plays or passes defended. He has not broken up a pass on the stat sheet in the last 4 weeks, although he did have 1 PBU on a penalty. It was not his penalty. It was away from the ball. So it didn't count this past week. But speaking of penalties, too many flags, too handsy at times. Just has not been a great look for him this season. They're asking him to do more than they probably should. That's why they went and got Lattimore. And so far, they haven't been able to implement that plan. So Benjamin St. Juste, got to get more out of you, especially this weekend. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, good luck to you.
You know who Washington's highest graded defender was via PFF? You might know, Grant, because you know stuff like this. But if you're just listening at home or in your car or somewhere else, Sheldon Day. Who's Sheldon Day? He plays for Washington. He went to Notre Dame. He's been around this league a little bit here, there, and everywhere. Kind of an afterthought, but he was really good against Pittsburgh. Had 8 tackles, 4 assists, 4 solos, 1 tackle for loss. He came in and helped, only played around 30% of snaps, but was really impactful.
Zach Ertz on 37 catches has just 88 yards after the catch. That is 2.3 yards after the reception on average for Zach Ertz. When you operate in the middle of the field like he does and underneath, you'd think there's generally just 4, 5, 6 yards there to be had before normally you're running into a defender. There's going to be times where you're well covered, but there should be times where you can rumble. I mean, God forbid you make someone miss every now and then. There might be some real estate for you to run for a little while. 88 yards after the reception for him on 37 catches this football season. Now, Ben Sinnott has just 3 catches this year. Just as an example, even though one was in the end zone, another one was like at the line of scrimmage where he immediately got tackled. He has 14 yards after the catch on those 3 receptions. It's just hard to do what Ertz has done in the way of not making plays after the reception. Need a little bit more out of him in that area. A homecoming this week, by the way.
Yes.
He's been named the offensive captain, not coincidentally, I'm sure, by Dan Quinn, as he goes back to Philly, where he played so many years as a great tight end for the Eagles.
Since his couple of games where he was unbelievable, Jeremy McNichols, not much doing here. Over his last 3 contests, 1 carry for -1, 8 for 20, and 4 for 7. Doing some rudimentary math, that's 13 carries for 26 yards, which computes to, hold on, let me do that. That's 2 yards per carry. Not really working all of a sudden in the ground game. That has been a little bit of a hidden underplot here as Brian Robinson has been nursing his way back to health.
How about Zane Gonzalez, who made both of his field goal attempts with a long of 48? 2 for 2 from 40 to 49, both in that 45 to 49 range. He also hit all 3 of his extra points. Austin Seibert has been ruled out for this game. He will not be kicking for Washington, so it means a second game for Zane Gonzalez. Everything was clean in game number 1. They will need that to continue to have a chance on the road in Philly.
Now, we love this guy. We like this guy on this program. I like this guy personally. I think they got something here. But production is production. 3 catches for 36 yards. That sounds nice. But then when you realize it's the entire total for Luke McCaffrey over 5 games, not much production happening from the rookie wideout. Now, the PFF numbers and the people that grade this thing will tell you how open he is all the time. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if it's Daniels isn't looking that way. I don't know if that's not where the play design is going. I don't know how open he really is or how separated he really is. I don't know what I don't know here. I just know that this was the receiver position is solved. They invested in this. Not much production there over the last 5.
It's a tough grade on Luke McCaffrey.
Just it stocks down. 3 receptions over 5 games.
Can't throw himself the ball.
It's not much.
All right. That's tough. Don't be a receiver in Danny's class. Give me a stock down. Where was Chris Rodriguez this past week? He basically carried the mail in the second half without Brian Robinson. Going back to the Giants game. I'm not complaining. I'm literally saying I don't really get how they do the running back thing. They go by momentum sometimes. Like there's a week where it's just the Jeremy McNichols week out of nowhere against Arizona. Austin Eckler gets all the carries in the first half against the Giants, but then doesn't touch the ball in the second half. Chris Rodriguez doesn't come off the field. They can't give McNichols 1 carry to get me my rushing prop on FanDuel. That's not the point. Kind of is, though. But, they can't do that a week ago with Chris Rodriguez, and then this past week, he's nowhere to be found. He's not on the field. I don't really get how they do it. They just kind of roll with the hot hand, I guess. But I don't know. After he didn't play in the second half last week, and now B-Rob comes back, feels like his role is about to get a lot smaller moving forward.
Tressway still good. That is your update. Tressway continues to be good. A little bit down by his standards in terms of net yards per punt. He's only in the middle of the pack in the NFL, but still, Puma Let's Rage kicking nukes at 48 yards when foot meets ball. Good for Tressler.
I wish there was like a stock sideways instead of up or down, but I'll just say Jaden Daniels, the rusher, after he ran for 5 yards, a career low against the Pittsburgh Steelers this past week on 3 attempts. Need a little bit more from the legs of Jaden Daniels to help get the rushing game going, to help make him even a little bit more dynamic and scary in the passing game as well. But you look at the last 3 weeks for Washington here, the Bears game where he was 21 of 38, 326 at the Hail Mary, but for much of the game was around like 50% passing. And then this past week where he ended up completing about 50%, partially because there were too many drops, if we're being honest. I'm not saying he's struggled. That is not the case. He's been good. But he's gone from MVP, elite, EPA per play leader in the NFL. He's now fallen 2 spots over the last couple of weeks in that stat. It's kind of leveled off. I want to bounce back big time, prime time, Jaden Daniels performance. And by the way, I'm predicting one. I predicted it against the Bengals that he was going to light it up. It's going to look like he was playing at LSU, at Death Valley under the lights in Baton Rouge. This dude gets up for these games. Another primetime game, standalone, everybody watching. I think he balls out in a big-time performance tomorrow night.
My last one here, GP, Daron Payne. Nothing terrible's happening. It's not a disaster. This isn't anything awful, but no John Allen. And it's a rotating cast of characters next to you. It's the Sheldon Days of the world. They popped more often, frankly, than he has over the last handful of weeks, especially since Allen went out. 3 quarterback hits. I think there are 6 or 7 guys on the team that have more. Only 1 tackle for loss, a sack and a half, which was the result of other guys doing a lot of work, getting a cleanup sack. Nothing wrong with that, but I need him to be the bother. I need him to be somebody that's disrupting a little more often. What better time than a really good opponent in Philadelphia there tomorrow night?
From the Commanders stock report to our double play next. What is going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. In 20 minutes, your chance to win Wizards tickets on the Fan. We'll be giving away Wizards tickets on a Wizards Wednesday right at the top of the hour, coming up in about 15 minutes on Grant and Danny. Austin Eckler's on the show at 5 o'clock. That's about 75 minutes from now. Looking forward to catching up with him in our weekly segment sponsored by our friends over at IT Cadre. But it is time now for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Bad, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Down bad. So much ballyhoo last night about that I had to, I gear up to go play some pickup hoops, Tuesday night hoops leagues. Now it's not a league, but this is a group of guys, all former players. Everybody was athletic at one point. This is not that point. This is all, from years ago. But it's a nice competitive game. It's a good balance, right? Good runs. So the outdoor pickle games, I'm sure, basketball games in my neighborhood, those are fun. Those are good too. I like those. This is a good quality run, right? Where a little bit more is expected of it, defensively, accountability-wise, et cetera, okay? I was a disaster last night. I put all of my compression on. That's thigh compression, calf compression on both legs, headband to absorb the sweat, armband to absorb that sweat. I could not hit water if I fell out of a boat.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Frank. I mean, what? Probably a dozen. Easy. Gimme game-winning looks that I couldn't hit.
And you're expected to make those. Because if I could say this, yesterday we were talking, and you're normally very true in your assessment of yourself.
Yeah.
There was another guy you said was better than you. But you said you're the best shooter there.
So I'm not the best player there by any stretch.
But you're the best shooter.
Yeah, I would say if you lined everybody up, whatever sample you would need, right? 100 different occurrences, shoot the most number of shots in games, or game type situations, I'd probably come out either on top or close to it, et cetera, right? There's other guys that are much better players than I am, 100%. But that's my thing.
But when my shooter is dragging me down,
what are you even doing here?
I got a problem.
Can you just go sit down, Pudgy?
Because the way you described it to me is you can't D anybody up.
No, I can't guard anyone.
So I need you to make baskets.
Yep.
And if you're not doing that, you can't play for me.
So now
I can't coach with them.
Can't do it.
I can't win with them.
So now the three's not falling. I acknowledge that. I mean, I still got to take the open ones. It's part of the offense. But when I'm shot faking, going by somebody, well, let me put a snow bunny in. Let me just shoot. Let me just stand next to the barrel. I couldn't make layups last night.
Oh man!
I mean, my knee hurts this morning. That's a punishment, I'm sure, from coming out awkward.
I'm going to say something that you won't like.
Go ahead, say it. I deserve it.
It's a question, actually, but it's going to be a little bit offensive, if that's okay with you. Were you awful to deal with?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that's the thing. Not that you're ever want me to come with you to any of these things, but the reason my answer would be no.
Right.
In every single regard is whatever that is. It was funny when we played a pickup game of pickleball that nobody cared about on our trip with Kandori and Murad, where we're just all out there having fun. And you took it more seriously than everybody else, I would say. But you also were fun to play with for the most part. But the thing that was a little bit of, okay, I can see what this would be like in real life, is every now and then you'd get into a flow, we'd have a good volley. If something didn't go the way you wanted, you didn't have the shot you wanted, you didn't put the spin on it, you botched it, you hit it too far, there would either be you'd forget where you were for a second and you'd curse, or you kind of McEnroe it for a minute.
Yep.
Or you would come over to me after the play, be like, dude, I'm so sorry. I apologize. And I wanted you to stop doing that right away. As soon as you can.
Well,
whenever you're ready.
Because one of their buddies, because it was good natured and fun with our guys Kandori and Murad, but they had a pretty big crew with them. One of their buddies, and I'm not going to name any names, but it was the Cowboy fan.
Yes, it was.
So got a little sketch is not the right word. A ball was in, he called it out. Another ball was out, he called it in.
Yeah.
Once that happened, we ramped up a little bit. It went from let me showcase and explain to everybody that this is my house to now you're getting beat.
Okay.
And then when I would foul up there, that's the escalation.
Which is true, but I'm not even talking about the escalation of the caring as much as the apologizing. Yeah. It's bro, we're just dudes out here. All of us.
And you're halfway watching the Falcons game.
I'm watching Kirko and the Falcons against the Chiefs on my phone while we're playing. And these other guys are playing for the first time ever. Please don't apologize when you hit a ball out. You don't have to do that. Trust me when I tell you, I'm not upset at you. Do I look upset at you? So my point is, if you're doing that in that setting, what are you doing in a basketball game where you care and you're around a bunch of other guys that care too much too. My guess is you're being a lot to deal with.
It's a lot to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
you're taking it to the other end of the floor with you.
Yep. All part of it.
How much over the top, like, oh, I can't believe this, was there?
Tons. Because here's the only way
Do
to
you think any of them are annoyed, or do you think they're all just like,
no, everyone's annoyed.
Oh, he's funny. This guy's funny.
Everyone's annoyed. I know what this is.
Okay.
Pointing at my face. I get it. I'm very aware. I didn't used to be, but I am now. Like there's a desperation to let everyone know that this is abnormal.
Yes.
Like, what's wrong with me today?
Exactly.
Everyone's like, nobody cares. We're just here to get exercise.
Is that what it is? Is that at its core what it is? Is like, I'm not actually this bad. I just missed the shot.
Like I promise you, because I think maybe now some of them play with me enough that they would acknowledge, like, yeah, like 9 times out of 10, he gets that open shot. He's not going to down. Let's go play defense. But when it wasn't happening last night to the nth degree, then it was everything. It was like layups or in rhythm jumpers or off the drum. Nothing went in, and it was terrible.
Jay on Twitter says, there's no such thing as caring too much, baby. Play to win. I think he would fit in well on a Danny Rouillet team.
He would fit. Yeah. Can you play? But it was funny. We go to this elementary school, and there's a AAU team or like a group finishing their practice as we get into the gym.
How old?
It's always hard for me to tell. Like maybe 14.
It's like good kid. Like,
yeah,
probably kids who can hoop.
Totally. And
if one of those kids had wandered out on the court, would they have held their own against you guys?
Probably not, and not
They
their
were
fault.
smaller.
They're just still young enough.
Yeah.
Where there's a few grown men in there. Like, like there's one dude who's 6'3", 6'4", built, who when he drives the lane, he gets a knee up high enough. Like, if you want to take a charge, be my guest, dude. But you're going to catch a knee to the chin, So, but they're almost to that point, right? Where they're almost in high school and probably doing. And the coach was like reaming them out after their practice, which I guess was subpar. We didn't see it in their practice, but it sounds like it wasn't real good. And everyone's going around like talking about effort and heart and desire and guts, whatever. And on the way out, he's like, "Hey, are you Danny?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, I heard you talking about this on the radio. I didn't realize you guys were coming here. You want my boys to come back in and scrimmage with you?" And I was like, unless they want to guard someone that's pouting because they missed a shot and settles for pull-up jumpers after like a minute or two of play because they're tired, then they should probably just go home.
We'll be okay without them.
We'll be all right without those guys.
How
Give 'em a
sweaty
break.
did you get?
The most. Guys, everyone jokes about it.
So this is where this is the difference. I would just stand so far away. You could get whatever shot you want. If you were super sweaty and gross, nowhere near you.
Yeah, but that's great defense. Last night.
That's a good point.
I'm a self-turnover last night. I'm a self-check.
Are you dripping with sweat?
Pouring.
But do you know what I mean by
yes?
Like,
of course I do.
Like if you
my
put
shirt
your
is
hand
disgusting
down,
to the touch.
right?
If the ball touches my shirt, we have to wipe it off.
No.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
And if you put your finger down, does any sweat drip off your fingertips? Like
not last night, but yes, in
that
general.
the full-on Shaq.
Yeah, that's why I do the armbands.
Oh. Yeah,
and the headband.
If you want to see what Danny looked like on his way over to play basketball, you can go look at the picture I posted on Twitter last night at Grant H. Paulson, because we had to stay around the tape last evening after the show. So Danny had to change into his basketball giddy up before he left, which was a treat for the rest of us.
Everybody was happy.
Oh, we had a good time with it.
Yeah.
Top of the hour, we got those Wizards tickets on a Wizards Wednesday. Austin Eckler in 1 hour right here on the Fan.
Washington versus Philadelphia tomorrow night, 8:15 p.m. kickoff from the Link. Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore will not play against the Eagles. Austin Seibert and Nick Bellore also have to sit out. Right tackle Andrew Wiley with his shoulder says he feels confident he's going to play. And Dan Quinn spoke positively about running back Brian Robinson. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on a game plan for the quick turnaround.
I mean, it's good. It's just talking, and if I don't like something, just take it out. Short week, I'm not going to get a lot of reps at a lot of things, so I just got to be stuff that we're comfortable with.
Around the league, Anthony Richardson will start for the Colts week 11. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence out again, so Mac Jones gets the call against the Lions. The Raiders are going to stay with Gardner Minshew against the Dolphins. The Capitals reacquire Lars Eller from the Pittsburgh Penguins for future draft picks. Eller spent 7 seasons with Washington and scored the cup-clinching goal in Game 5. Capitals on air tonight, 7:15 against the Maple Leafs on the Fan. Logan Thompson expected to start. Wizards basketball on the road trip at 7:45 against the San Antonio Spurs on Team 980. Spurs coach Greg Popovich is continuing to recover after he suffered what the team called a mild stroke November 2nd. No timeline set for his return, so Mitch Johnson will be the coach in the interim. Joel Embiid and Paul George will sit out tonight as the Sixers take on the Cavaliers after the Sixers lost to the Knicks yesterday. Washington Spirit semifinal versus Gotham FC sold out Saturday, 12 p.m. at Audi Field. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. As promised, you're going to get tickets to go see The Wiz. It's Wizards Wednesday on The Fan. For tickets and more information on this, thefandc.com/events. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You are going to win tickets. We'll be doing this all season long on Grant and Danny. Thank The Wiz for that. Very, very cool. It is time in just a moment for our Beltway Blitz. But first, I want to remind you that Washington has built a foundation for success on and off the field, and it's time for you to think about that foundation for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of this show, the law firm Condori and Murad, can help. They will update your last will and testament. They will set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, we'll see our guys, Condori and Murad,
tomorrow night. Yes.
We'll be in Philly with them at the Link. We'll be watching football with them. Second time we'll be at a road game with them. The first time the Commanders put up their performance of the year.
Just about as much fun as we've had watching football in terms of what that offense was doing. It was back and forth. Cincinnati couldn't be stopped either. That was a show.
All right, it's time for the Beltway Blitz. Let's start off on the ice. Lars Eller acquired via trade yesterday by the Capitals. It does not sound like Lars Eller is going to be playing today. He will not be in the lineup. Hendrix Lapierre gets one last ride. They're going to get Eller in the lineup, presumably getting him in, getting him ready, getting him ramped up, and then he will be their third-line center, Danny. But your Lapierre, you got one more chance here to get right now. May not matter because they just made the trade and they're going to be playing Eller, but still a good opportunity for him.
Yeah, and maybe takes the pressure off, right? Knowing that the not the writing is on the wall, but like your papers have been handed to you pretty much, right? No matter what you do, good, bad, and different, you're probably, on the way down to Hershey. But good opponent tonight in Toronto, a team that can obviously score. We know about some of the pedigree there, but I'll be interested to see how Eller fits in to kind of get that third line going, which is a point you made really well at the top of the show.
Logan Thompson is the netminder for the Capitals tonight. He's been going every other game. They have been doing this, what I call like boy, girl thing where he, Lindgren go back and forth. This is the first time they've broken that to have anyone start back-to-back games.
He was, I thought, outstanding against St. Louis. Right?
So
I thought he was, I was going to say, I suppose the coaching staff did too.
They're running it back. He made 25 saves on 26 shots. But here's, I think, why they're doing it. They probably want him to go against the Vegas Golden Knights coming up in what is going to be a really difficult game. He beat them earlier in the season. It's his former team. He gets up for that opponent, it seems like. So maybe just to make sure that the rotation of every other has him playing against Vegas, they're kind of reversing the order here after a few days off, and they'll have him and then Lindgren alternate that way.
That makes sense, right? So if he plays against Toronto, then you would have Chucky against the Avalanche on the road, and then Thompson in goal against the Vegas Golden Knights.
As far as the Maple Leafs go, Austin Matthews has not been completely healthy this year. He's been in and out of the lineup with health, hasn't played here recently, so whether you get 100% of him has kind of been a big question going into this game for the Capitals. But more importantly, in-house, worrying about ourselves and goals for the Capitals, Alex Ovechkin looking for goal number 11 already this season. He's got 10 goals in 14 games, and a lot of the national pundits who said he wasn't going to break the record for goals scored this year are already changing their tune on Alex Ovechkin.
Well, yeah, you get off that kind of rip-roaring start. Remember last year, it was, we're doing the what's wrong. And not only, has he slowed down, but are we going to get there at all? Is he actually going to break the record? I mean, that was not a terrible, ridiculous conversation. The slow pace that he was on, whatever it was 6 goals through, a couple dozen games, through 30 games, 40 games, it just wasn't happening. And the second half of last year did happen, which kind of got us back into the right conversation on pace. And he's picked right up where he's left off. In fact, he's probably been better to start this year than he was even down the stretch.
Look at the goals leaders in the NHL so far this season. First of all, you'll see that the Caps are the only team in the league right now who have 2 guys who have 10-plus goals. Pretty awesome. That's number one, because both Ovechkin and McMichael have scored 10 times. But on top of that, Alex Ovechkin at this moment is tied in the top 8 in scoring in the National Hockey League as he approaches 40 years old. And he's only 2 goals off the pace. Sam Reinhart has 12, Leon Draisaitl has 12, and Cole Caulfield with Montreal has 12. Ovi is nipping at their heels. We got a Rocket Richard chase at the moment very early on for Ovi, but nothing's ever been truer. The greatest named website in the history of the world, Russian Machine, never breaks. There's just no doubt about it. Alex Ovechkin does not relent. All right, let's keep the blitz moving.
I got Chase Hughes, covers the Wizards. That's why he's going to come talk about the Wizards with us right now. Chase, what's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on.
Pleasure as always. Catch us up. So, Washington, San Antonio tonight. What do we need to know?
Yeah, we got a good one on Monumental Sports Network. I think going into the season, as soon as the schedule came out, I'm sure a lot of people circled this one on the calendar because there's just a lot of storylines between the Wizards and the Spurs. Obviously, the Spurs have Victor Wembanyama, one of the most exciting young players in the league, and him and Bilal Coulibaly go way back as childhood best friends who were also teammates in France professionally and then last summer in the Olympics. And now there's a new French player who's sort of entered the equation, which is Alex Sarr, the 2nd overall pick. And I think that's going to be a great matchup for him because I think everyone can see that Wembanyama is one of the most unique players in the league, probably going to be a superstar in short order. And I think if you were to design a player in a laboratory to defend him, it might look a lot like Alex Sarr. So it'll be interesting to see how he does with that early test. And then beyond that, Alex Sarr was the 2nd overall pick. You've also got Stefan Castle, the 4th overall pick, who was taken by the Spurs. So certainly a lot of intrigue in this game.
Chase, I don't mean this to sound negative because I love Wemby and watching him is a treat. But he was so good last year. He was the Rookie of the Year. He finished 2nd on the DPOY. I was expecting just a pretty huge leap to start this season where it was another gear. His scoring's down a little bit. Rebounds are about the same. Assists are down a little bit. And maybe it's just that the team isn't playing as well. I really don't know what I don't know. He's on his way to leading the league in blocks for a 2nd straight year. But what have you made of Wemby's start? And why hasn't there been kind of another pretty big leap forward for him so far early this season through 11 games?
Well, first of all, I agree with you. I mean, they've been better than they were last year, but I thought they'd have a little bit better of a record than they currently have, and that maybe they'd even make the playoffs this year. Right now, it doesn't look like they're on course to do that. But I think what you're seeing is a guy who's obviously extremely talented, but is probably further along defensively than he is offensively. I think he's the most talented defensive player I've ever seen. I mean, his ability to block shots, but also just his versatility, his instincts, his athleticism on that side of the floor. I've never seen anything like it. I think he will probably go down as the best defensive player of all time. I think he'll get there with many Defensive Player of the Year awards. He already was a runner-up last season, but offensively, he's kind of trying to figure out who he is. And a lot of people have pointed this out, that he's playing a lot away from the basket. And look, we know he's got the skill set to do that. His agility, his ability to handle the ball, create off the dribble, shoot from the outside is extremely unique. But at the end of the day, he's 7'4", right? Like, at some point, I think he's going to have to learn how to use that to his advantage. And that's probably over time going to include more plays around the basket, because no one can block his shot because he's so tall.
Chaser, what's our early verdict here through 9 games played on Jordan Poole on the ball? There's a lot I like, but I'm wondering if that's how everybody's best deployed and served. Just give me your thoughts.
Yeah, so, last year, obviously, he was off the ball for the first half of the season, really struggled. Then they moved him on the ball in the second half, and he was much better. And this year, I think so far, he's been closer to what we saw in the second half of last season. He's leading the team in scoring at about 20 points a game. His efficiency has been all right, certainly better than it was in the first half of last year. And I think that the Wizards, they have a long way to go on both ends of the floor, but I don't think he's been one of their biggest problems so far. If you look at some of their best lineups based on net rating, he's been in just about all of them. So I think the offense has been good when he's on the floor. And he's actually been off to a really good start defensively. He leads the team in steals. He's been one of the best players in the league in that category also when it comes to deflections. And I talked to him about that recently, and he said that, he's just in a much better role defensively because the team is much bigger. He doesn't have to, guard bigger players. He's on the court with guys like Alex Sarr and Jonas Valanciunas, and less is being asked of him in a lot of ways. So I think he feels pretty good about his start on both ends of the floor, and he's getting a lot of praise from Brian Keefe for his defense.
Rank the first rounders in order of who's impressed you most to least of the 3 first rounders.
Ooh, that's a great question, because I think it's been pretty close for all 3 of them. I might put Bub Carrington number 1, because he's the one guy of the 3 whose shooting percentages are about where you'd want them to be. He's the one guy shooting above 40%. Alex Sarr, though, I think the most impressive skill of the 3 that we've seen so far has been his shot blocking. He started his career with 6 straight multi-block games. No player had done that in 31 years. So even though he has struggled to shoot the ball on offense, he's been really good defensively. And then, maybe 2B would be Keyshawn George. I think his efficiency hasn't been where we thought it was in the summer league and the preseason, but overall, he's been, I think, very impressive defensively with deflections. And then also offensively, he's just a smart player who makes the right play, who never seems to force anything offensively, and is a very willing passer. So I think they've all shown flashes, and we'll have to see how things play out over time.
Chase, thank you, buddy. Talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
We'll see you, my dude. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Liam Griffin covers the Commanders for the Washington Times. Going to join us on the Beltway Blitz right now. Liam, huge one tomorrow night. Not much time to lick your wounds. Give us a preview. What do you see tomorrow?
Well, I see a tough task for a young Commanders team that is still trying to find their rhythm and find their identity. Obviously, things are easy when you're blowing out the Carolina Panthers and, winning on Hail Marys against the Bears. But after a tough loss against the Steelers, I think this is kind of a test of how far this team has come with a divisional matchup on Thursday.
How can this secondary slow down that receiver room of Philly without Marshawn Lattimore?
I mean, that's going to be the question of the day, and I think that's going to decide a lot of the game, really, because A.J. Brown is enough to give any secondary nightmares. And for a Commanders team that is going to be relying on Benjamin St-Juste primarily against him, that's not a great matchup. I think Devontae Smith, you feel a little bit better having Mike St. Risto out there. He's someone who can be physical, and Devontae Smith is a smaller guy on the outside. But A.J. Brown is one of those players who can take over a game and really embarrass some lesser talent on the outside. So I think you're going to see safety help over the top. I think you're going to see the Commanders defense try to bring more pressure on Jalen Hurts to take away those deep balls that kind of doom them against the Steelers on Sunday.
What difference does Brian Robinson make coming back for this offense?
He does a lot for the offense, not just as obviously he's running 4.6 yards per carry. He's one of the most talented backs in the league, but I think he opens up their flexibility as an offense. Cliff Kingsbury has this reputation as if you're not following the game closely, this air raid, spread him out guy. But to me, the most interesting stuff that he does as a play caller is his run schemes. And Austin Eckler and Jeremy McNichols have performed admirably when they're filling in, but they do not provide the identity that Brian Robinson helps provide. I think they are more comfortable opening up the run scheme with Brian Robinson back there, working in some more Jaden Daniels runs and really relying on that run game instead of just using it to open up the pass.
And V-Rob made it pretty clear he's good to go, and he will be full go. What about the tackles? A little bit more coy on that from Dan Quinn. Sounded like they both did more in practice yesterday. Do we think Lucas or Wiley or both are going to be able to start at right tackle and back the other up?
So I talked to Wiley yesterday, and he seems to be feeling better. And he said that Sunday's game was a real game time decision, which is something they like to avoid. Obviously, he was good enough to suit up on Sunday in an emergency, but I think he'll be good to go to start tomorrow night. But I feel like with Lucas and Coleman, I think they're both just kind of nursing those injuries. I think you'll probably see Coleman start, but I think they'll both suit up and both be available in case need be. But they've got a tough task, and that offensive line in particular did not hold up that well against the Steelers pass rush, and it doesn't get much easier against the Eagles.
Where's Ben Sinnott? And I know he plays a little bit. It seems like when they do two tight ends, he's in there to block, and then he just retreats to the sideline immediately. Zach Ertz has like a 7 yards after the catch numbers approximate. Like at some point, wouldn't it be interesting to see what Ben Sinnott can do?
Yeah, it will. And he's someone that I really liked coming out of the draft. I'm obsessed with the idea of a fullback in a modern offense. And obviously he's not quite that, even though he lined up in the backfield a lot in college. But I think with a lot of these rookies on the offense in particular, they are trying to work them in slowly as much as possible. It's the same thing. We talked about it last week with Luke McCaffrey. Like, you want to see him find his spot in the offense a little bit more. And especially with Sinnott, John Bates is a blocking tight end, but he has not filled that role that well this season. And so I think the team's going to start recognizing that and working Sinnott into the offense more because, man, he has flashed the ability to be a difference maker in practice and training camp and in college. And I think he's just kind of waiting on that opportunity.
What is your prediction for tomorrow night in Philly?
I think that's going to be a really tough game. I think that Philadelphia is also the healthier team. Devontae Smith was limited in practice, but other than that, they've got a clean bill of health coming into this game, whereas the Commanders are coming off that tough loss and still, they've been bit pretty hard by the injury bug the past couple of weeks. And going into an away game on a Thursday night, Cincinnati early in the season was one thing, but this is a really hot Eagles team. I think the Commanders are going to have their work cut out for them. I think they might end up losing this game. But at the same time, I don't think that's putting a nail in the coffin in the season or anything. It gets easier coming down the stretch. They've got Cowboys twice. They've got the Titans coming in. I think that it might be a tough loss, but you'll get a rematch later in the season.
Liam, thank you, buddy. Enjoy the week.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Check out Liam Griffin's work. Covers the Commanders in the Washington Times. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. It just seems to me like a lot of fans are chalking this up as a loss. I've had a lot of people today say, oh, well, they'll be 7-4, but that's all right. They can beat the Cowboys, beat the Titans, be 9-4 going into the bye. Why is everyone acting like they can't beat the Eagles tomorrow? What am I missing? That's next on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. For the Commanders, running back Brian Robinson will be back in the lineup tomorrow night for Thursday Night Football in Philly. B-Rob a full go after missing 2 games with a hamstring injury. Marshawn Lattimore, though, will have to wait a week to make his debut with his new team. He will not play, ruled out again with a hamstring injury. Right tackle Andrew Wiley, left tackle Cornelius Lucas could both be back as well, both officially listed as questionable. NBA Wizards trying to snap a 5-game losing streak tonight on the road in San Antonio, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Caps hockey tonight on the Fan. Caps are home against Toronto, 7:30 p.m. face-off on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Austin Eckler will be on the show in a half hour. Can't wait for our weekly appointment with the Commanders running back right here on G&D. Thanks for making the show part of your day. We're with you for another 2 hours on our penultimate show before Commanders-Eagles tomorrow night, Lincoln Financial Field in Philly. Have you ever been to that stadium?
Not that one. I went to the Vet a long time ago. I played games in the Vet, baseball, which was terrible, and I saw a football game in the Vet, which was also terrible.
So I've obviously never sat in the crowd at the link because why would I
Come
on. That would be a bad idea. But I have been there many, many times as Press Box Paulson covering games. It's an outstanding stadium. I don't like to give them a lot of credit on much. They did a really good job.
They get that one right.
It's just nice. It's a good place to go watch a game. There's a lot of things about it I like. They also have the really cool situation, which would be amazing to have in D.C., but we never will because even if the Commanders end up playing at RFK Stadium, there's not going to be ballparks near each other. But I am envious of the downtown, very city, suburban layouts where like you can hit a golf ball from one building to the other. So right across the parking lot from the link is the Wachovia Center.
Yep.
Which is where the Sixers, for now.
That's where Joel Embiid rests.
They're getting a new they're getting a new arena. Joel Embiid, that's where he takes his naps.
It's where DMP coaches decisions.
Where he doesn't play. And of course where the Flyers play. But in the same parking lot, you might have to hit the golf ball a couple times. There's Citizens Bank Park. So they're all right there. Like it's right off 95. You get off 95, you loop around under an underpass, you come out on this little, I think it's like Patterson Avenue, I believe it is. I always thought it was Ruben Patterson, their crappy corner, who played here. I shouldn't say he's crappy. He was probably fine. But he played here as well. But their non-star corner. Maybe it was named after him.
Could be.
But yeah, like Patterson Avenue, whatever it is. You go straight down that little strip, and then boom, boom, boom. All three of them right there. It's really cool looking.
I'm jealous of that. Like Baltimore has that, where it's like Camden and whatever the bank stadium is. They basically share common grounds in the middle. Like to walk to the football stadium, you walk right by the warehouse, just outside of Camden Yards. Like it's perfect. That kind of thing I think is really cool. It's almost like the stadium district. I'm down with that.
We will not have that.
No, that's not for us.
But maybe, just maybe, we will have a stadium in Washington, D.C. Although I saw yesterday, I don't know if you saw this update, that Steve Daines, who's the Montana senator that we had on this show, how long ago was that now? That would have been in the offseason, but it's got to have been, I don't know.
Summertime? Was it early spring, maybe?
6 to 8 months ago or something. He was on our show. So he is still doing it's about my people, my constituents. It's about this family. It's about me thing. Originally, what did he come out and say? His point on our show was the team needs to make this right with this family. The Blackfeet logo. I'm trying to remember the name of the family. The Wetzels, I think it was.
The Wetzels. And
he had the grandson, and I'm representing him and his late grandfather, and this family's amazing. And all that's true, I'm sure. I'm happy that you're representing them. That's your job. But that was his big thing, was the team needs to make it right. Well, the team did God knows how many hours of conversing with him and working with the family. And they have now since at the stadium put up this really nice exhibit, basically, with the old logo and a lot of the old stuff and the story of the Blackfeet tribe and the information on the Wetzels and the guy that created it. And theoretically, they did what they were supposed to do. Like, hey, man, here's our olive branch. And his thing now is you got to go back to the old logo. Like, that was essentially what he was suggesting via social media. It's not as much now, Danny, about, hey, let's make sure we do right by the Wetzels and the Blackfeet logo. It's go back to your logo. He's still doing the thing.
Yeah.
He's kind of moved the goalposts here a little bit, as far as I can tell. So I'm over this at this point. I'm kind of annoyed by the whole process. This just feels like politics at its core and at its worst. And you're dangling something out there that no one can appease. It's not going to matter as of the 19th. It's the next chance they have to move the ball down the field. And hopefully they do. But that's the update that I last saw. He was actually talking today on the floor about the Blackfeet logo again. And that's now become the priority again, is that the team changes the name back to the logo or their
change the
emblem
logo back, yeah.
which they're not doing. I know that. You know that. 96% of our listening audience that knows that. There's 4% that are people that really want them to change the logo back, and that's just not happening. And Steve Daines is saying, do this. But I want to go back to the part where it was just, hey, make the family feel special. Hey, do something that shows that you have respect for the old logo.
Yeah.
They've done that. Those are the things they can do.
Where it's here's the museum thing, or here's this attribution, or here's this. Good? And they may be like, yeah. I don't know if they said, yeah, I have no idea. But, then there's other folks waiting in the wings, too. The Maryland senator who has an interest in doing things for Maryland, you would think, who doesn't want it to go in D.C., doesn't want the stadium to move. And there's someone else who's going to rear their ugly head in 7 minutes, too, where they have a chance to grandstand. So,
I am old enough to remember when they couldn't play in D.C. because their name was Redskins and their logo was what it was. And now they can't go back to D.C. because they changed their logo and name.
It's funny when you put it that way.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, you're right.
Is there a different way to put it?
Well, I would say it's more complicated than that.
Well, of course,
but your point's right.
But this guy has a lot of power and influence, and right now is the fly in the ointment. There will be other flies in the ointment, and there were
flies buzzing
before him.
Everyone's buzzing.
But right now, the biggest fly that you got to worry about in the ointment is this guy, and it's because they're not the Redskins, and they don't have that logo anymore. And I am old enough to remember when the idea was it was Eleanor Holmes Norton, or is it Norton Holmes?
Holmes Norton.
Holmes Norton and the different, all the people in D.C. they had to appease and appeal to, and Muriel Bowser and all these people. There's no way you'll ever get this stadium in my city if you're named the Redskins. Okay, well, cool. They're not the Redskins anymore. They're the Commanders. So where do we go? We'll just talk to
Nowhere's the
there.
answer, yeah.
And he goes, you can't talk to me until your name's the Redskins and your logo is this. So it's like a SNL sketch.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's so everyone else when they get a stadium,
it's almost like they're stuck between two parties who disagree.
Whoa, let's not get inflammatory here. Remember, we agree with you.
I agree with you listening right now.
The thing that you hate, we hate too. Now, the thing I'm going to tell you is everywhere else where they go through their own process, like local politics stink and they're super annoying and everything is irritating. But you don't have the magnifying glass that we do here, or the microphone glass.
Microphone glass.
Microphone glass. We have the state. Our version of state and local is like just interrupted by the building that's like a couple 100 yards up from us where we are right now. Because it ain't local. That's as national as it gets, dude. We're right next to the HQ. That new stadium at the RFK site, if it ever happens, is only a handful of miles from where these dudes sit. So the complicated relationship magnifies all the bureaucracy and all the stupid parts of our thing and makes it seem like it's impossible for anything to happen. Good, bad, or indifferent, by the way.
Well, here's what I was
in terms
told.
of stadiums.
Now, again, the only reason I even bring this up is because this afternoon, like earlier in our show, he was speaking on the floor. So it was just front and center.
Right.
Not necessarily, it's a non-update until November 19th, 6 days from now, which is next Thursday. The next time there is some moment that's going to matter in all of this. And it's actually going to be fairly telling, I think. There's either going to be a lot of progress made next Thursday, or it's going to be another letdown moment where it's going to be a long time. And you start to go, how long are you willing to drag this out? But I talked to someone who's privy to a lot of what's going on with this search in D.C. and this fight and trying to get the stadium into the nation's capital over the last couple of years. And I talked to them fairly recently. And they basically said to me that November 19th is a huge date. That's the next big date. That's the one coming up next week. And that essentially by early to mid-December, there should be rumblings that things are moving toward this working out. And that if around the holidays, there's not major good news and there's not major progress made, by the time you're wrapping your Christmas presents and you're going to your Christmas party and Santa's coming to visit the kids and all that, if we're still in the same boat we're in right now, that is a very, very bad sign. And that as of the early part of next year, there's got to be a very real conversation with ownership as to whether or not they just go forward in Maryland. If they have to wait another year because November 19th doesn't go well, because the progress isn't made at the end of the year that needs to be, that basically if they're in the same boat, they then have to decide, are we going to have another year at Northwest Stadium? Are we going to, and instead of 2030, now it's 2031. Are we, and by the way, there's no guarantee that the politics are better or that when you get past Danes and Montana, that some guy from Maryland doesn't hold it up next or whatever else could happen, right? At that point, you just got to go, do we just want to move forward and build a Taj Mahal somewhere out by Northwest Stadium and get our $400 million from PG County and build a rest and town center, around the stadium that is an awesome place to go?
What about Virginia? They're still in play, aren't they? They're not. They're not. They took themselves right out of the running.
Oh, man.
Their behavior took them right out.
They can't give you a stadium, but they can give you memes.
Here we go. Here we go. Having a good time. Oh, that's good.
Oh, me.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, me. But that's the timeline.
Yeah.
From what I was described to me, if by around the holidays there's no progress, it's a very bad sign. And that by the early part of next year, now they could just say DC or bust. And they could just stay at that stadium that they're at now in perpetuity until they get DC, if that's really what they want to do.
But at a certain point,
I think, well, that point, from what I'm being told, is around the holidays this year. That early next year, they would have to go, this is just not a thing. It's not worth it, and or we can't figure it out.
And you can't count on it getting figured out.
That's the problem. If you just had a hurdle you had to clear, then you would just keep training and hurdle it. But the problem is it's like a video game. You have to beat this level, but you don't know what other levels, what other bad guys are going to be put in front of you after this. In the video game, okay, I got to beat level 7, then 8, 9, and 10, and I beat the game. This is you're beating level 7, but there could be a bunch of levels you don't know about and a bunch of bad guys. It could never end. It could just keep coming and coming and coming. And so at some point, there's just a really easy path forward where you could have a better stadium with a better surrounding area potentially in what is a very much worse location. And that's irrefutable. No disrespect to Maryland or PG County, but we're comparing it to downtown DC for the Washington football operation. Obviously, the better location is the nation's capital, the most powerful city in the world. At some point, though, you got to go, is this worth it? And how long are we going to wait?
Yeah, if there was any certainty the only variable was time, you would wait. But there's no guarantee it ever happens, is the point. So like when you watch a season of Entourage from back in the day, like everything was like, dude, we got a movie. And then it's, we just found out the producer hates Vince, no movie. And then that's the show. The whole season is that yes, no. They'd solve a little problem, a new little fire would come up. And then at the end, they make the movie, right? You don't know that there's a movie getting made here. You don't know. Every positive bit of momentum. Like to me, the craziest thing that happened in all this is that one Republican senator going, yeah, the mayor and I are buds and we're on the same page and let's kickstart this and have this negotiation that takes place. Everyone's going, oh my God, okay, crap, what do we do? And everyone's running over their hair on fire. And then all that momentum, look how far it went. One step, and that's it. And now we're back in a similar spot where that didn't mean anything. So if you're sitting there waiting on a resolution, you're going to be waiting forever. Just the way the nature of this convoluted, ridiculous system is that you want an answer one way or the other. If it's a no answer, I can deal with that. It'll be disappointing, but I can put my big boy pants on and move on and grow up. But it's the waiting and getting nothing where it's okay. If this is solved, then this fire starts. If this is solved, then this fire starts. And at some point, you kind of go, this seems to be the pattern. New fires will start. I've given up.
What kind of impact is Brian Robinson going to have for Washington in his return tomorrow against Philadelphia? We'll get into that next. Austin Eckler joins us at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Austin Eckler joins us coming up in 15 minutes. Commanders, Eagles in Philly tomorrow night. I don't know if you're hearing the same thing I am. I'm getting a vibe that people are expecting a loss. But beyond that, that basically fans are treating this as if, okay, they're going to lose to the Eagles, but it's okay because you'll bounce back against the Cowboys. Like I've gotten, I don't know, 10 or 12 people probably the last couple days on Twitter saying, you lose to Philly, but then you win the next two, you'll go into the bye 9-4. And I just don't think this is a loss that's scheduled. I don't think this is there's no way you beat the Eagles kind of game. To me, there's three types of football games. There's a game you chalk up as a win, a game that is a toss-up, kind of could go either way, and a game you chalk up as a loss. Now, obviously, you could win the ones that get chalked up as losses, and you could lose the ones that get chalked up as wins. Nothing's guaranteed. That's why you play the game. But just on paper, every single game is in one of three categories. You should win it, you should lose it, or let's see what happens because it's close enough. To me, this feels like the middle one. This feels like the let's see what happened game. And I feel like a lot of Commanders fans, for whatever reason, are treating this, I don't know if it's the short week, the Thursday nature of this on a turnaround going on the road. I'm not really sure why, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
But do you have that same feel based on conversations you're having that it's being treated like, well, they're going to lose this game, but it's okay, ...
Yeah, it's twofold. It's two extremes. The normal cadre of people that are like every time they play, they're going to win by 37 points, who yell no matter what. That voice is constant. And bless those guys, by the way. You're coming back for more, regardless of information. You're super excited about the team and bullish, and it's awesome.
We need you.
Seriously.
Tip of the spear.
You are enthusiastic, and that is awesome. Do
Let's
not
go.
let any rain on that parade. You just keep marching with your drums. The other side, though, is exactly that. It's after this, you'll have a chance to regroup, and you're still going to have a good season. Now, the hard part here is I'm about to try to argue against that. Well, also, spoiler alert, I'm going to predict they lose. I don't think they win this
those are
game.
different things.
And that's the point. I'm trying to distinguish that here.
I expect them to lose. I'm just acknowledging that they absolutely could win. And yeah, I'm going to pick the Eagles, but this is not a game where it would be shocking if they won. Are they still a 3-point underdog on the road? 3.5 at worst, probably.
I'll double check.
I mean, it is a toss-up kind of game. This is not well, they'll lose that one. So you got to beat this team. This is you think the Eagles just think they're going to roll the footballs out and beat Washington? No way.
3.5 point dogs on the road. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you get 2 in this era. It used to be 3 for being at home. Smart people that do that for a living told me it's probably more like 2.5, depending on the stadium now. But regardless, it means that on a neutral site, they'd probably be a 1.5 dog to Philly. That's about as close to a toss-up or a pick-em as you're going to find. I just don't get this idea that like they can't compete with the Eagles.
Here's where I think it comes from. And again, I'm not agreeing, but I'm guessing. I'm trying to put what hat is this? I don't even know what hat I'm putting on. I'm putting on a hat where I try to figure this out. I think some of the narratives of the naysayers have crept in here. Okay. And it's to say they don't have a good win on the resume. Their best win is against an Arizona team that was playing terribly then, but now has played better since. That's their one win against the team that now has a winning record. Other than that, they've played good teams in Tampa when they played them. Not Tampa now. Tampa then was good. Baltimore and the Steelers, and they have lost all 3. So, ipso facto, Philadelphia's playing much better. They've got the pedigree. We're used to them being really good as division winners multiple times over, Super Bowl contenders, etc. They look like they're big back. Washington is not a paper tiger. They're better than that, but they're also not ready to compete against the good teams. Therefore, Washington's going to lose. And that's my case as to why they'll come in second in this game specifically. No Marshawn Lattimore, but not like the idea that they can't win and that we're just chalking this up, I think is ridiculous.
Well, here's my question to that hypothetical person you were wearing the hat of.
Yeah, let's go. I'm wearing the hat.
Why is Washington a paper tiger and Philly isn't? Philly has beaten nobody. They're 5-0 in this got right era. You know, this 5-0 run that they're on, plus 82-point differential, second only Detroit, number 1 in defense, number 1 in scoring and yardage allowed. They have played teams that are a combined 13-38. So let's not pretend like, well, Washington's a paper tiger. Whatever Washington is, Philly is. They got blown out by the Bucks just like Washington did.
Mhm.
If anything, if you look at common opponents, it's kind of favorable to the Commanders, who blew out Cleveland and Philly didn't. A couple of examples like that along the way. In the chat on the 1067 The Fan YouTube stream, Billy said, we're going to get stomped, but then we're going to beat the Cowgirls. I'm kind of wondering, like, where is that coming from? Maybe they do, and maybe you guys are right. They have not been stomped since week 1 against Tampa, which I don't really count as relevant to this team because nothing about that performance looks anything like performances 2 through 10 so far this season. They didn't get stomped. They went on the road in primetime once. They won the game, scored almost 40 points, and played lights out. They've actually been better on the road, maybe, than at home, to be honest with you. Like, the best teams they've played, Baltimore didn't stomp them. Pittsburgh didn't stomp them. They led by 10 in the second half. Why would they get stomped? Is it just maybe we talked them ourselves into when they got Lattimore? How bad? It was almost like you broke up with a girl, then all your buddies told you how awful the girl was, and now you have to get back with the girl. And it's like we're putting that toothpaste back in the tube because we've all talked about when they traded for Lattimore, how badly you're going to need him against the Eagles, how this group can't defend the good receivers, how St. Houston, everyone needs to be bumped down the depth chart. And now you don't have him, and you're going, oh, well, you can't possibly defend the Eagles receivers. So now, like, we said the bad things out loud already, and we can't take them back?
Yeah, now Chandler has to go back with Janice on Friends, and that's kind of where we are.
Let's go to Rick in Richmond on Grant and Danny. What's up, Rick?
How y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
This is the same bandwagon fans that, that we had, the fair weather fans of last year, and they're kind of still stuck on the team of last year, right? We're a different team. We're a team that has now a chance and a fight and go into the game thinking we're going to win this game. This is a winning team and a winning culture. So I guarantee you they're going to go into where Philly's going to come to DC, and we're going to handle business. I mean, it's going to be a home game. We are going to take care of business. Thanks for the call, guys.
Thanks,
Appreciate
buddy.
you, dude.
So, a home game, maybe they'll feel different about. I don't know if it's because tomorrow's on the road on a short week or what. And I'm not trying to make this a rah-rah, grab your pom-poms. Washington's going to go win one for the Gipper. Like, that's not what I'm doing. I just, like the rest of you, I've watched their entire season.
Yep.
And I don't see how you could go into this game expecting that they had no chance or were going to get worked, which has not happened, again, since week 1. And if they replayed that game this week, it wouldn't happen, even against Tampa. Caleb, Chevy Chase, what's good?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, buddy.
I'm a Philadelphia refugee, been living in the area for 25 years. And over the years, I've enjoyed calling and trolling you guys whenever the Eagles play the Redskins, the football team, the Commanders, take your pick. But this time, this is a curious one for me. And I kind of want to turn the back on to you two. You were explaining how you feel as though there's all this negative energy and you're not buying it, but you've both predicted Eagles wins. And I got to tell you, I've watched every single Eagles game. The only player you got to be afraid of is Saquon Barkley. Tell me why you're even picking the Eagles to win.
Well, you're forgetting about A.J. Brown,
who has had a wonderful time against Washington,
who can't
sir.
wait to go for 127 on 7 catches with a touchdown. I'm assuming Devontae Smith's going to play, who's been limited in practice and questionable. But they don't have anybody who's going to cover him. That type of receiver, that smaller, diminutive, shifty guy, gives them fits. I think they're going to be able to move the ball offensively. But the flip side is when someone says, okay, so you agree. No, I don't. I think Jaden Daniels plays well. I think the offense goes out and scores 27 to 30 points. And I think that it's a tight game in the end. Like, I think Philly squeaks it out. If this was a Sunday game in Philly, I would probably feel differently, though. I'm picking them because I think it's hard to go on the road on a Thursday after a short week after you played a super physical Steelers team. You're banged up. But even the injury news today is good. Robinson is full go.
Yep.
Sounds like Wiley is going to start at right tackle. Maybe Lucas is going to play. We don't know. Other than the kicker and Lattimore, you're in a pretty good place.
As good as you can be, playing 10 straight weeks. I mean, for A.J. Brown, though, just as a quick side, he's on 1,500-yard pace. He's missed a handful of games. So, like, the idea that the only person you got to worry about is Barkley, I just respectfully disagree. I would watch my own team a little more closely if you're a Philly guy. But I mean, to me, there's pedigree there too that I think carries over and matters in terms of people's minds and mindset going into a game like this, where it's, okay, if we're finding Philly when they're struggling and Nick Sirianni's yelling at fans, maybe now's the time. Oh, crap, they've gotten right. It's 5 straight for a team that wins 12, 13 games every year. That's part of the feeling.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Let's talk about this game with the guy who will be playing in it. Austin Eckler is going to be joining us next for our weekly appointment. Thanks to our friends at IT Cadre. Make sure you're listening. Top of the hour on The Fan.
I'm Roll Forsey, and here's what's happening. Commanders heading up to Philadelphia today for Thursday night football tomorrow night against the Eagles. Latest on who's in and who's out. New cornerback Marshawn Lattimore will not play, ruled out again for tomorrow night's game with a hamstring injury. Running back Brian Robinson, who's missed a couple of games with his hamstring issue, could be back on the field. Head coach Dan Quinn pretty happy with what he saw from B-Rob earlier today at practice.
Today was the day to get speed, and so that was good sign to see him and the rest of his teammates really get running. It was a kind of a ramp-up thing of a slower on Monday, a little faster yesterday, but today's the day you hit the marks to go up, and so he did a good job with that.
Also, in listening to Dan Quinn, seemed optimistic that right tackle Andrew Wiley and left tackle Cornelius Lucas could play tomorrow night, but kicker Austin Seibert won't. He will be out again with a hip injury. Indianapolis Colts today announced they're going back to Anthony Richardson at quarterback for Sunday's game against the Jets. He will stay their starting QB for the rest of the season. Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence will miss a second straight game with a left shoulder injury. Mac Jones will start again for Jacksonville Sunday against Detroit. Hockey Capitals back on the ice tonight, home against Toronto. That'll be a 7:30 face-off here on 106.7 The Fan. Wizards on the road, hoping to snap a 5-game skid in San Antonio, 8 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back to G&D on The Fan. As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season that we've seen play out, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. The sponsor of this show, the law firm Condorian Murad, will help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to 6:30 on The Fan. Remember, we are going to Philly tomorrow with Condorian Murad. We will be broadcasting live from a sports bar just outside of the area where the stadium is. So if you're going up to Philly, hit us up and ask us where we'll be. We'll give you the details so you can come check out the show. But right now, let's go to the guest hotline because it's time to get some trusted insight from a trusted insider presented by IT Cadre, where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Our buddy Austin Eckler joins us now. Austin, before we talk about tomorrow night's Eagles game, let's get into what happened on Sunday with the Pittsburgh Steelers. You scored 2 touchdowns. A lot of things went well, but in the end, you finished in second place by 1 point.
Yeah, you got to give credit where credit's due. They made enough plays to get the job done, and we fell short. As you mentioned, we did put some good stuff on tape as well, but it just wasn't enough, right? They did just enough, beat us by 1 there late in the fourth quarter, and that's how the NFL goes sometimes. But as us, as competitors, we're ready to bounce back and take it out on Philly now.
Yeah, such a close game, such a tight game, 2 good teams going at it there. What was kind of the feeling post-game and what was said?
Yeah, just when you go out there and play a good, tough game, you feel like, man, there's that one play. There's always that one play or this play or that play that really could have made a difference. That's why this game's so great, because everything really does matter, because it can come down to one play. And if you can put the game away, you don't have to have those conversations, because then hopefully you have a little bit more grace in your win. But when it comes down to 2 head-to-head, good teams playing each other, it's going to come down to the littlest details all the way to the last second. And as we saw with our game, it was kind of back and forth throughout that game. And it's good TV for sure, but as competitors, we want to win, and so we want to make sure we blow everyone out of the water when we can. And it was a fun battle. These are the things that I'll remember. Going into my next career is just the battles on the field that we had, the close games, the tough losses, the tough wins. But really, really appreciate how the guys fought out there. And like I said, looking forward to this upcoming week as well.
Austin Eckler, presented
by IT Cadre here on Grant and Danny. 2 rushing touchdowns for him in Sunday's game against Pittsburgh. When you line up based on the looks you're getting, do you have a pretty good idea if you're going to score or not generally? Because like on the toss there, as they make the toss, I'm going, out wide, going horizontal on the goal line. Never mind. That's perfect.
Great call.
Great. Way to go. Like, do you normally know just based on the looks you're getting?
I mean, you anticipate what the play is going to look like, but this is another reason why football is so great, because some things happen sometimes that you're not expecting, right? Someone falls down, someone, trips, someone gets blown off the ball, or someone gets blown back off the ball, or hey, the defender, comes over the top. It's like there's so many unexpected things that happen. I think the only thing we can really anticipate is, how they're lined up, and then after that, it's okay, react as a ball carrier, right? You have the ball, you have an aiming point, and then it's go be a skilled runner, as Coach Lynn always says.
Austin, how do things kind of change without Brian Robinson there? So it's almost like you, instead of being like what I think of like as the Austin Eckler role, the so dynamic and obviously running the ball, but also catching passes and pass pro and things. It's almost like you've got to be like, okay, let me wear the bell cow coat now, and then other people kind of have to sort of shift their roles. Can you go into that? What it means when there's no Brian Robinson and you guys, and how you divvy things up?
Yeah, as running backs, just in general, we all have different strengths and weaknesses. And, Brian is, 6'2", 230. So that's definitely a big body in comparison to me at 5'8", 195. And so, I mean, he, as a downhill type of guy, is a different type of back, and has a different type of skill set than I do. See me a lot on the third downs. You see me a lot spreading out wide, even if Brian's there or not. I'm all over kind of the place. And that's something that I've been used like that for all of my career. And even when Brian's there, I still get used, not there. If Brian's not there, I still get used in that same capacity. I just get more attention, I guess, in the backfield as the runner when Brian isn't there. And so when he is there, we see more of, I think, of okay, Austin, Brian, you're definitely going to get these touches. Austin, we're going to try to get you the ball in other ways, running the ball, catching the ball, screens down the field, option routes underneath, things like that. So the dynamic doesn't change. It's just more of the Austin Eckler flavor when Brian's out, right?
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. When you guys have a game like you did against Pittsburgh, which was super uncharacteristic, but there were a handful of drops collectively as a group. There were little mistakes, whether it's jumping off sides on the 4th and 1 or, various moments throughout the game. Is that easier to process in a short week because you just kind of wash it away and you say, look, that's not who we are anyway. It was just a bad day? Or like, what's your philosophy on that and cleaning those things up?
Well, thankfully, we have a good group of guys that acknowledge, right, take ownership. We have a thing called, Tell the Truth Monday. And so we have a lot of guys that are, I need to be better there. But what's really encouraging is those are the things we work on all the time. Obviously, catching the ball has got to be second nature for us. Being able to, cue the count. Like, the thing is, we're in a position where we could have had a better result, not because we don't have enough talent, but because of some things that we can control, which is the best and the most encouraging thing about this team. A good group of guys and guys that have the talent that we can actually go and compete with the best and also win against the best. But we absolutely have to show up on Sundays because that's where it counts the most. And so, if we have those mistakes like we had on the game, in those types of tight games, you're probably going to lose. And that's how it goes across the league, no matter who you're playing, especially in the tight ones.
Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. Obviously this game is so physical in general, but I feel like that one was especially physical. You and Pittsburgh going at it, just some big crunches, huge hits in there. Now you got to turn around and play another good team. Just how do you process that body wise? How do you get yourself, back in line to be able to play pretty much 72 hours from now? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. My body's still sore. I'll be sore going into the game from the Pittsburgh game. And it was funny. We were actually kind of talking about that because Philly, they were handling Dallas a little bit, so they actually got to rest some of their guys late in the game, and we didn't have that luxury. We were out there, we were in a dogfight all the way into the end. But it kind of just plays out whatever scenario you have to deal with it. My body might be sore just because of the type of game that we were in. Some other players might feel this way, some you might feel that way, but it's kind of the mentality of, hey, you have the Thursday night game, you got to get yourself ready to play no matter what, and if that's you got 70% to give, that's what we need because we'll take whatever you got. And the short week is definitely harder to recover, but it's just part of our ecosystem of sport. And then, I love watching the Thursday game, so I'm not saying like let's get rid of it or anything like that, but I'm just saying it's definitely tough. And there's a reason why we usually have one of them, per team.
Yeah, I can imagine. I was joking with Danny on the show. I'm not ready for Thursday yet. And I didn't go through the car crashes. I just sat there and ate hot dogs while you guys were playing, right? So I can't even imagine physically. But, shtick aside, you're not just a veteran leader in this locker room. You're considered one of the guys with a voice league-wide, in a sense. I know you've been a part of the PA committees and different things. I mean, where are you on Thursday Night Football? Are we in a good place with it? Do you have any issue with it, or is it something that has grown on you? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the data, and this is what we always go back to, I'm not 100% clear, but the injury rate isn't, if at all, too different from those Thursday night games, from my understanding. So if it was, that would be something that we'd be raising a lot more attention to. It definitely feels different, just because you might not have a higher injury rate or anything like that. It doesn't matter as far as, because there's a psychological effect that you can't measure as well. So from my perspective, the fact that we only have one per team is encouraging, where it's like, hey, you only have to go through this one time. This is not like a weekly thing or a couple times a year. So I think that kind of plays a factor into it as well. It's like, okay, like it's good for, in my opinion, the game, because it creates another primetime game. It's another isolation game, and it's in the middle of the week. So football stays on people's minds. You get the Thursday, you get, Sunday. Eventually we start getting the Saturday games, and then you have the Monday game, and then Thursday's right around the corner from the Monday game. So I do like what it does from an outside perspective of being able to watch the game.
What's the schedule like this week? Obviously, it's all ramped up. You play Thursday, but instead of, off days, it's like right back at it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's literally right back at it, like you said. So we came in the building Monday, and that was like a Wednesday for us, and it's tough too, because I feel like usually you have Monday and Tuesday to kind of reset your mind, and your body gets a little break. You can go just through some workouts, some recovery stuff, which is awesome. And then you come in the building Wednesday with kind of like a refreshed feeling mentally and physically. But when we just played yesterday and came in the building on Monday, like my body was kind of like, wait, we don't feel refreshed yet. Like, what's going on here? We're already learning the new install. So like I said, it's 1 week that you grind through, but you make it through, you push through. And it's a lot of, doing walkthroughs and what Coach Quinn calls above the neck emphasis, just all really mental stuff.
We're getting trusted insight from our trusted insider, Austin Eckler, presented by IT Cadre, where DC Sports Insiders share their exclusive perspective here on Grant and Danny. Division games always have a little bit more juice. This one even more so, I guess, because this is shaping up, it would appear, to be a 2-horse race with you and Philly at the top of the division. You're new to the East here and already in a playoff race in your first season in the nation's capital, but you're no stranger to important division games. Any different feel preparing for or even during those and with these rivalries?
As far as preparation, no, because you treat every game like it's the most important game, because it is. It's the game that you're playing that week. It's more of I would say, an emotional feeling when it's against a division rival, where it's like, okay, like this is for playoff, being a playoff contender, making sure we do win our division. But the preparation isn't any different. I guess it's just more added motivation, right? We're already highly motivated individuals. This is just something you can put on top of the pile, so to speak.
All right, so let's talk about the Philadelphia Eagles. They're good, and so are you guys. What's the most important thing for you guys to get a win on Thursday?
Limiting the mistakes. You saw with the last game we played against the Steelers. It's like, okay, they're playing well, but if they would have done this, if they wouldn't have dropped it, if they would have stayed here and there, and there's these little moments that actually are big moments in the long term kind of momentum of the game. And at the time, it might not seem like it. Oh, it's the second quarter. They dropped a first down. And then they ended up punting, but it didn't really matter because it's the second quarter. No, those matter because momentum is massive in sports. And if we can continue to, put your foot on the gas and have more efficient drive, continue to win the field position, win the time of possession, that leads to odds of you winning the game. And so that's what it comes down to, making sure we limit our mistakes There's going to be mistakes. It's football. They get paid too. So do we. But it's making sure, hey, when you have these types of games, whoever makes the less amount of mistakes is going to win the game. Both teams have playmakers all over the place. And so now it's about how can we handle each other? What's the schematics of it? But at the end of the day, players got to make plays and do the right things.
Can having people in your building like Brian Johnson, who was there last year and knows personnel so much, can that help? Or is that something we talk about a lot outside that isn't necessarily a real thing because everybody moves around so much?
Yeah, you have so many different people in this building. And so, like, if people know the personnel and things like that, I mean, yeah, it can help when you're trying to put, like, the plays together, schematics, trying to take advantage of matchups, absolutely. But at the end of the day, those matchups still have to play themselves out. You know, like, we still have to play the game. You can put your players in the best position to win 100%. That makes a difference. And so, yes, I would say it makes a difference. But it still has to come to fruition. But you can, obviously put yourself in the position where you feel like you're advantageous based off of matchups and looks and things like that.
Last one for me, Austin. You guys have such a late bye. I remember when I covered Mike Shanahan on the beat, he used to say all the time, he would ask the league, he told me, for Thursday games like around now or Thanksgiving, because he felt like it was a mini bye on the other side. Like, yeah, it's a grind. You got to get through it. You got to get to it. But on the other side of that, he felt like it was an extra bye almost. Do you have that feeling at all? Like after this, you'll actually be able to rest up a bit?
Hey, that whatever helps you psychologically, like that's what you lean on. So hey, I lean into that too. Like, hey, we got a little bye after this. Like it's a couple more days, which is actually really a big deal, and especially in our sport, every day definitely matters. So we lean into that absolutely. We got a little bye after this. We can get rested up and come back, just like we just got a whole bye week, and we're ready to go against. I don't even know who we play next. That's how locked I am on Philly. So. Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah, for sure. For our psyche, 100%. We have a little bye after this.
Awesome as always, buddy. Keep rolling, man. Let's get a win on Thursday. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. See you, boys.
That's our guy, Austin Eckler, on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Commanders, Eagles, tomorrow night, Lincoln Financial Field. We will be there. If you are heading up that way, let us know. Doing a little tweet up. We're going to have a live show from a bar near the stadium. We'll tell you where we're at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. You want to swing through it and say what's good. We're taking you up to 6:30 on The Fan. If you guys want to chime in on what we were talking about earlier, we do want to hear from you at 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Question being, why are so many people in town seemingly just chalking this up as a loss when it seems like 2 weeks ago, everybody thought you were going to Philly to win, maybe even a week ago. I know it's a short week. It seems like a game they can absolutely compete in, Danny.
Right. And I want to draw the distinction between I'm predicting them to lose a close game versus the feeling that we're seeing and hearing from folks of we're chalking this up as a loss. There's no chance. Even though I'm picking against Washington, of course there's a chance they can win this game. There's even a pretty reasonable one that they could. Right? There's nothing that either of these teams has turned in that makes you think this is a giant mismatch and it's going to be terrible. I think Washington's got weaknesses that Philly can exploit. They're saying the same thing about our team too.
Yeah.
So they could absolutely win this game, talking about Washington.
Plus another angle that I want to get into next. The two really good defenses that Washington has faced have both done a great job against this offense. The Bears held Washington to 12 points before the Hail Mary. And then the Steelers kept Jaden Daniels in the pocket. And while the points were there, thanks to some short fields, there were basically 2 long, productive drives for the offense the entire game on Sunday. Is that a concern that maybe something's getting solved here, or is that premature to say? Let's get to that next on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Short week for the Commanders, getting set for a huge game tomorrow night, Thursday Night Football in Philadelphia. New defensive back Marshawn Lattimore already ruled out, will not play for a second straight week due to a hamstring injury. Running back Brian Robinson could be back. He ramped things up at practice today. B-Rob said Tuesday he thinks he has a great chance to play. Also, right tackle Andrew Wiley and left tackle Cornelius Lucas seem to be set to play. Kicker Austin Seibert, though, is out again with a hip injury. Hockey Capitals home against Toronto tonight, 7:30 face-off here in the Fan. NBA Wizards looking to snap a 5-game losing streak in San Antonio, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
We are about 27 hours away from the Commanders and the Eagles. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Question for you right now is, why does there seem to be so little confidence in town that Washington can go up to Philly and pull off an upset when they have elevated their game against good opponents? They have played them really tight, and they've been great on the road so far this year. In fact, here's a little nugget as far as road games go. Jaden Daniels has been exceptional on the road to the extent, Danny, that he's one of 2 quarterbacks to ever post a 90-plus quarterback rating in his first 5 road starts. Dak Prescott is the other. First 5 road games for Daniels, number 1 all-time in completion percentage, number 2 in rating, 116.2. Now, I'm not a big quarterback rating guy because basically what quarterback rating is, it boils down to a handful of categories, but it's touchdowns and interceptions are basically the story. And those are just a few passes over the course of the game. If you complete a high percent, if you don't turn the ball over, you're going to have a really high quarterback rating. And there's other better metrics for quarterback play. But I bring that up to say he throws some touchdowns, he throws no interceptions, and he completes a high percentage on the road. He is efficient. He has been comfortable. He has played confident. He has not put the ball in harm's way, meaning he's been poised, and he has delivered winning performances on the road for Washington. So
the opposite is a recipe for losing games,
Yep.
right? And that's what happens. That's why you know, for so many years, it's that Bill Belichick versus rookie quarterback thing. They didn't just bring that up as like a weird data point. They brought it up because you know what that meant. It meant the ball's in harm's way. It meant that the errant passes, the forcing of things, what was that decision? What could you possibly have seen there? That doesn't happen. Back-to-back weeks with a pick for Jaden Daniels, pretty much like 2 months ago now. And nothing really been remotely close since, it feels like. I'm sure there's interceptable balls here and there. I mean, it's the league, but that's been probably the most remarkable part about this whole offense and really Daniels at large.
So you gave your best guess as to why it seems like the expectations are lower this week than they have been in a long time this season for this team. Other than just short week, Thursday night, weird things happen, and you got to travel a few days after playing a physical Steelers team, which might be the answer. Here's the only other thing I can come up with. Is there some fear within the fan base after the Steelers game that the offense is slowing down? Is there some fear within the fan base after the last 3 weeks that something's starting to be solved a bit? They're still playing well on offense if you just take their numbers over the last 3 games. But what is different is the elite early season production and the top-notch, first-in-class numbers. Number 1, number 2, number 3 in the league in all these categories. Some of that is slowing down. You could just look at the fact that they scored 27 against the Steelers. 7 was on a 15-yard drive. Another score on a drive that started at midfield. They basically were in the mid-teens in points against Pittsburgh that were earned on drives. And they had really 2 drives to write home about in the entire game. More 3-and-outs, less success than they've had in any game. By far the worst performance they've had. And it was the first team that actually was able to keep Jaden Daniels in the pocket. The first team that was actually able to keep Jaden Daniels from beating them on the ground. The first team that was ever to kind of dictate terms when Washington's offense and Cliff Kingsbury's group was on the field. So you say, well, it's a one-off. Except that 2 weeks before that, before the Hail Mary on the final second of the game, they scored 12 points against the Bears. And that day, they actually did move the ball up and down the field, but they were bad in the red zone, and the really good Bears defense got stops time and time and time again and forced 4 field goals. So they played 2 awesome defenses. The Bears held them to 12 points pre-Hail Mary. The Steelers, who basically held them to mid-teens, and their worst offensive day all season long. And I wonder if there's some thought that maybe when they're playing now the third best defense they've played so far this season, the Eagles, that you can't count on the offense being lights out. Maybe that they've come back to the pack a little bit. Is there anything to that fear in the fan base, or do you think I'm trying to assign something that isn't there?
I think these are only. I don't think it's one thing. You know how we used to always talk about why is attendance down, or why aren't people watching the same way, or why aren't people as concerned? Everybody had that final straw. Everybody had that one data point, or that one occurrence, or that one event, or the one experience that sent them over the top in that direction where they said, "Screw it, hands up, I'm never doing that again." I think when we're talking about this, for example, I look at it this way: they played 3 good teams. In those games, they've averaged about 280 yards and right around 20 points. That's not terrible, but they're all 3 losses against the 3 good teams that they've played. Philadelphia, I still think there's something to, there's the pedigree that I think matters to a lot of people. You do a much better job of this, of turning the page and looking at a team this year. We talked about this ad nauseum with Cincinnati going into that week back then, if you recall, which is, yeah, when they're right, they're a 13-win team that goes to the AFC title game. And they're the only guys that have gotten Pat Mahomes, non-Tom Brady division, right? That the Bengals team went to the Super Bowl, not the Chiefs that one time, because they had Burrow, and they're awesome. That offense is going to be great. They haven't been yet, but they will be. Same with the Eagles. You win 25 games over 2 years, one of the biggest collapses in human history last year. There's a built-in, that's not new for them. Them being good at the top of the division is old hat. That's boring. They're always there. This is all very new for Washington. This is the first time the groundhog has come above ground. We're looking around. We're a little bit nervous. There might be some predators around. I think that's part of it. To me, there's no one specific ingredient, but I'm getting that sense. Again, there's a huge gap between I'm looking at all the different factors, and when I have to make my bet or pick or make a wager, I think they might fall just short here on Thursday night in Philadelphia. There's a difference between that and, dude, they've got no shot. And it's that no shot vibe that we're kind of addressing here, I think.
Yeah, I don't understand how anyone could have watched this team all year and think at any point they're going into a game and they're not going to have a chance to be in the mix. You got number 5, the way he's played this year, and maybe bigger picture, you got this offense that moves the ball and scores. You're going to be in the game unless you think that the offense isn't that anymore. And maybe it's like a subconscious thing too, where you just watch them play their worst game. Maybe you didn't know that was happening or what wasn't possible, right? Like if you go into a game and you've never seen them struggle, you're not going to think they might struggle. Now you're coming off of a game where they just had their worst yards per play performance, their worst net yards performance by 57 yards, their second to worst first downs performance, their third to worst third down percentage, their worst rushing net by 48 yards, their worst number of points put up, their worst time of possession put up. Like all of those things happened in this game offensively. And if you look at that and you go, maybe I don't feel as good about the offense right now on a short week. And it's not because you think they've been solved, but you just now think that there is the possibility that that game could happen because you've seen it now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a seeing is believing kind of deal. Mark in Southern Maryland, you're on the Fan. What's going on?
What's up, brothers?
Hey, man.
Listen, this is the first time I've ever called in. I've listened to you guys for years and years. I love you. And
Thank
I just
you, buddy.
don't
We appreciate
understand why everybody's so pessimistic about this team. I'm 46 years old. I remember when we used to win Super Bowls, barely, in 91, 87. 83, I was 4. This is different. It all starts at the top. You can't fix the problem until you know what the problem is. That's why nothing happened last year. Everything happened this year. The problem's being fixed, okay? And with the pessimism of everything that people are saying right now, how can you be pessimistic about losing to the Steelers by 1 point when you didn't have B-Rob, okay, which is a big thing. We didn't have B-Rob in Baltimore. I think we win the Ravens game if we had B-Rob. Like, he's a major part of that offense. Major part. But we were in that game.
Everybody thinks, and listen, and that's not a knock to them. I mean, there's 2 generations of losing. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's where that mindset comes from. There's 2 generations of losing. I went to my first game in 7 years when they threw that Hail Mary, and I had 2 ladies walking down the steps and told them, please do not leave. You're going to miss this miracle. And they stayed and watched it, and I have it on tape with them, and they celebrate. It was amazing. That if it was a dome, the roof would have blown off. Any replay on TV does not do that justice. The roof would have blown off when he caught that pass.
It was nuts.
And you know what we don't hear? This is a must-win. We don't hear that. We haven't heard that all year. We're 7-3. We just lost by 1 without B-Rob, without Lattimore that we haven't had all season. Have they figured us out? Of course not. We had 6 drop passes that were crucial plays.
Yeah, if one of those gets caught on the final drive, you beat the Steelers. And how much different is the conversation going in? They're 8-2, coming off of a win over Pittsburgh on the final drive with all the momentum. I don't think the story would be the same.
No, it wouldn't be, of course. But it's the same way that everybody, he's talking about after the Bears game, where it took a miracle to win it. It took whatever the opposite of a miracle is, a flub, a choke, whatever you want to call it, of guys just not catching passes to lose against Pittsburgh. So that sort of stuff kind of tends to even out. But you're right. I mean, you end up with more points at the end of the game. You feel like it was maybe much better than it was or wasn't.
But I think his point's correct about, if we're asking where is the regression in confidence this week coming from? Because we've done these Friday field trips all season long. And everywhere we go, everyone's going,
just cutting a promo.
Going to beat them by 20, going to beat them by 15, going to beat them by 10, going to beat them by 17. And for the most part, they were playing much worse teams than Philadelphia. I grant you that. I don't know that people would be saying the same thing about Washington, Philly, Commanders, Eagles, or whatever. But I think that there's a very different tone this week. And assuming it's not just because it's a Thursday on the road and that's a quick turnaround, I come back to there's a different feeling after you've seen them play a bad game, after you've seen them lose. And maybe people are, letting the thoughts infiltrate, well, they haven't beaten a good team. How good are they?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But he's right. Past being prologue, 20, 30 years, whatever it is, of every time it seems like you start to buy in, we always call it the other shoe dropping, right? This is a moment where it feels like people are starting to jump, like the ship's been running.
It lurched a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah. And everyone's like jumping into the lifeboats. And for so many years, eventually the ship sinks. I don't think that's going to happen this year. I think we're just going to be fine. We're not going to sink. We're going to stay on the boat. You don't need your lifeboat. We're going to keep going that way. And we're going to get to shore. And all these people are bailing off the boat. And he's going like, we don't need to do that anymore, guys. We have a better ship. This is not the sinkable ship that the last one was. And I'm with him a little bit.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in? Let's get to the offense and how they bounce back after the loss to the Steelers and what went wrong in that game that Philly's going to try to replicate to try to slow this offense down. Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D on the Fan. Pittsburgh was able to keep Jaden Daniels in the pocket. He didn't scramble at all. He rushed for 5 yards. Now, it'd be unrealistic to assume that anything like that was going to happen again, Danny. But do you anticipate the Eagles having success spying him and keeping him in the pocket? We asked Jay Gruden about this. He basically said that everyone tries to do that, and only one team's been successful because the Steelers have better personnel than everybody else. This is what Jay had to say yesterday on the show.
Pittsburgh did not just reinvent how to play Jaden Daniels. There's been a lot of teams that have tried to spy him and not been as effective. The thing is, when you spy a quarterback and you're still rushing 4, you lose that whole defender, which helps the underneath coverage. You don't have that free player there lurking to cover, take away slants and shallow crosses and things of that nature. So it's a dangerous thing to play in coverage. It helps spying the quarterback, but there are other issues involved in it. And I think that moving forward, if teams try to do that, I think the passing game will open up even more. And then if they don't do that, then obviously James' ability to scramble will open up. But
yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh can do it because they're one of the best coached teams in the sport consistently. So everybody's rush. You always hear about it because their rush lanes and their rush integrity. Well, they did it every time. Like, they're great at it. They're so good at doing the thing that you're supposed to do. So on one hand, and I'm not taking anything away from anybody here, I'm just saying, one hand we go, well, they only ended up with a few sacks and didn't hit Jaden Daniels all that much. Yes, but part of that was, I think, by design, right? Where I think TJ Watt, had he wanted to, could have feasted more against the backup tackle. But God forbid he gets out of his rush lane, goes too far upfield. Daniels is able to kind of squirt up the side. Next thing you know, it's a big gain of the other direction. They maintain discipline because that's what they are. They're great at that. Easier said than done. Because it's like, you see the piece of cheese in the mousetrap and you reach your hand in there and then boom, you're splat. That's kind of what every other defense is going to encounter no matter what. That's why play action works, even if run games aren't working. It's why misdirection works, even if, the previous 7 plays haven't been effective. It's part of offense, and it's what makes defense so hard.
The Steelers said after the game, now, I don't know about to a man if they all said this, but a couple of them in the locker room said that part of why they had so much success working against Jaden Daniels was that they're used to it because they play Lamar Jackson a couple times a year, and because Justin Fields in practice and throughout camp is a guy that can run around and is uber athletic and leaves the pocket and can make plays and is dynamic with his feet. I'd imagine the Eagles have similar practice in that regard, right? I mean, Jalen Hurts, when he wants to, can be as prolific as anybody in the league with his feet. He can be ultra dynamic in that way. Now, I will say they have played no mobile quarterbacks, essentially. Just looking at their schedule, because I was trying to see, how have they done when they played quarterbacks who run? They really haven't. And they played Cousins, Carr, like nobody runs less than those
I was
two
going to
guys.
say, the least runny ever.
Baker Mayfield scrambles a little bit, I guess, but he's not a dual threat by any means. Watson is a pocket passer. Daniel Jones runs, didn't really in that game. I think he had 20 rushing yards. Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence scrambles some, and he would be the closest thing, I guess. And then Cooper Rush and Trey Lance for a couple of series who would have been their first. But they really don't have any game experience this year against someone who wants to take off and run around. But they do get to see Hurts a lot in practice. Let's go to Rick in D.C. Rick, are you worried about this offense at all?
Not at all. I mean, we lost to 3 teams that already has been established. So that Pittsburgh loss, I mean, we could have won that game. So I'm not really hurt about that. And we're a lot better and a lot further than what a lot of people thought we would be at around this time of the year. We had 7-3. I mean, we could have easily been 9-1. So I'm not too worried about that. I mean, even we could have won the Tampa Bay game. It was the first game of the season, and that's our first time together as a whole team. So I'm not worried about it. I'm not going to throw in the towel.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you.
I love the way he's doing the record. 7-3, and they could be 10-0. Even the blowout loss to Tampa.
Yeah.
It was week 1. It was their first time playing together. Could have beat Baltimore. Really never at risk of winning that game, but okay. And I will give you the Steelers game for sure. They could have absolutely beat the Steelers. They were up 10 in the third quarter and probably should have beat the Steelers if they executed a couple of things better. I mean, even with all the drop passes and everything they did badly, if Johnny Newton doesn't jump off sides,
you got a shot again.
They get the ball back with no timeouts at their own 10-yard line with a minute to go, needing a field goal. You're 3 or 4 completions away from a long Zane Gonzalez kick to try to win the game at the horn there. I like their chances to get into field goal range the way this season has gone. But if we're playing that game where you could have or should have beaten the Steelers, then do you not then beat the Bears on the Hail Mary?
Yeah, do I get my Malik Neighbors drop back and the Giants having an active kicker on the roster in the first time they played? I mean, the point stands though.
But they're good if that's his point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I give them a chance against Philly.
And I'm not throwing in any towels here, by the way, for the record. Like, I think they're about to end up at 10-4. Who wouldn't take that? Who wouldn't take that sight unseen right now, this minute? Right? I mean, there are 3 really winnable games after the Philadelphia game comes up. Win, lose, or draw.
Oh,
like, so to me, nothing is over.
Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Listen, there's no doubt about it. They're going to win 11 games. They're going to make the playoffs. Their schedule is softer than your pillowcase. They are in a great spot moving forward. I think people's reticence to say they'll win Thursday is not really an indictment on what they think of the program in the big picture. I think they view this to be a bad matchup because the Eagles have great receivers.
I certainly do, yeah.
And Washington's got a bad secondary, and they just played a physical team, and they're playing basically 72 hours later. They're getting on the field. Bill in Pennsylvania, what's up?
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm a first-time caller, long-time fan. I actually was able to attend the '91 Super Bowl in Minneapolis. Been through quite a few years of drought. My family's suffering with me.
Are you going to the game tomorrow?
I'm not. I know better. Unless I have some friends to go with.
I know better.
But you guys, are you wearing your Washington gear or what?
Well, good thing is I don't wear gear. So I will be in very neutral colors. I'm assuming, Danny, you will be in neutral colors as well.
Very, very neutral. I don't even have any of the gear with the new team name on it, and I won't be getting any at any point in time. I want them to change it immediately. But yeah, even if I did, tomorrow wouldn't be the time.
Bill, if you want to hang out with us before the game and just not go to the game, you're in Pennsylvania. We'll be at the Bayou Bar and Grill on Main Street in PA, about 15 minutes from the stadium.
That's awesome, because I was going to ask you, where are you getting cheesesteaks?
That's a good question. We may have to send Darius out to get a couple different cheesesteaks to try them out, but hopefully they got some at the Bayou Bar and Grill where we'll be hanging out with our listeners.
John's Roast Pork. It's a little shack on the corner outside the stadium. Just look it up.
Incredible. Okay. That's what I want.
Yep.
That's what I've got circled.
So guys, I actually had I like a lot of fans, a lot of drought. Got excited for this year. Took the family down to the Chicago game, and now they're hooked. And we have a lot of optimism for the future. But I see this game as I'm not afraid of the Philly defense, which a lot of people are talking about. We've faced some of the best defenses over the past 6 weeks. I guess I would say it still comes back to me our back line and covering their offense. I mean, they've been explosive. They've gotten hotter. I'd love to see Jaden outplay Hurts and give Brian Johnson a game ball. It would be awesome. But this may come down to a close game, like they're predicting it. And we have Gonzalez. So I'm not sure I'm sold on him. It is what it is. We have to go to the game with him, but it could come down to teams. And last week we almost lost on a special teams play.
That would be scary. I'll take my chances after how Zane Gonzalez kicked the ball on Sunday, but that would not be ideal if Zane Gonzalez was booting the football for a game winner from 49 or something on Thursday night. But I will tell you, I'll take that sight unseen right now. Like, however the game's going to play out, or you could tell me right now, behind door 2, is Zane Gonzalez lining up to make it from 50 to win the game? I would take that.
Yeah, so it's the scenario is Washington ball with a chance to win, and it's on the boot of the kicker. Okay?
Yeah.
I'll do that right now.
50-yard field goal with 1 second left, or whatever happens, like mystery play. I'll take the 50-yard field goal. But I think that's what it is. I think he just hammered it. Nobody thinks they're going to be able to stop Brown and Smith with this secondary. And I think that comes back to, we found out how Adam Peters really feels too when they traded for Marshawn Lattimore. I'm telling you, it is we talked about the girlfriend when you were broken up for a week, and now she's back. Adam Peters talked bad about the girlfriend, and now she came back. We know how he actually thinks that, that they need Marshawn Lattimore, the corner one. We'll give you some of our thoughts as to how Washington can pull off the upset win, and we'll take our first look at Week 11 around the NFL when we return, taking you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. So the Commanders getting set to play Philly Thursday night football tomorrow night, a little bit healthier, it looks like, for Thursday night football. Brian Robinson is a full go. He will be back in the lineup for the big game, first place on the line against the Eagles tomorrow night. Right tackle Andrew Wiley, left tackle Cornelius Lucas could be back as well. Both are officially questionable. Sounds like they are good to go, though. Unfortunately, it's going to take another week at least for cornerback Marshawn Lattimore to play with his new teammates. He is out. He will not play. Also out, kicker Austin Seibert, still bothered by the hip injury. The Commanders head to Philly, a 3.5-point underdog. Some other notes in the game. Eagles are 9-5 all-time against the Commanders in prime time. With a win, Washington at 8-3 would be off to its best 11-game start since 96. Washington also looking to win its first 3 division games in a season since the last Super Bowl year in 1991. Hockey caps on the ice tonight back home against Toronto. 7:30 face-off here on the Fan. And the Wizards on the road. They're trying to snap a 5-game losing streak tonight in the Lone Star State. Wizards at San Antonio, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Ready to chase your dream this spring at Prince George's Community College? We've got over 200 programs designed to fit your schedule and your goals. Registration began November 4th, so don't wait. Register today at pgcc.edu. Your future, your freedom. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Caps play at 7:30 tonight. We'll give you a Caps power play before we say goodbye. Linnell's got a short overtime live and local right here on the Fan into the evening. That comes your way at 6:30. We're taking you up to the bottom of the hour. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, reminding you that the show's brought to you by our friends Kandori and Muran. They can help you update your last will and testament. They can also set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We'll be in Philly with our buddies Kandori and Murad tomorrow. In fact, we're doing the show live 2 to 6:30 at the Bayou Bar, which is just outside of downtown Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody asked me, where are you guys going to be? I sent them the address. They said, that's not Philadelphia. It's pretty close. You might have to drive 15 or 20 minutes to come see your pals. If you can't swing it, that's okay.
We get that.
But we're going to be there 2 to 6:30. If you get up there early enough, I know some fans are going to come by. Come on over. Pick them up.
Pick them up.
And then we're going to the game. And so are you.
I'm going to go with my gut on this one. That's the plan, man. We will be hoofing it out of that bar and heading over to Lincoln Financial Field.
So it's the Bayou Bar. I can give you the address. I can't pronounce the little town that it's in. How are you saying that?
I've tried to gloss over it in hopes that nobody followed up.
Yeah, I haven't purposefully avoided saying where we are. It's like saying a town that I've never heard of. This is not something that I've been
By the way,
to.
this is the most Pennsylvania thing in the world. They have so many of these weird names. I dated a girl, which I know is crazy to everybody listening. Honey, I love you so much. I didn't know you then. She was from Conshohocken. Like, people just say these names of these weird townships there. Like, ours are pretty simple. You know what I mean? Like Leesburg. People can get that. Reston. They have like Conshohocken and Maniac.
Is that how you're going?
That's
with
what I've gone with Maniac. I think of Omar Maniac.
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
Maniac, by the way, Manayunk, Maniac, Pennsylvania.
Manayunk?
Sure. Main Street. It's on Main Street.
Down on Main Street.
It's easy to find. We're right on Main Street.
Right there on Main.
How far can we be?
It's right there on Main.
We're on Main. You can't be any closer than on Main. Main Street in Manayunk. That's where we're going to be at the old Bayou Bar and Grill. They fancied themselves a bit of a Commander's bar.
Yes.
I'm excited about that. So we will be there, kicking it, hanging out in Philadelphia. We're going to the game at Lincoln Financial Field. I did just get this tweet from a listener, though. I'm at Grant H. Paulson.
I'm at Funny Danny.
Headline from Fox 5. Amtrak service between D.C., New York City resumes after suspension. Sounds like Amtrak Northeast service between New York and D.C.
Well, we're going northeast.
Was experiencing delays after overhead power issues in Philadelphia
Dun, dun, dun.
caused a suspension of services, officials said. Train service has since resumed, but it caused frustration for many riders Wednesday afternoon. Our train tomorrow is at a little after 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Our show is at a little after 1:59 p.m.
1:59 and 59 seconds.
Right.
You got to be in that seat.
There's not a lot of margin for error
Not
here.
a lot of wiggle.
Amtrak. Who's your guy?
Here you go, Amtrak. Here you go.
Who's your guy?
On out.
There's nothing more seamless and wonderful and easy and excellent than a smooth trip on the train up 95.
When that train goes well, you go, we need to invest in train travel. The whole country should be riding the rails. I tell you, start to finish, left to right, up and down, diagonal, the whole country should be just riding on these trains. They're perfect and seamless, I tell you.
Talk to someone who just went somewhere on a train. There are two different conversations you can have.